What's up, everybody? Welcome into a live edition of Talk of Champions. I'm, of course, Sudu Upadhyay. This guy next to me right here, man, the lore that exists with him. Those familiar from the old school V Sporto days will know Cody from that, but you haven't really been in front of the Ole Miss, I guess, like media followers in a while, man. I mean, you smartened up and left the business. But yeah, this great friend of mine. We did journalism, obviously, in Ole Miss, and worked in journalism for a long time. Big Ole Miss guy, very involved, very plugged in. Glad to have Cody here. Codes. We got Mary in here already. Mary's an OG, one of our biggest cheerleader supporters. But Codes, yeah, man, just introduce yourself. We don't have too many people in the chat just quite yet. Looks like about 20 to 30 people. But for those not familiar with you, man, just give us a little rundown.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, like you said, we went to Ole Miss together. I covered the football team, and a couple of the other sports since my freshman year. We were there during the Hugh Freeze era.
That's right.
Hey, what's up, Mary?
Mary says hi.
We were there during the Hugh Freeze era, which was very interesting to cover the end of that, is what I'll say for sure. That was very interesting through all those. But yeah, we did some podcasting together, back then. Did a pregame show for all the Ole Miss football games, and did the journalism thing for a while, and decided to come back and help him out as a guest star today.
Hey, anytime I come to Oxford, I gotta see my people, and Ben Garrett will be on this. For those like confused why Ben's not here right now, he is at Meet the Rebels. He's going to be efforting a lot of content throughout the day, and then eventually at Double Decker, of course, which is today, at the Riverland Roofing Tent. Which, by the way, we are in the official Riverland Roofing Studios. I haven't done a show from here ever, so I've been in here before. But to actually go live from here, pretty awesome. Shout out to Billy Landis and everybody here at Riverland Roofing for letting us show up here on the Saturday morning. We're going to talk about a lot today, obviously. Spring ball recap. We'll go through each position groups. Ben will join us periodically. I think the plan is he'll get some content from Meet the Rebels and, show you guys that. And then eventually you'll join him over on the square where he will be set up at the Riverland tent for interviews. And I think Brad's going to join him at some point. So for those of you that are just kind of bopping around, we're going to be live for hours and hours. So check in with us. You can come and go as you please, obviously. What we got in the chats? Ole Miss fan. Hey, what's up, man? Mary, it is a long live stream today. But that's why I told Ben I was in town for Double Decker. I was like, dude, I got to come home. I got to come to Double Decker. Wilco's here, obviously. And he was like, you want to do a show with me? And I was like, well, is that even a question? I mean, what are we talking about here? So very excited to do it. Let's see who we got. Sudu is alive and well. Yeah. By the grace of God. Mary's going to be with us all day. Lovely. That's why we love you, Mary. You're the best. We got to get Will in here too, Mary. But long story short, yeah, super excited to obviously be visiting Oxford, being from here, getting to see friends like Cody and Ben and Billy and everybody, but also getting to join y'all and do this is awesome. But obviously, Coach, I mean, spring ball for Pete Golding, first spring practice as the head coach. Obviously, the reports have all been great. We haven't gotten a lot, understandably. It's been kind of closed, and that's just how college football really is right now. You don't really get too much access, but from everything we've heard, reasons to be optimistic. And how could you not be when you have two Heisman Trophy contenders returning, right? So, you've obviously been plugged in, being in Oxford and being connected, but just your general impressions, like what you've thought about how the job Pete has done since taking over, Cody, but also this spring specifically. How do you kind of feel? I know. I'm not trying to out my boy here, right? But when Pete first got introduced, Cody texted me and said, dude, I don't know if the guy's got the juice. Like, does he have the juice? Not going at him necessarily, but you were like, does he have the juice? And that was based on that team meeting. I know you've since come around and been like, he does in fact have the juice, but your general impressions of Pete, man, so far.
Well, learning the context between, the meeting he's talking about is when he was first introduced as the coach. Yeah. And it honestly looked like he had not been told he was speaking to the team until right then. And then we find out that was the case. He was having to improv that entire thing. I was expecting him to be, hey, what's up, Luke?
Shout out Luke Jenkins.
I was expecting him to be a little fired up in that meeting, but, he's cool, calm, and professional.
Yeah.
And, I've since seen he definitely can get him fired up when he needs to. But, yeah, they put him out there apparently just right before he went and met the team. Like, all right, you're going in. So, tough situation for anybody. But, yeah, like you said, not too much information's going out there.
Yeah,
I'm hearing, great stuff about the job he's doing, but definitely this is, it's going to be a more professional era of Ole Miss football. There's not going to be all the tweeting, there's not going to be all the fanfare, quite as much.
Right.
But, hopefully, that's a lot of good teams, they kind of work a little more in silence. They're focused on the goal.
Yeah.
And so sometimes not hearing as much when it comes to that kind of thing is better.
I think with Pete, everyone that meets him, any player that plays for him, the general consent, and this is what gives me solace, right? It's to be seen over a long period of time what it looks like. But it's just immediately it's about his football IQ and him as a coach. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. Lane, for as much flack as he gets now, when he was tweeting and doing all that extracurricular stuff, it was fun because he was your guy and it brought attention to your program. Pete's not obviously doing that at that same level, but he's just a ball coach. And I think we all kind of love how real he is. And he's, what you see is what you get with him. And you seem to hear the same thing from guys who play with him and everything. So I think he's done a great job. I love just anytime dude's on the mic, man, and you talk about such a different style from Kiffin on the mic to Pete, excuse me. But I just love listening to him on the mic. I mean, just the way he talks ball, the way he just talks to people, like he just feels like a real person. Oftentimes we talk about like politicians being like robots. I feel like coaches have sort of become that way because of all the, extra eyes on them, and
they're ready with coach speak.
Yeah,
they have canned answers ready to go.
Right.
And Pete really, it's a conversational tone, the way he's talking. He's not,
yeah,
not, like trying to get flashy, say anything crazy. He's just, saying it exactly how it is. And, it's like the tweets, honestly, like you said, the Lane Kiffin era, it was fun,
Yeah.
But also I kind of welcome just seeing a shark from Pete every now and then again, to know he's doing well on the recruiting trail. That's all I need,
No, man, he's real, and it's just exciting to me. And you and I have talked about this previously, the fact that oftentimes, like, Ole Miss is really successful with offensive coaches. That has been the case, right? Especially in recent history. But after, what was that, 2024? Was that the year that everything went wrong because Bentley didn't play? Yeah, it was 24, right? Yeah. Or was that 20? No, last year would have been 25. So 24. After that year and the talent that they accumulated on defense, I was like, God, I just really want to have a good defense moving forward. Like, this was just so nice. And, if the starting running back, or who should have been the starting running back, had played, it would have all probably worked out. You would have gotten in the playoff. But I just love the fact that we have a defensive coach, and not just a defensive coach, but one that's very respected and knows ball really well. What we got? We got some more chats here. Kiffin was probably more exciting, but Pete is a lot more relaxing almost.
Yeah.
John Carter says 20-minute deep dive into what your coach is saying. And I say, yeah, he's not very cryptic. He's going to shoot you pretty straight. The Bentley files, Mary, we could really do something. There's the first comment of the day. Sudu, how many dudes did you smoke today? A total of 0, Rob, but that does sound fun. Who was your breakout transfer on both sides of the ball?
Great question.
Phenomenal question. That's a hard one because I am so excited about this transfer class for Ole Miss. On offense, I kind of teeter between one of the running backs and Jonte Cook.
Jonte Cook was who I was going to say.
Yeah, I've really come around on Jonte Cook. I mean, I've been a big fan of his work since high school. I mean, him going to Texas out of high school, kind of had eyes on him then. But Jonte probably on offense, and then maybe like Tommy Kinsler's another guy, like an offensive lineman would be my two guys. And then on defense, God, it's so hard because you have so much talent.
I'll just say Crawford jumps out to me.
Jay Crawford, yes, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could go a million places. I have been really high on Maldonado since he committed. I had no clue who he was prior to that, but watching his tape and just looking at his size, I'm just like, man, I'm really excited about him. One of those edge guys, I guess, would be a breakout guy because you kind of need them to be. So I would go with one of those.
Farrelly would be a guy too. I mean,
like
the speed he has on defense is incredible for that position.
Farrelly and Thomas, to me, are just like, they're such upgrades at the linebacker position that it almost feels like you're cheating to bring them up, right? So I'm going to go. That's why I kind of went slightly more outside about Purchase. I do agree, Fred. I think Purchase is going to be a monster, but that would be okay. Let's see. We got who is a sleeper transfer on both sides. Ooh, okay. Man.
Well, you mentioned running back.
I did.
And we got a lot of transfers.
Yeah.
And a lot of those guys could make an impact.
Yeah. Gosh.
Horatio Fields is kind of a sleeper.
Okay, I was going to say, I've been hearing a lot about him. He could end up I think coming out of, and I can confirm with Ben too. I don't know what you've heard, but I've heard rumblings he could be the number 3 receiver. And
he's in a battle for it, yeah.
Yeah, and like Daryl Gill was supposed to kind of, it was like almost like, oh, it's going to be Gill. But right now it's looking like Deuce, Jonte in the slot, and then Horatio potentially as wide receiver 3, from what I've heard. So, yeah, that would be one of the guys, I guess. On defense, I mean, Maldonado kind of fits that mold. A sleeper. You know what, Ben? So those of you who like watch Talk of Champions all the time know that Ben always gives me flack about Jonel Aguero. So the backstory for those who don't know, I covered UGA for Fox in Atlanta for 2 years, and I was basically the UGA guy. I did an entire show. It was like a partnership with the school, so I was very plugged in with them, friends with a lot of people over there. And Jonel Aguero was one of those guys, very talented, but I oftentimes felt like he struggled in pass coverage, right? So Ben always gives me crap. It's like, oh, your boy's starting free safety. And of course, I wish the best for Jonel, and you hope that Pete and the staff, get the most out of him, right? And kind of have to, because this is his last season. But my sleeper, I will say, is Jonel, just because Ben gives me crap. So that's the guy on defense. Oh man, you guys are throwing the whole bio in here. Shout out Mary, man.
Like you were saying with that transfer, it's worth saying, like you said, he had some issues at Georgia in coverage.
Yeah.
Coaches reportedly very, very happy with his progress this year. Apparently he's really stood out, and he's looking to be a starter right now is what they're saying. As of right now, if the season started today, probably be a starter.
Yeah. He's starting free safety is what I've been told. And so, you hope the best for him. But, we'll obviously continue to answer questions, guys, as more people roll in here. But we're going to just kind of go position by position here, take a look at just what we've learned throughout the spring about each position group and kind of what we're expecting. Obviously, let's just start with quarterback. You got Trinidad Chambliss returning. I mean, what can you say, man? I mean, just came onto the scene last year and absolutely cooked. I mean, he came into the 3rd game, so he ended up starting 12 games total. But just imagine if he would have played the first 3, finished 8th in Heisman voting. I think that those numbers probably would have been a little better.
I can tell you, I went to a scrimmage before the season.
Yeah,
Trinidad outplayed Simmons then.
Yeah.
And actually, someone else I was with literally texted his friends and said, "Hey, our best quarterback is second string right now."
Yeah,
I mean, he was better right away. Simmons, and like kind of Simmons did in the regular season, was struggling, throwing a lot of picks. And Trinidad, despite the fact that he had joined so late, just looked like he had a command of the offense.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't say enough for this guy. Joined that late, before the season, still had a command of the offense, and now is going into a full year in offseason with the program, which he did not have last year.
No doubt.
Spring.
And it's funny, you were texting me because you were going to some of those practices during fall camp, and you were like, "Hey, man, I'm a little worried. Like Simmons has kind of been making the same mistakes as far as reading coverages and things, and he's not really going through his progression. It's kind of targeting one guy." And then you were like, "Yeah, there's this other guy out here," which at the time I didn't realize was Trinidad Chambliss. I just thought it was maybe Maddox or something. And I was like, "You're like, yeah, there's this other guy out here, man. He's hooping. He is balling out here." And so when Trinidad started kind of coming in for some of those run packages, I didn't really put 2 and 2 together at the time that was who you were talking about in fall camp. And Ben said the same stuff to me too. And then once we kind of figured it out, I was like, wait a minute, I've been hearing about this guy since fall camp, and Lane didn't play him over Austin, which, you spent a lot of money to obviously retain Austin and whatever, and recruited him, Lane handpicked him. That was supposed to be his guy. And so, but it's very interesting that he was clearly better. And it's not just Trinidad. I feel like now there's like other guys we're here. I mean, you were telling me about Dejon Stribling, the other day, of like Dejon probably didn't get a lot of playing time initially because for some reason Lane just didn't play him,
I mean, let's face it, there have been times that, Lane has not played guys for whatever personal reason. Bentley, we all know that was completely non-football related. And he was benched. Honestly, it cost us that season. Like if he plays, potentially, we go to a playoff there. Not playing against Florida is an inexplicable mistake that, like I said, it was off the field stuff that Lane was worried about for some reason. And it cost us big there with Bentley and Stribling. I've had a couple sources tell me that him and Lane did not get along for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was, but just they did not seem to get along, and he should have been playing, obviously. I mean, he just went first pick of the second round, and I think it's going to be fantastic for the San Francisco 49ers.
His upside is insane. To me, it was Daquan Wright and Strobe were the 2 this year in this draft that I'm like, they're going to make two teams very happy with the production they can bring. Yeah, but it's just, Lane's such an interesting guy. We're not going to spend all day here talking about Lane, but that is interesting to like hear that Lane and Shrib may have not gotten along. I mean, makes sense because Trey Wallace was down at Baton Rouge, obviously, to go visit, right? And you didn't see Shrib down there for that. So that's hilarious. Let's get back to the chat here for a second while we continue. Robert, I see how potentially losing these games, LSU, Florida, UGA, Texas, and Oklahoma. What are your thoughts on those 5 games? 3 and 2, 2 and 3. Florida's a trap game.
Florida is a trap game. I'll 100%. Say that right away.
Yeah, I mean, I've been singing the praises of Summerall and Buster Faulkner for quite some time. They're kind of like my big SEC team to take the biggest step with a new coach. That's the one program I've picked. I agree. They're all tough at the end of the day, man. I mean, it's the SEC, and you add that extra game this year too. There really are no gimmies at all, but you hope the LSU game being at home works in your favor. Florida 100% is a trap game. Georgia's always going to play you tough. Texas has a $40-50 million roster, and you're going to have to go to Austin. Oklahoma is an interesting team to me. For some reason, and on paper, they're probably going to be good, right? You bring back a lot. The defense is always going to be good. Mateer is going to be healthy. But for some reason, I just get the sense that Oklahoma may take a step back. Just the vibes I get, man. I'm going off vibes on that one. That's just kind of my, I think Ben and I were looking at that a couple weeks ago, and I just was like, man, I just get the sense Oklahoma could take a step back. So I'm expecting to win that one, but realistically, I've looked at that schedule a lot, and it feels like a 2 or 3 loss kind of season. You really hope that you don't get punished for 3 losses now that the conference is at 8 games. They don't necessarily punish you, but it's going to be interesting. And I think I was joking with you and our other friend Jack about this a couple of weeks ago, and I go, of course, the year that Ole Miss has 2 Heisman contenders and this insanely good roster is the year the conference expands. How many conference games you play, and ultimately that could end up leaving you out of the playoff. So you hope that's not the case, but yeah, it feels like a 2-loss, 3-loss. And now a 3-loss is what a 2-loss used to be, right? Like, because you add that extra conference game. And so you would hope the CFP would operate in that fashion.
The tough thing is, Ole Miss is going to have a better defense. I think it's going to be much improved. Offensively, we retained a lot of the key pieces, definitely have to replace some people. We could be a better team and lose more games than last year. That's just an absolute possibility. Not saying that's going to happen, but it is a possibility.
No doubt. Let's see. I believe Deuce Knight is better than Simmons. Simmons is frail, will get hurt soon, unfortunately. Yes, Simmons is trigger happy. I think Austin's ceiling is like really high, and I hope he unlocks that at Mizzou. I wish nothing but the best for him. But I will agree that you got a guy in Deuce Knight who's very dynamic. I mean, he's incredible as a runner. He's physical. He's big. He can also sling it. You know what I mean? You hope he can do it consistently and it all comes together. But I already kind of have a feeling he's going to have packages based on, I think I have the quote of Golding. Deuce has continued to flash, obviously a real problem in plus runs with size and speed. He's doing a good job offensively, creating some of these issues. He had some big runs today. He's getting better at delivering the football and making good decisions, which will continue to come with time. This was like 3 days ago that Pete said this. And listening to Pete talk about that, I was like, he's going to have packages because they're going to want to keep the kid happy. I mean, this is a former 5-star who could have started, at Auburn potentially. Now, Golish obviously brought in his guy in Byron Brown, but could have started in a lot of other places, chose to come here and said, yeah, I'll sit behind Trinidad and learn for a year. So I know they're going to want to probably keep him happy and not disappointed that he can't play. So I would expect him to have some run packages.
No, I do think we're going to see him in some run packages. And it's one of those things, like a lot of teams go to a wildcat option, but the difference is we're going to have a wildcat where the guy can sling it on a fake,
Yeah.
And to go on the Simmons frail thing, it is tough to judge. Yeah, he had an ankle injury at Ole Miss. But that's kind of the story of Lane Kiffin's quarterbacks. Did every quarterback under Lane not get an ankle injury from getting hit? I mean, Dart, Corral, both of those guys struggled heavily with ankle injuries.
That's true.
So that might be the case. It might not. I really can't say. I will tell you right now, if I had to pick a quarterback for the next couple of years, I would take Deuce Knight over Simmons. Simmons could end up being great, make me look dumb, but his thing was the mental part of the game was a little bit more of a struggle. Not that, he didn't know the offense or anything like that. It was more he would struggle to make his reads in real time. He would just struggle to go through his progressions, find the right guy. if it was scripted, this first option, he could nail them. The problem was when he had to keep looking around, and to be honest, our offensive line, he was getting hit a lot. He was getting chased a lot. Our offensive line definitely got better as the season went on. So that also makes it a little more difficult. But I mean, Deuce Knight's a guy with, I think, when you have our system, but also the offensive line problems we had a little bit, it's better to have a guy that can run like Deuce.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw it that Auburn Mercer game where he had like 6 touchdowns or something ridiculous a year ago, and he showed you those flashes of what he could become. You're absolutely right. User UP, a bunch of numbers. My guy over here. He said, I remember watching Trent's tape when he committed, and I said to myself, this guy will 100% play because Simmons gets hurt easily like Anthony Davis.
That's rough, man.
Man, I mean, the tape was awesome, and it's just, I don't think I'd even heard of Ferris State at the time. I just remember, I thought it was Fresno State for a sec. I was like, oh, we got that guy from Fresno State. And it was Division II Ferris State, obviously. But yeah, the tape was ridiculous, even coming from the level he was coming from. So, and he showed out. I mean, he proved it. So, we've got, look at that, guys. Ben Garrett's in the building. You never know with him. You just never know where you just never know when he's going to pop up. You just, you think about him when he pops up. Ben, what's that one old, what's that like? It's not like a horror guy, but you say his name, Beetlejuice.
What's
like
up, man?
Beetlejuice, bro? Come here, Ben. Ben looks like New Albany's head coach right here. This is a New Albany defensive coordinator, Ben Garrett, right here.
I just want y'all to know we're going to give 110%. Meet the Rebels was fun. Y'all want to talk about Meet the Rebels? Well, for me, it is. I'm about to go.
How do we grab you a chair and a mic?
I'll just tell Cody I'll sub in for him.
Okay.
Man, that's a wild scene, Cody, right now.
Hey, it's been a while, man.
Dude.
Well, here. Hop in here. Let's get that interview going.
Yeah, let's get Benny G in the building. Have a seat, man. Sit down. Welcome to the dungeon. Hey, watch out for that. That mic's been a little finicky for some reason.
It's going to be a little finicky. All right, man, we've got a real setup here. You're not even looking at the chat,
bro. We hold on. We're getting it.
Did anybody say hey to Ben?
Did y'all see how he just came in here?
Ginger Shrek.
It just came in here and just absolutely, it's like a tornado.
Let's go Big Red. I'm saying, did you launch it on my Twitter as well? Did you even add that in there?
Yeah, my brother. Do you see?
I don't see Ben
what I
up
deal
here
with on a daily basis. Billy, what is this?
I don't see
chaos upon us.
I don't see Spirit Ben up here anywhere.
My guy, your thing never shows up.
It never shows up.
No. What's it called?
Ben, you must have been a lineman in high school. What gave it away? Was it the 67-year-old body, or was it the love of donuts face?
I think it's the comb over, man. It's the hair.
First of all, this is not a comb over.
It's like a little frat swoop comb over. Like,
dude, I haven't even brushed. All right. Well, anyway,
you just wake up like that, dog.
Mary said hair's on fleek.
She said on fleek.
You reading it? You can read, can't you?
I'm a little blind right now, man.
I know.
Last night got the best of me.
How was your night,
Cody? How was the night, man?
No, you tell me. I think Cody's good.
Cody, speak for us.
Cody's
speak for us, gang, with the jumbo sized body armor. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Jumbo sized body armor.
Good. I just got in from Meet the Rebels.
Yeah.
Listen to Pete Golding talk to David Kelm, which was cool.
Okay.
John David Baker and Brian Brown both talked to I've got some stuff in the bag. Yeah. I don't know how I'm going to get it from here to there.
Well, there's this thing called the internet, bro.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Al Gore claims to have invented it. I'm not sure, but it's a.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with Tim.
A perm, like a curly perm, like what kind of perm?
I don't know, but I took a lot of pictures over there.
Okay,
that was really funny. I mean, I was like, "Why do you want a picture with me?" So, like,
you're saying other people?
Yeah, came up to me.
I was wondering why you're telling me you took pictures.
Because I love Ben, but he needs a permanence here. Because I can't tell you how many fellow gingers. It was like a ginger family.
Dude, I saw something the other day. So I've like kind of had a streak of like dating a lot of redheads, Ben, and that's why you're in my life too.
What's up?
But did you see this? I got to show this to you. Brad just texted me. What's Brad saying?
Okay, well, I want to say first about Meet the Rebels. Biggest takeaways for those that didn't get to go. Really long lines. Really long lines.
Well, you took away the Grove Bowl. They got to go somewhere.
No, it was awesome. It was an incredible showing. But for those that might be having FOMO right now, it was a great event. It was really cool to be there at the Ole Miss Spirit, omspirit.com for the Devon 3. I'm going to have a video, an interview with Walker Jones, some of what Pete Golding said, some of what John David Baker said. Look what he shows me. I can't even be serious.
The gingers are multiplying. How natural selection has led to more redheads than ever. This is a real thing, folks. We're going to have a lot more Ben Garretts around.
Sure.
Very excited.
Did I get the fast pass? No, I did not. I was not in the autograph stuff, but I got to catch up with so many people. Dante Moncrief was a popular person out there. You know, if you're outside the lines for Trinidad and Kiwan, I mean, 2-hour lines.
What did it look like for so I'm assuming it's just tables, right? Based on positions?
Well, yeah, it was tables on the outside of the field. You know how it's laid out in there. And then the practice field was just a free-for-all. They had the trophies in the middle.
Yeah.
At the very back, you enter in the roll-up gate. And then on the other end was David Kellum interviewing first Brian Brown, defense coordinator, then John David Baker and Pete Golding. Not really anything that you haven't heard before.
Yeah.
I spent most of my time walking around, again, taking a lot of pictures, which was shocking. One kind friend pulled out his wallet, pulls out a $100 bill, hands it to me, says, "Thank you for everything you do."
Let me hold 100 real quick, my boy.
To which I said, "What do I do other than I called Lane Kiffin a hoe?"
Dude, let me get that 100.
No.
Dude, it's my birthday on Monday, bro.
Yeah, and I gave you $50 to drink on.
What? You gave me $50?
I Venmoed it to you. I've got the receipt. Don't play it.
Wow, you sent me $50?
He knows that.
Right there, bro. Right there.
He knows that.
I didn't even check that. That's crazy.
So, so many people came up to me. So I was like, I even signed a lady's ball. She said, "Will you put Lane as a hoe and sign it?" So did that. Another guy had a picture from like social media. The picture of me.
Oh, yeah. We know that picture.
Yeah.
We've all seen the pic.
What do you think of the pic? If God was asked that.
Of you and Lane?
The pic, he asked me to sign, so I signed it. And I'm like, I started saying, like, man, I should have wore a QR code, because I'm still broke driving an 04 F-150. Then the guy gave me $100 and went, "Oh, so hey, anybody else want to just hand me $100 when you see me?" That was awesome.
I would also love $100 if you see me, but I don't think I've earned it. I didn't call the sitting head coach of a major college football program
Well, in my defense,
you didn't actually call him that, though.
I passed that $100 forward. I'll simply say that.
To me.
Not to you. I've already passed it forward. I've already paid it forward, not passed it forward.
Wow. So we were just getting into.
But Meet the Rebels was awesome.
So. We were just getting into what's it called? Kind of positional stuff for the spring.
Yeah, I bet y'all were getting to positional stuff.
We were,
aren't you, Cody?
Starting to talk about Cody. We got to get you a chair, man. We got to get you. We got to get you back in here.
Sit on the bear.
Yeah.
No, we're about to head to the square. I'm about to go sit up over there because then it might be a little late to pass it over to me, but
what time are you getting? What time are you?
I'm heading over there now to set up and stuff.
Yeah.
So ask me. Meet the Rebels.
We're supposed to be here till 1. I mean, if you want to get that thing ready to go before then, I can go listen to some music.
Or you want to just go crash on the couch somewhere?
No.
Hung.
Cody, what are we? Who are we seeing?
Modern Bodies.
Modern Bodies. What kind of? What's the psych rock, dude? From Tupelo, man. Come on, we're supporting the SIP, dude. We're supporting the SIP out here.
Right, so hit me with the Meet the Rebels squad. Interview me for 5 minutes about Meet the Rebels before I go set up. Because it's ending at 11:30. It's 2 minutes. So people that are in the chat that will be tuned into this, they're like, "All right, what happened to Meet the Rebels? Anything?" So ask me questions.
Well, it sounds like you were about to answer your own question.
I know.
Go ahead.
I'm not good at doing this. I'm gonna grab
a drink. Cody, can you sit in for me?
Oh,
I'll be right back. It's gonna be quick. I'm gonna get my own.
Okay.
There's plenty of Diet Coke in there.
At Meet the Rebels, come on, Cody. You come talk to me, Cody. I mean, this is pathetically done by you.
So tell me, how many Rebels did you meet?
How many Rebels? Terrence Metcalf.
Legend.
Walker Jones. Dante Moncrief. Emmanuel Faulkner. Got to see my man E-Man from New Albany. That's what the NA patch is. Got me a nice garbage bag pullover like Matt Luke, except it says NA on the pocket. Thanks to Flip. Caught up with a lot of people, but it was mostly like coaches and those in the middle of the field because, like I said, the lines were very long. You'll be shocked to hear the longest lines were for Trinidad and Kewan Lacey, who were interviewed during the process as well. Again, stuff that you've already heard if you're an Ole Miss person or if you're a listener of this podcast, Talk of Champions, on any regular basis. We've been talking about this stuff ad nauseum. So it's not like you missed anything in that way if there was information to glean or if there was, you didn't miss that, but you could have taken pictures with the trophies or you could have bought yourself a jersey. Maybe I should have taken that $100 because you could spend $100 on authentic game used jerseys.
There you go.
21 through 40, I think it was. I was like, I wonder what went into the picking. What would you pick if you had $100? 21 through 40 of an Ole Miss Rebel jersey right now. What would be I'd want 29. Just shout out my guy Walker. You know what I mean? Wear that old 2-9 like the captain.
Yeah, I mean, you go to 2-3 for Michael Jordan, but we don't really have the Michael Jordan of Ole Miss.
Jacoby Hobson right now. We can remember Seneca Taylor wore 23. What is wrong with you, Cody? See, he's been baptized into what it means. What happened, bro? No, he didn't understand that, like, he fell into the Ole Miss ball knowledge pit, and like we the kings of the pit.
Man, we already broke news, man. You just missed it.
What's the news? I've got a commitment.
Oh, someone did ask. Hello, everybody. Sudu Upadhyay here on Talking Champions Live.
You feeling better?
Talking Champions coming to you from Riverland
Roofing.
Roofing.
A little like they're opening up.
Yeah, I think we're getting there. We're getting there.
I'm gonna see if this is on my Twitter. I bet it's not. What'd I tell you?
What?
You didn't put it on my Twitter. I told you.
I did put it on
No, you didn't. We're gonna add to it though.
Look, it must have given you an error message then.
No, you just didn't add it. It's all right though.
No, but what's the error message it's giving you for one? Oh,
can I also ask why it's inverted? Is that really
inverted
or whatever that thing is? It doesn't matter. All right, so ask me about Meet the Rebels.
How many Rebels did you meet?
I've already gone through.
Okay, he already asked that question.
And so they're in the middle of the field. Terrence Metcalf, it was really cool to see, who honestly looks like he can still play, and he's going to play such an important role for Ole Miss in coaching the offensive line, helping assist the offensive line with John Garrison. I think he's been an absolutely huge addition. A ton of recruits are in town, and Ole Miss landed a commitment from.
Here's the question about the Shark. I think this is probably
Daryl Madison. 4-star.
4-star.
Stop repeating me.
What's his deal?
4-star according to the Rivals industry ranking. See, I would have this pulled up on the screen.
Why does it say he's committed to Michigan?
Because it hasn't officially happened yet.
Okay. A little safety. We like safety.
So he's flipping from Michigan.
That's incredible.
He's
getting
in town.
A kid from
Daryl
Chicago is man.
Madison.
I remember getting a kid from Chicago about a decade ago.
His name was Quan Treadwell.
And
what a good Ole Miss Rebel.
What a great Ole Miss Rebel he was.
He was good. So Daryl Madison is who that Shark I think was about.
Yeah.
Antoine Jackson is down to Ole Miss in Alabama. He's in town as well.
Okay.
So a bunch of recruits were in town.
Yeah.
Saw them down there. You're not going to talk to them while they're on campus. Not that it really matters anymore. I mean, if I wanted to, I should have just called up and be like, "Hey, man, so you committed?" Because a few of these guys I think are going to be on the show.
Yeah.
In about an hour and a half.
Let's go.
Yeah, a couple of them should be coming to the tent.
We hope it's
the Riverland Roofing tent, because right now we're in Riverland, actual Riverland Roofing.
I know people are a little concerned you didn't have the Riverland Roofing hat on, but I guess since you're in the building, it doesn't matter.
What about Landon? Well, that a lot of that today at Meet the Rebels. I'm telling you. So I saw the picture.
I believe it.
A ball.
Yeah.
A lot of people, but a lot of redheads, and that was like good. We Ginger fans stay together.
We love that,
which was awesome.
Big fan.
So, but Meet the Rebels was great. It really was, and I'll have interviews with Walker and some of what Pete Golding said, John David Baker said, a little B-roll of the signings and stuff.
Yeah.
At the Ole Miss Spirit, omespirit.com.
That QR code right there.
On 3.
So I know you got to leave soon, but before you go, we're going to be talking positions here pretty soon. We're going to continue that, but the chat's really been buzzing about the tackle situation. I think.
Oh, that's something I actually got some intel on while I was walking around the field.
Let's do it. Let's hear it. What you got?
Got a ways to go. Quite literally, what was said. Got a ways to go.
So it's going to be Kinsler and Therese
Davis right now, but I don't think anybody's grabbed the reins.
What's the
he's got a ways to go. That's the exact that was consistent thematic. Like Tommy Kinsler, physically looks like what you want out of a left tackle. But there's a reason why Tommy Kinsler played limited time last year for Miami. He was going to start this year at left tackle for them, but there's a reason why, because there's some physical and mental immaturity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Carries Kern, same thing. And he's been banged up a little bit.
Yeah.
Therese Davis, I think Therese Davis, if you had to, of the 4 we're talking about mostly, including Enoch Wangoy.
Yeah.
Therese Davis has probably been the most consistent of the 4.
Wow.
And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing.
What's the situation on Carius Kern? Is it
right now he's hurt, but before that he's got to take football seriously.
Okay. That was my question. Is it a question of effort? Is it a question of
he's got to take football seriously? Fred G. Rev wants to know, where is Brad? Brad has got a
memorial service or something. Right?
For something for his
Father-in-law.
I thought it was a charity event. I don't want to like.
I think it was a memorial service.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's something for his father-in-law. Either way, we miss him.
Yeah,
he's my dude. He was asked about a lot at Meet the Rivers. Like, where's Brad? I was like,
Brad?
Apparently now I'm synonymous with Brad and Sudu.
Ben and Brad, dude.
And we're gonna make Cody a part of that too.
Hey, someone said Cody looks like. Hold on.
Cody bears a strikingly
Comedian Rick
I don't know
Glassman.
that.
Who was Rick?
For some reason, I didn't get past Rick, and I was thinking Rick Moranis. I was like, I can see it.
kind of. Wait, Rick?
No, dude, he looks like what's his Egon from Ghostbusters. It's
What?
Egon, bro, from Ghostbusters.
Oh my God, Rick Glassman.
Holy crap, he does look like Rick Glassman.
I can't say that I don't see it.
All right, let's
Is it
go.
the glasses? Might be the glasses.
Egon Ghost? But no, you tell me you don't look like him. Egon Spengler.
No, I don't.
Come on. What?
It's the glasses.
That's
bro.
Egon.
Ah, man. You know who he looks like? The dude from that show, Catfish, man.
I thought he looked like Egon. No one supported me on that one. But yeah, I think that right now it's with Carius Kern, it's you gotta how much do you care about football? Because like he's a draft pick. He's a legit draft pick.
You spent a good amount of money to get him. I mean,
they paid more money for him than they did anybody on the offensive side.
Yeah.
So you gotta provide a return on that investment.
Yeah. That
was my Meet the Rebels experience.
Okay, man.
You were asked about. Brad was asked about. A lot of people. I saw Stephen Willis. He was passing out stickers for his podcast.
Stephen Willis.
Locked on.
And
I'm thinking. I told him. I said, "That's brilliant.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
We got a QR code, dude. Sign up right now. Ole Miss Spirit. What's the deal?
I'm saying $1 for 5 days.
$1 for 5 days. QR code right there.
But I'm just saying, like, we should get stickers and merch and stuff.
I think Bradley's working on that.
Because God knows
that's what Brad does. Do you want to pass me that Dr. Pepper, my friend?
Man, you are hurting this morning.
I'm doing it.
Last night must have been something for you.
It was very tame. You know me. I'm a tame guy.
He's not even remembering.
I like to sit around and watch TV in bed. Big fan of that.
Okay, so any more questions about my Meet the Rebels experience?
How are you doing, man? It's good to see you.
I'm good.
I feel like we just got thrown into a room with 327 people. I haven't really even got a chance to catch up with you.
That's just for now. You know how it goes with us. Like, it just slowly keeps going up and up and up. Yeah. You'll be in the thousands soon.
I haven't seen
unless you keep the conversation going like this, then everybody's tuning out.
I haven't seen you since the playoff game, man. You look good. Your skin's going. Yeah. Your hair's shining.
I don't know. I mean, I don't like this side over here. I'm very pale. I'm very red. And I lost my second, like Emily bought me one of them rubber rings, 2 of them now. I've lost 2 in a year. This is my OG ring, but like gold on a pale finger is rough, man.
You look sick, man. You look like you got it.
I look like I'm sick.
You look like you got it like that.
Here's what, like, it's been, to be honest with you, it's been a very tough weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Meet the Rebels was wonderful because it felt like fellowship, and so talking to people and them saying "bid," hey bid, and talking in the. I mean, so many people. Because my grandmother is in the hospital.
Oh man,
93 years old. I'm worried about her, but we ain't supposed to worry. God commands us not to.
Y'all,
be still.
Y'all pray for Ben's grandma.
But and my guy Cross, I told you about him on Thursday. Went to the visitation for his dad. That's my age. I mean, his dad's my dad's age.
Yeah.
We at that stage. Riley performed as the sassy monkey.
Let's go
in the New Albany Elementary School production of The Jungle Book. She was amazing.
Did Riley come home from school and was like, everybody's talking about my dropped catch at the beach?
No. You'd be shocked to hear how little my kids care about sports or like any of this.
There wasn't like a little kid in her grade who was like, I saw you on Lane.
No, but like mostly it's like my nephew Ruff and his friends. They know me. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're like, hey Ben, hey Mr. Ben, hey is Lane Kiff still text you? That kind of stuff. But
I love that.
So like it's been a crazy. But I've been mourning for my friend.
Yeah,
because that's the first friend who's lost a dad of mine.
Yeah.
That I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Like it's just been I don't know, they're going through it, and then my grandmama, I hope she makes it through it, and miss her, love her, and love you. It is good to see. So that's what I'm saying. Like Meet the Rebels, being out there was just dope.
Yeah,
it was nice to be around people who, not just because they came to talk to me, just because it felt Oh, that's what makes Ole Miss special, man.
Yeah.
You know, it costs $1.3 million to buy a house, a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom house near the square, even though it looks like, a little box of nothing. You saw this online, right? You see this?
Yeah. I saw a TikTok about it, actually.
$1.3 million. You know why, though? It's because it's a special place, bro.
Yeah, of course.
Like it's safe, it's kind, it's loving, and it was a blessing to be out there, man.
Hey, if someone's got a hookup on one of those like condos above one of the businesses on the square, I will move back to Oxford if you can get me that. If you can get me in on that, anybody in here, I'm back. I'm here full time.
Well,
maybe not full time, but I'd live here.
He always leaves himself an out. You always leave yourself, like, rather than be embraced. I'm sitting here saying, so it was a blessing to be at Meet the Rebels. It's a blessing to sit beside my guy, Sudu, my baby bro in the business. He's been better than me at everything for all of time.
Yeah.
Outside of recovering from a hangover.
No, there's no hangover. What are you talking about? I feel great.
Look me in the eyes and say that.
There's no hangover. What are you talking about?
Damn.
Yeah.
I got lost in those eyes.
I got pretty good at that.
I got lost in those eyes.
God, before you go though, man, what's your biggest takeaway? We were talking about kind of like our thoughts on just since Pete has taken over and just his general aura, but what's your general consensus of spring practice as a whole? Not just one position group or the coach or John David Baker. Just when you think of Ole Miss spring practice, all the intel you've gathered over the last few weeks before we head into the kind of the summer period, what are you thinking?
Most depth. He wasn't full of crap. And when he said that, you could, I would understand if you were somebody that were wanting to wait and see, could roll your eyes and go, oh, come on, the most depth you've ever had in your first year. But man, this is the deepest.
No, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah.
Now it's unproven in certain spots, like
right.
offensive tackle is a concern.
Yeah.
Especially like walking out there and they're like, oh, we got a long way to go, man. And I think
there's no post-spring portal.
But here's the thing, though. It's like Trinidad. This is no knock on Diego Pounds and Jaden Williams.
Right.
Awesome dudes, really good players. Diego played his best football last year. He's going to get drafted today.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see it for him.
How about our boy Strib, dude? I'm so happy. First pick of the second round, dude.
Do you think it was a reach?
No.
I don't either. I'll just put it this way. And this is
Cody broke some news. He let the people know that Strib wasn't playing because Lane just didn't like him.
I didn't know that. Yeah. Cody would know that.
Cody freaking told us.
Okay, I'm just going to tell y'all something. Listen to Cody. If Cody drops a bar, I'm listening.
There's a reason he's here today.
There's a reason.
There's a reason he's sitting here. He's sitting here today.
With my guy said, he said, "Hey, Cody's gonna come up." Did I say one thing? But go. Oh, cool.
My introduction was only the OG V Sporto people will remember Cody. Like the first thing I said when I got on.
No one knows what V Sporto is.
The guy sitting next to me. Not only Rebel Sports Radio, but okay, so we can say this now since V Sporto does not exist. But
look at this. Cody knows ball. Yes, he does.
Cody knows ball.
He really
he does. And so
this 12:43 up here's been throwing me off so bad.
Eastern time, man. Yeah, it'll get you. Bad. It'll get you.
Because Bill's wanting to go to baseball so bad right now. He's going to baseball. Billy Landis, Riverland Roofing, 662-644-4297. We're in the Riverland Roofing Studios right here and now. Riverlandroofing.com for all your roofing needs. It's Riverland Roofing. Bill's going to baseball. I was like, you going to the tent? Because I'm going to talk to like some recruits and stuff. It's going to be cool.
Yeah.
He's like, hell no, I'm going to baseball. They're back. They got a doubleheader.
I mean, they do, dude. UGA in town. Yeah. We're hitting the hell out of the ball. We got great pitchers.
But I love how he goes back to Oxford, Cody, and you immediately start saying we again.
We're out here, we're cooking. And
man, I'm really proud of what we got so far. So, Ben, what you think about the Rebels this year in football, spring football? I mean, I really like our tackle. I don't know about our tackle, but I really like our wide receiver. There's some question marks, all right, about this team.
Yeah.
But the depth is obvious.
Yeah.
I really would like to see Jordan Renaud get on the field.
Yeah.
Because he's been out with injury the entire spring, a pre-existing injury. Would like to see him play because he is a big piece. Without him, the rotational spot behind Cam Franklin, who they like as a move piece, he can move inside, dude.
Right.
I'm sorry, I just touched your leg.
No, it's all right, man. That was nice. I got chills.
So there's some questions, but the biggest thing is this: talented team, crazy schedule, but this is a better starting point for Ole Miss football than than any other starting point for Ole Miss last year.
100%.
And that team won 13 games.
Yep.
This is a better starting point.
Yeah.
Now, did that team last year face the same schedule as the one this one is about to face? No. So fortunately, you're in a better starting point than you were last year. If you were you were going in there with a first year starting quarterback in Austin Simmons and Keelan Lacey was a first year starting running back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If your wide receiver group, I mean, you could go through all the question marks facing this schedule. I was like, 8 wins, 9 wins.
Yeah.
Maybe sneak in. This team, I think its floor is 9 wins. Now, 9 wins would not be a disappointment, but like it's got to be the right 9, and now you actually have a shot to make the playoffs with 9.
That's one of the first things we talked about too. Is of course
the math can be different now.
Hey, I saw Cody dunk a basketball and former Rep Charles Sawyer one time.
That's my God, dude.
Then Cody blew both his knees out. That is a true story.
Cody.
That is an absolute.
Cody, are you like secretly the coolest person I know?
Dude, Cody used to, he's a giant. He used to dunk in high school, but yeah, eventually the knees gave out on him and his career ended. But I do remember that.
But yes, Cody said that Lane did not like Stroke. But like Lane has his guys.
Lane, we've said it a lot.
Billy Glasscock quite literally confirmed it in that story with whatever, The Athletic.
Yeah.
But like you and I have been talking, you've asked me that question a million times.
There's
on and off, like when fan Sudu gets pissed, it's like, "Man, does he have his guys?" But he does, and I told you, it's true.
He does.
But like you can't deny it now.
Well, who was it? You had a guy who played on defense that said I used to dread going into his office.
My guy Sawyer, I love Sawyer. Sawyer gave me this NA, like he made this NA pullover that my guy.
Let's go.
It's NA and New Albany Bulldogs, man. I do not like. You know, I wear.
There's one back there. I need a little
Riverland. You know what I do? Because I mean it. My hair's always been what I got, but I'm just too pale. Oh, that looks worse.
Oh, yours.
No, that looked like I was about to like.
You're cooking.
It's like I was gonna go through BP for like my travel baseball team. But my 12, we got a tournament today. That's what that looked like. I can't be wearing it. Lane, he does like certain people.
He loves Ben. They're buddies.
He texted me Thursday.
What do you say? Love that.
I don't.
You guys are best friends, man. I don't know.
Stop saying that.
You are. You sent him.
But like he sends me the picture of the of some woman with a T-shirt that says "There's some hoes in this house."
Yeah.
And I said, "That's fire, actually."
Agree.
Man,
that's hilarious. He does. He picks his favorites. Who's the didn't you tell me there was a defensive? Trey. Yep. Trey Amos. That's
Cody right. Again. Cody being producer. It's like producer Cody a thing now.
It might be.
This is fire.
Yeah. Producer
He'd
Cody.
be pulling stuff up. You know what I mean?
Trey Amos is another guy, and so it's just well known with him, and that's kind of.
Look at Trey, my guy Trey Freifogel. You too, huh? E2 Brute. My guy Trey Freifogel, number 3. I've been gassing you up.
Trey,
when we landed you in recruiting, I was so fired up. And then Trey's gonna come on now.
Trey, don't listen to him. You're just speaking the truth. It's just I don't know why he tries to hide his friendship with Lane. There's texting all the time. Who's bigger friends, Ben and Lane, or Sudu and Kirby?
See, they're not friends. He's just like him and Kirby. You're just his biggest fanboy.
I'm not his biggest fanboy. I just respect him.
No, I know you.
I respect him. I respect Pete.
When Kirby. Oh yeah, I met Dakota King. I met him.
Oh, let's go.
I was like, "Wait, you're Dakota?" Like immediately met him. My God, like great people, dude. We have legitimate people who love us, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
it's hilarious because I'm a disaster.
Yeah,
and you're like if a Disney prince just gave up on life a long time ago.
If they just shredded Aladdin's carpet, man, what was he gonna do?
I'm just like, oh man, like I'm not gonna get into all that, but yes, Meet the Rebels was awesome. I'm gonna head down to Decker in a second. Anything else you want to touch on?
What do you
ball knowledge guy?
What do you want to touch on?
Well, you asked me the question about the team and the biggest takeaway from spring because they got a week left.
Yeah,
they're going to be done next Thursday. That's one of the things Pete mentioned. They're doing mock game weeks. They got 50 new players he said there are at least 50 that are new that they're going to be relying on this year to play. He says we're going to mock game weeks back to back. This is phase 3. So they have another week of it. I mean, they're not going to get it. They're not going to have a big blowout end of year scrimmage. This was the big event and it was great.
Right.
But this place is getting so big that like they might have to start. I don't know, man. Like it was the right event. It's perfect for the spring. They should have a whole like WWE Hall of Fame, except they're giving out the Chucky Mullins Award and like the Rebel Awards. Yeah. Like, because that's what the spring's becoming. This can become full on event. How impressive it was. But there's not going to be a scrimmage. That was the big thing. And Pete mentioned how going into next week, another mock game week. And the biggest takeaway was like this team, they love the talent, the collection, but like guys, there's certain spots where they still got to figure some things out. They can have some depth options, but they got some stuff to figure out. I think offensive tackle is the biggest thing. And I think some wide receiver, they want to see some more separation.
Well, I was going to ask you, I mean, we talked about.
I hate Diet Coke.
Do you really? I'm a Coke Zero guy.
Me too.
I love the Coke Zero. We were talking about Ben.
Mary and William, dude, are people.
They're not. Nobody's insulting you. This is. I mean, it's good.
Javon, I knew. Oh, that's hilarious.
Hashtag just different. We were talking about Horatio Fields being wide receiver 3 yesterday. That was a little surprising to me because I just thought Daryl Gill with his size was just going to come in and kind of
he's been uneven,
separate himself. Yeah,
he's been a little uneven.
I've heard
Jonte Cook has been the most consistently good wide receiver.
That's what I'm hearing. And you know,
Deuce is a dude.
Deuce is a dude.
You're not worried about it,
right?
Like, but like, what does Deuce need the spring for? You know what I mean? He just goes out there. Like he's not working toward any end. Right. He knows he's going to be the number one X, and that's that. So like Jonte came in and like it was as if he'd been here.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think he knows it's important.
Yeah.
Like how important this year
That's
is.
what Pete,
urgency matters.
That was Pete's whole thing, right? Yeah. It's like, well, how do you, for when you bring in certain guys from other schools that didn't have production? And he was like, well, oftentimes it's their last chance. You kind of hope that they put it together. For me, that's Jaheim Otis. God, I want to see him eat, dude. I want to see Jaheim Otis be the monster that I know he can be.
You've always been like, even in the old days, you were like a recruitnik, man. Like in high school, you ate it up. You loved it. So like I can imagine you latching on to like because he was a big time Mississippi top ranked 4-star, Ole Miss and Alabama and State. Yeah. It's the same old recruiting battle thing. He goes to Alabama, you're devastated. You remember the last few days before signing day when there was a real chance he could flip. You probably got into it a little bit.
That was back when man, I thought we were gonna get Carl Lawson back in 2013, 2012, whatever that was. And you know, I thought we were getting Chris Jones and man.
He called you Mr. Sudu.
I should have got your signature, Mr. Sudu. Yeah, man. We'll make it happen. It's not really worth anything.
Dakota didn't want my signature, but some did, and I was like, why? But okay.
It's cool. That's a cool story.
How is Jace Matthews progressing? He is sitting out. He is rehabbing. His responsibility is to get healthy.
Okay.
And then when he gets there, we'll talk then.
Okay.
He needs to get healthy, and he's not healthy yet. That's the whole thing. Have you talked about Caleb Cunningham? He's been banged up later in fall camp. Had a great start to camp.
Mm-hmm.
If there was one, like, here's how it ended. Ask me 5 Ole Miss football players post-spring that I'd buy stock on.
Hey, Ben, give me 5 Ole Miss football players post-spring that you would buy stock on.
And this includes transfers, newcomers,
this includes
freshmen, whoever it needs to be.
Yeah.
Number 1, Dorian Barney.
Okay, I know that's your guy.
Freshman cornerback.
I know that's your guy.
Now, Dante Core was doing some good things last year in fall camp, and Dante Core now he's in the mix. He's had a pretty good spring.
Oh.
But Dorian Barney, I'm buying stock on him. But freshman under Lane didn't really play. We'll see if that changes under Pete, especially since he couldn't do whatever he wants to do.
Right.
Dorian Barney is a dog.
Okay.
I don't like when people say that. Like, what's the better way we say? He's not a.
I love saying dog.
Who's your dog?
Like, he's a dog, dude. Sometimes a dog's a dog.
Number 2, Caleb Cunningham.
Okay.
But need to see Caleb Cunningham stay on the field and stay running in the rotational mix. He was mixing in with the first team. Had a great start. The question is I mean, he needs to step into a big role this year.
Yeah.
He needs to.
Both of the Calebs to me.
Yes.
I need the other Caleb to step up too.
Yes. Number 3, who am I buying stock on? Man. Well, I don't want to just pick like Luke Farrelly. Like Luke Farrelly and Keaton Thomas have been great.
I told Cody, I'm like, those two are just like, it feels like you're cheating when you pick them up. So, Shane Crawford, same. It's like,
it's just not fun. So I'm going to buy stock on Michael Borio, even though it's been an uneven spring. But once he loses, he's going to have to lose some weight. But if he loses 15 pounds, dude, that dude right beside William Eccles would be insane.
Let's go.
Now, Jan Brown's a solid player and all those kind of things, but like I'm thinking upside.
Yeah.
But I'm not buying stock on him because he had a good spring. We're based off of good springs, right?
Yeah.
So 2 players so far. We've got Dorian Barty. We got Caleb Cunningham. I'm buying stock on JT Lindsey.
Okay. You did tell me about JT Lindsey yesterday.
If they ran out there today and Kewan took a break or they wanted to do a different look, like the second running back would be him.
That's interesting.
JT Lindsey.
That makes me, and I asked you, we had a little phone call yesterday. I keep bringing it up, but I asked Ben, I said, so does that mean he's really good at pass protection? And you were like, I'm not really sure, but you would assume if he's going to be in the mix that much.
He doesn't have to be, like Kewan will be that, but like he can come in and do a number of things for you, including like as a pass catcher that maybe even Kewan couldn't. He's just a different look. He looks like Jalen Walton, and he's had a great spring. So I'd buy stock on JT Lindsey. Okay. 2 more I got to buy stock on. We got to go with some hog mileage. I'm going to buy stock on Blake Purchase.
Okay.
Because you're going to have one of those, somebody step in and have that Prince Will breakout.
That edge rusher.
Here's the thing, though, dude. And we talked about this yesterday with Luke Farrelly, Keaton Thomas, Taj Butler, little Tony Mitchell mixed in as that hybrid safety and linebacker. Bro, Centurion can go down and rush more.
That's
now
what
he's a linebacker.
Yeah.
But Prince Will was listed as a linebacker on the roster.
Sure.
So that's how you need, as the layman or just as a fan, need to think of it. Like, yeah, Centurion is a linebacker, but Prince Will couldn't drop into coverage. Centurion can, so it's not going to look the same.
Right.
But those vacated pass rushing opportunities, you didn't have linebackers that could spell this dude.
Sure.
And they're 4 deep, potentially at least 3 deep with Taj Butler and those two. Yeah. Centurion can actually rush the passer again. This is a 10.5 sack guy, an All-American 2 years ago. Don't forget what he is now.
So that's why it was frustrating last year, because you knew because of other deficiencies, he was being asked to do more. And he couldn't just rush the passer, and that was the biggest thing. When you got guys like Maldonado and Purchase and all these guys coming in through the portal, I was like, oh, thank God. Now there's reinforcements, and Sonny P can now, go do what he's really good at doing. So
my hair. So yeah, I'm buying stock on Blake Purchase.
He's such a diva, man. This guy.
Blake Purchase, though. But like you make a good point. It's like Prince Will didn't become a dude until mid-October.
Right.
Blake Purchase could end up with 6.5 sacks.
Yeah. And I think Blake Purchase, to me, he's ready
like
to
Centurion could have 10.
Right.
Because of Blake Purchase. And on top of that, I mean, hell, Cam and Will Eccles were tied for second last year, 5.5 apiece.
This defensive line has showed, like, just depth alone right now. I mean, obviously, we need results. Sleeper of this class, minus Tony Mitchell.
No, Three's been calling that for a minute. He's been calling that for a minute.
Of this class, as in?
The transfer class.
Transfer class.
So, yeah.
Sleeper of this class, Jonel Aguero, man. Starting free safety for the Reps.
Please clip that.
I've already...
Smooth 5. Okay, I got a question. Roll out your starting 5 DBs. The season started tomorrow. Corners, Kite and Crawford.
Kite.
Sharif Denson in the nickel.
Jonel, free safety.
Jonel at free safety.
And Strong's Edwin, maybe?
Well, Edwin isn't healthy right now.
Well, if he starts.
That's where Jalen Braxton is the move piece.
Okay.
Don't forget Jalen Braxton.
I forgot Jalen Braxton.
That dude's been balling.
I forgot
now, he's banged up a little bit too.
Yeah.
But right now, it depends on who's healthy. But don't sleep on LaDarian Clardy either.
Clardy's your guy. You love you
Squirrel,
man.
So hey, that's my. I don't know how many I got. Blake, I'm buying stock on my guy Squirrel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where I'm on. I'm on top of that one. So yeah. Now who needs to step up still? I'll let y'all decide that one. Carrier's Kern would be one.
Yeah, Carrier's for sure.
I want to see that. So I'll see y'all from the square in about 2 hours or an hour.
2 hours?
1 hour? I gave you plenty. Yeah. That's what she said.
I got to go see. Well, who are we seeing?
Modern Bodies.
Modern Bodies. Going to see Modern.
What's a song by Modern Bodies?
Wow. We've been lied to. I thought you were a big fan.
Sounds good to me. Make sure to give a shout out to Game Day Haircuts.
Shout out Game Day Haircuts. Brad was live from there the other day, huh?
That was like 3 weeks ago.
People just getting.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, man. I'll see you out there.
Nice watch, buddy.
It's an Apple Watch.
Right, this is acting funky on y'all, isn't it?
A little funky on us.
I love the setup. It's quite.
We rolled into town yesterday and we're like, all right, let's go set it up. All right, Benny G, come on back in here, Cody T. Ben Garrett, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. All right, let me get to some more of these comments here.
Yeah, one of the comments we have to address here is Gator Coon popped up in the chat and said he was one of my sources that I didn't name. This is true. Gator Coon is one of my sources. I just didn't want to out him as one of my sources. You got to keep it anonymous sometimes, but Gator Coon is a top tier source, 100%.
Gator Coon's the one that said that you dunked on Charles Sawyer, huh?
I can neither confirm or deny these statements.
Man. Anyways, well, before Benny showed up, I think we were just starting on kind of quarterback and talking about Trinidad and, the way he burst onto the scene a year ago. I look at the stats for him, and sometimes, like, you're in the moment, you're watching these games, you're watching him do incredible things, and you're winning, and you kind of go back and look at the stats. And the thing that stands out the most, the 66% completion was awesome, almost 4,000 passing yards. But the 3 interceptions, man, to me, and that's the biggest thing to me for a quarterback, is the guys that don't make mistakes, but also are dynamic and do crazy things. Oftentimes when you have guys like Trinidad who run around and whatever, you get the John Mateer types, where they kind of give and take, and you experience that at times with guys like Matt Corral, Jackson Dart, even Chad Kelly. Obviously, but with Trinidad, he plays so clean despite being so sporadic at times, or spontaneous, I guess would be a better way to say it. He plays very clean. His understanding of defenses, that goes in hand what we were talking about with Austin Simmons, where you felt like he didn't go through progressions. He locked in, and he would get confused with different looks that the defenses would give him. With Trinidad, he's played so much football. It's like he didn't really have that issue. And when you go back and look at his stats from a year ago, you see the 3 interceptions. It's just like, it makes me feel good about, the season ahead. It's like, if that was a year ago, just imagine what this year will look like for him. So
absolutely. I mean, like we talked about, he's getting his first real spring with the program. That's going to have a big effect. Obviously our offense is going to be very similar to last year. From all accounts, it's honestly going to be a little streamlined, a little simpler, which was not the issue with Trinidad at all. Trinidad came in, day one and was able to run this system. But a lot of Ole Miss quarterbacks have struggled in their first year. We've seen a ton of quarterbacks come back and be way better after their first year when it comes to Corral, Dart,
and especially with Lane, oftentimes quarterbacks the first year, maybe first 2 years, aren't necessarily at their best. It takes them time. But Trini was the exception. He was certainly was ready to go immediately.
He's that good as far as the film room and the IQ there. And it is something. It's going to be a little tough next year because he is running into something you see a lot with quarterbacks. Is they didn't really have as much film on him at a D1 level. Now, they did have D2 film, but they didn't have as much. Teams are going to have film on him. He might throw more interceptions than 3, especially because he's going to be playing more games.
Right.
But the question is this extra film going to be the advantage for the other team, or is Trinidad having an actual full offseason with this team, knowing the system, knowing a lot of the players? Is that going to be better? I think that's going to be the bigger impact. Trinidad's just going to be that much more comfortable.
I think, you talk about the extra film, which is great, but ultimately his biggest asset is his ability to move around in the pocket. Of course, he can take off and run, but it's what he does in the pocket to stay there and find guys down the field. I mean, sure, you could place a spy on him, I guess, and you could try to contain the edges, but you're still now taking one guy, out of play for all the other weapons you have as well. So he's such a matchup nightmare for really any defense. And you saw that with Georgia. I mean, in the playoff alone, I mean, just think of all those off-schedule plays that he made that allowed you to win that game. And even against Miami down to the wire, I mean, you lost on a pass interference that wasn't called. I know we don't really talk about it, but that is what happened. And that throw was a dot, man. It was exactly where we're supposed to be. So even those crunch moments with plenty of tape to go on, he was still able to make plays like that. We talked a little bit about Deuce Knight and what he can bring to the table. I'm super happy to have him as a probably QB2. I know that hasn't been decided yet officially by Pete Golding, but when Walker Howard first came here, came back here, it wasn't about Walker's coming here to fight for the starting, or not starting job, obviously, but fighting to maybe get on the field. It's more about, just coming here, being a veteran presence in that room. And, I've heard that he wants to get into coaching. So being able to come back to a place that he loves and, a big point of contention was, of course, the head coach that was here previously and, some things that may or may not happen regarding Walker. But now he's gone and he's back. And you made a funny point yesterday that's very similar to Alex Moran from Blue Mountain State.
He is the Ole Miss Alex Moran from Blue Mountain State. He's content with being the backup. So, I mean, you got to hope, he'll be able to help Deuce out a lot of times. Those backup quarterbacks really help out the young guys and sometimes even help out the starters, That's a big NFL thing.
Here's the thing. Like, I know Walker has never started. He's shown a lot of flashes. Obviously got hurt a year ago at Louisiana Lafayette and made his way back to Oxford. But at the end of the day, the kid has played at LSU. He's played at Ole Miss. He's played at Lafayette. Now he's back to Ole Miss. Like, he's been around different programs, seen different quarterback rooms, was always, even when he was at Ole Miss the first time around, was always viewed as like hey, he really understands things well, like IQ wise, really good. So great to have him. And I know that he's got familiarity with John David Baker. So if he does want to get into coaching, great way for him to come in and, kind of be that player coach, guy there, and it's awesome. And then of course Maddox is still around. Like, it's not like he's not around, and he's getting better. So there's a lot of depth there. But God forbid something were to happen or Trinidad had to come out of the game, you're not just screwed. You know what I mean? There are options there, guys with some experience. So quarterback position is as good as it's been in a long time for Ole Miss. Obviously very excited with that. We touched on running backs a little bit with Ben, but Cody, I'm a big Mekhi Frazier guy. Obviously Keywan is Keywan. You got a Heisman contender. Big thing this year for Keywan was, hey, if I'm going to come back, I want some help behind me. I don't want to be the only guy getting all these touches every game. I know Keywan wants a Heisman. That's something he's really, I know for a fact, wants. And he's going to get plenty of opportunities to do so. But if you're up by a couple touchdowns, you don't need Keywan Lacey in the game anymore. You've got Mekhi Frazier. You've got Joshua Dye, JT Lindsay, as Ben just talked about. Shakai Mills-Knight, we're still looking at him to kind of break out, and you hope that this is the year he does that. But you just, I mean, I've got all the running backs pulled up here, Cody, the ones that are going to factor in this year. Between Frazier, Dye, Mills, and Lindsey, man, it's like a room full of riches this year, man.
So, I mean, you briefly touched on it, but one of the biggest problems Ole Miss has had in the last couple of years is the lack of running back depth. It has come back to stop us from potentially making the playoffs 2 times. Now, we broke down the Bentley situation. Obviously, we actually did have the running back depth to still make a run there, but, Lane chose not to. But then you look at last year, Diggs, Logan Diggs has a great career at LSU so far. Unfortunately, has, some complications with his ACL surgery, has to get another one. And because of that, he's just not the same guy. He tried hard. He tried hard in pass protection, receiving is pretty good receiver. He ran the ball hard, but he just lost some athleticism. And you saw in that Miami game, when Lacey gets hurt, we did not have that guy to really, open up that run game, get teams on their heels waiting for the run to open up the pass. We just didn't have that. And then with Bentley, we started a wide receiver at running back for no reason against Florida. It's just the game there.
I mean, think of what was the last time you really had a true 1-2? It was with Bentley and Quinshawn, right?
And you had Evans the previous year.
Oh, you did have Evan and then and Quinshawn. So it's been a couple seasons where you truly had a second back that you could put in that was just as good. You're absolutely right, and you want Keywan. First of all, this kid's got an incredible future coming up in the NFL. I mean, he's an unbelievable back. So you don't want him to go into the NFL with so much tread, right? So incredible job by them in adding depth, but also, once again, you want him to be healthy. I mean, at the end of last season, he could barely move his shoulder. I mean, he was really banged up. Ben always talks about, after the Sugar Bowl, he went and celebrated and kind of patted Keywan, and he had to be like, Ben, shoulder's not good, man. You don't want that to happen again, especially if you're trying to make a playoff run. So really excited. Mekhi Frazier is the one that I just can't stop, getting excited about. I saw his tape. He wasn't like exceptional, but you can see the potential, especially after playing a year at Michigan State and coming here now. Really excited. And then Joshua Dye is interesting because his stats were insane at Southern Utah. You know what I mean? It's like 27 touchdowns. I mean, the numbers were insane. And I had that discussion with Ben a couple weeks ago on Talk of Champions of how does that translate from Southern Utah to the SEC. And of course, you saw it with Trinidad at the quarterback position, able to do that from Ferris State, right? But running back is a little different, right? So you just kind of wonder. There's so many components involved in and I asked Ben about pass pro with JT Lindsey, but if you
got some info on that,
if you want to get on the field, you gotta be able to protect.
I mean, that is the number one thing that keeps talented running backs off the field is an inability to pass block. It's so important, especially, let's face it, we've had some offensive line issues. We, are losing some good players. We're going to need a guy who can step in, either just full-time pass block or chip. I personally believe Kawan Lacey is the best pass blocking running back in the entire nation.
He's incredible.
One of the reasons I think he's going to be so good in the NFL, because same thing in the NFL. Some of these backs show up, they can't pass block, they don't get on the field, So that is definitely something you see. And
Will's right. Outrageous is a great way to put it. I'm telling you, I have like a notes app of some information on all these guys, and I just look at the names and I know their production and what they did previously, and I'm just going, dude, thank God. Like, this is incredible. And I guess there's always a chance that it doesn't work out or whatever, but there's so many options back there in the backfield, man. It's just it gets me really excited about what's to come. What we got here?
Yeah, well, to add a little bit on Lindsey there. So I was able to speak to some people who knew him from his time at LSU, who had seen him on the field there. He obviously did not play. He had legal troubles. Did not play that first season.
Yeah.
They told me as a freshman, he was way ahead where people typically are as far as pass block and receiving. And I'm not saying that means he's going to come in, be a guy that's immediately, he's not going to be Lacey in any way as far as that. Just no one's going to be as good at Lacey at pass block. And that's so important. But potentially he's a guy who could play this year because of that. If he's already good to go on that, then you can actually let him run the ball too. And we're seeing, with his speed, that's just making a difference too. He's a shifty guy. It really helps there. He's definitely a bit of a different back from Lacey, so that does help to have a change of pace guy like that. But his pass blocking when he came to LSU and had that redshirt season was ahead. Now, he hasn't had any college game time, so we're going to see if that how that tracks. But I do believe he would have played his first year at LSU.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was kind of the consensus too, if it wasn't for the legal stuff, that he was going to get to see the field. Frank Wilson always does a great job of getting the right guys in the running back room. LSU fans will obviously tell you, well, he hasn't been the best at development necessarily. That's to be seen, obviously. But he has, I mean, it's not like he's never developed running backs. It's not like running backs have not succeeded under him before. It's just recently they've claimed, but recently a lot has gone wrong at LSU. And I don't think you can just sit here and say, oh, Frank Wilson's the reason that X, Y, Z, right? So, no, I'm really excited at the room they've kind of put together. Let's look at receiver next. Obviously, your ex Deuce Alexander rocking the number 1 now, hopefully bringing that number back to glory as it should be. I really think Ole Miss, you should give your best kind of receiver 1. I think it should be a tradition. I really do, because I mean, you've had some incredible guys wear that number, and Deuce is now kind of following that. So, Deuce is Deuce, man. Like Ben just said, does Deuce really even need spring practice? He kind of proved that he's a dynamic, speedy, reliable pass catcher a year ago. You expect that again from him. Behind him is where it gets interesting. Obviously, slot, Jonte Cook, he's come in and kind of taken over there. Incredible, like one-on-ones and things, hearing from practice, Cody, he's cooking. I mean, he's cooking a lot. And so Jonte is super exciting to me in the slot. 4.3, 4.4 guy, former 5-star receiver. Once again, has experience, bounced around a little bit. Texas, I think he went to Washington for a brief stint, and then obviously Syracuse, and now at Ole Miss. Experienced, expect great things from him. After that is where it gets exciting, and we were just talking about it earlier. This is where Horatio Fields has supposedly kind of separated himself in becoming the wide receiver 3, where we expected more Daryl Gill to probably be that guy.
So it's still an open competition there. I wouldn't say Horatio Fields has run away with it, but
no,
it's something where kind of Gill was expected to be that guy, but Fields has really impressed there. Like Ben said, there's not a ton of separation yet.
Yeah.
I actually someone just told me that just the other night.
This guy looks like Martin Starr right there. That is Jack.
I was about to say, I think that's
Jack. 95. Yeah.
Good to see you, Jack. But yeah, when it comes to the wide receiver room, not a ton of separation yet. Caleb Cunningham was brought up. Like I said, he's dealing with some injuries. He's still very much in their mix. He's a guy who's going to play this year. A lot of receivers, you see him take their biggest jumps after their second year. He might be one of those guys, or he might come on during the season. Still high on him. Fields is a guy, he was a highly rated recruit, and he's just kind of had some injuries, was expected to have a big year at Auburn.
Yeah. Wake Forest, great, had a pretty good season. And that's right. Auburn, the foot injury really just allowed him, he couldn't play. And it seems like he's come in healthy this year at Ole Miss in the spring and really, made a kind of a statement at that position group. But yeah, I'm excited, man, to see that. I don't necessarily think that means like Daryl Gill's not going to be he's not going to have production. He will. Like his size alone, his ability, his catch radius, all that, he will score even if he's not making noise right now in the spring. But to know that there's another guy that's already come in and made strides like Horatio Fields has is really promising. The receiver room, although you have a lot of names in there, there's a lot of kind of prove it for a lot of guys. Like you got to prove it. Outside of Deuce, everybody else, you kind of got to prove it. And so that is a big question mark. I know we look at receiver probably, and I don't think anybody's necessarily worried about it, but it's also not a surefire thing just quite yet because you really haven't seen these guys get out there, whatever. You didn't go get Cam Coleman, right? Like you didn't pay $3 million for a receiver. You got a bunch of really good receivers. Now it's like, okay, how are they going to work in this system is the question. But the names in there are incredible. And then you kind of, I think, did you mention Caleb Cunningham briefly, or maybe?
Yeah, we went into Caleb Cunningham.
Banged up this spring, but did have a great start in spring practice. So you just, kind of equate that to maybe the injury. You really want him to step up this year. Cameron Miller's another guy that had a good spring and, is going to be option on the slot. So, and then Traylon Ray has shown flashes. He moved to DB a year ago, and then they moved him back a receiver. Supposedly it's shown some flashes, so that's really good. Cody, a guy I want to talk about. We're both Oxford High alums. Okay, there's been some rumblings. So you and I were talking about this yesterday of a. I guess I don't know if the kid's a scout team receiver or if
he was a scout team last year.
He was scout team last year. Levi Blunt. What can you say about Levi Blunt? This is very random. You guys are probably like, what? But Levi Blunt holds the record for receptions and receiving yards in a season, I want to say, at Oxford High School. His senior year, 74 receptions, 980 yards, almost 1,000 yards, and 11 touchdowns for Chris Cutcliffe over at Oxford High. And you remember, there's a guy by the name of DK Metcalf that actually played at Oxford High School, and it's Levi Blunt that actually holds the records. What can you say about him, man? Because it's one of those things where it's like, Nobody expects this guy to even, for us to be sitting here even talking about him, but people have talked about Levi Blount.
I mean, so, he was he's a walk-on, and he's just, continued to put in the hard work is what I'm hearing. Really impress the coaches. I mean, it's something, he's given, as the scout team guy, he's given people an actual challenge out there. He's not just a scout team guy where, you're just going to, walk all over him. No,
sure.
He's able to actually hold his own out there.
Yeah.
I will tell you, he's impressed in camp some. Now he's going up against a lot of backups. This is not a starter right away. This is a guy developing right there. But he did really, really good running against the 3s and 4s. He even did some reps against some safeties who were going to start, and he was winning reps still. And there's a ton of reps over an entire camp. So I can't say how many he was winning, anything like that. But I just know that they were impressed with him out there.
Yeah.
It's something where you could see him playing potentially special teams this year, or some of these games like Wofford, some of these smaller games. He could get some time. But he's the guy like. Just watch out. I would say, he's coming into his second season in Ole Miss after redshirting his first year. Watch out for him when he's a junior and a senior.
Yeah.
If he's at Ole Miss,
This is a name that's like, just keep your eyes on him. He could find himself on the field at some point, and you're going, who is Levi Blount? And look, we gave you the stats in football. He also lettered in track. I think I read that he had like a 4.5 but I have a feeling he's probably faster. Game speed's probably faster. You see this oftentimes. Like I'm not at all trying to compare him to Ladd McConkey at all. Ladd McConkey is a different beast, special receiver. It was kind of similar story of like, he didn't have any scholarship offers. The kid was going to go to UT Martin, eventually came to Georgia, and then became what he became. I'm not saying that's going to be Levi Blount, but what are you pointing at?
We gotta use your chiming in with some good info on us.
He's a young guy that loves ball, late bloomer, getting stronger, developing. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what we've heard, and just wanted to give him some shine, because here's the deal, man. We don't normally talk about, in a room full of all these stars, we don't always talk about like, oh, this walk-on could, but this guy has shown enough flashes for him to be worth shouting out. Anyway, so that's receiver. I mean, you got a lot of options, some question marks, obviously, but plenty of weapons for Trinidad to work with. Offensive, or let's talk tight end next. That room, I mean, I think it's very obvious. Luke Haas is your starter. He's finally healthy, very athletic. You saw what he did late in the season when he was finally healthy and back to being himself. He also looks like Phil Collins, so I call him Phil Collins. Like he's got that hair and that look. But I expect a big season from Luke Haas. Extremely athletic tight end. A year that he could truly make a statement and get into the draft next year with some hype. Brady Prescorn, I've heard he's a very, he can catch. He's reliable. He can block. He can catch. People have asked me a lot about him in relation to his brother, saying, hey, so is he basically Caden? And I think Caden was just better size, better speed, and I hope that Brady can become that. I mean, I'm sure he certainly can. I mean, he's got the pedigree, right? But I think he's probably not as good as Caden. From what I've heard, at least, but he's going to be good, and he's going to be in the mix, and he's going to help.
Caden was an excellent time. I mean, there's a reason he went pro.
Of the Peach Bowl. You know what I mean?
He's an excellent tight end. So Brady can be a very good tight end and still not quite reach those heights, but we all hope he does.
Yeah.
He's also had some injury history, and that's just, you have to factor that in. He had an ACL injury. Hopefully he's going to come back really strong, but that's something that has to play an effect there. But like you said, still definitely a guy the coaches like. Still a guy who's playing hard. Who definitely, you're going to see, a little bit of his brother in the way he carries himself, around the locker room, on the team, and definitely a great depth piece to have.
No doubt about it. He'll be in the mix. Michael Smith's another guy banged up, but I was told he basically profiles at his peak like Daquan, which Daquan was incredible.
One of the more underrated players in college football.
100%.
100%.
He was insane. I think he had the most yak in college football a year ago too. So so anytime you get compared to Daquan, that's pretty cool, but he's been banged up. So we'll see what happens with him. Caleb Odom's interesting. He right now would be your number 2 tight end. He's not the best inline blocker. He has put on some weight, and probably will be a full-time tight end, but Cody, this is more than anything about Caleb. I mean, we know his potential as a pass-catching tight end, but it's the locker room stuff about him that's really kind of stood out, right?
Yeah, so I mean, Odom, like you said, he's put on weight. He's now playing full-time tight end this spring, which I think is big because he was moving from wide receiver to tight end last year. Hopefully, the coaches are thinking if he's a full-time tight end, he could, have a better season there. He definitely showed some flashes last year. But no, from talking to people, during the whole Lane saga, and you actually even saw him posting about it online too. He was a guy that kind of rallied the troops a little bit when this stuff was going on, and he impressed the coaches. He was a guy that, to be honest, there were effort concerns with him.
Right.
When he first came on, there were effort concerns. And like our commentator saying right there, glue guy. That's what you're seeing out of him, is that he kind of rallied the troops. He said, you know what? I don't care about the noise. We need to focus, It doesn't matter if our coach leaves. We have a job to do.
Right.
And that impressed the current coaching staff. And that's why he was one of the first players you saw signed back. He became a locker room leader. And it's one of those things, like, if that's what it took for him to kind of grow up and become a leader on this team, that's a super valuable thing. And then obviously on the field, big time potential. I mean, just a guy that size with that type of athleticism, there's a reason he played receiver. I think he is better suited at tight end in the long term.
Yeah.
So,
and I kind of agree with Robert. If he becomes what we want him to become, I think I think Evan Ingram's a great comparison. Just explosive pass catcher, a mismatch for linebackers. No, he's could be special, and that's what we've been waiting on from him, right? When you got him from the portal, you were like, man, this guy can really be something special. And it's the locker room stuff is obviously going to help him. And then Hayden Bradley, I was told, is going to factor in as well. So you kind of do have some depth at tight end, and once again, a lot of prove it moments. With Luke, it's about staying healthy, because when he's healthy, he can be one of the best in the country, in my opinion. And the rest of the guys, I think it's like, okay, it's time to prove it. You certainly have the skill set. Now show it, essentially. So that's tight end. We'll briefly touch on offensive line again for those of you that kind of came in after Ben left. As of right now, this is kind of what we're expecting. Tommy Kinsler at left tackle, Delano Townsend at left guard, Bryson Sanders, who's out for the spring with injury, at center, Patrick Kudus at right guard, Terez Davis at right tackle. That's the one that is a little surprising, because we expected, Karius Kern, to be fair, I think probably is more suited to be a guard, especially at the next level. Ole Miss obviously brought him in to be a tackle. Hasn't really worked out in the spring so far. And as Ben said, I mean, he's been banged up, but there's been some effort concerns with him, which is a little disappointing, because you did spend a lot of, money to get him here, and it was a big win in the portal. But, LSU fans did not seem to really sweat losing him at the time. And so now you're hearing about, effort concerns, this, that, and the other. So it kind of makes you go, okay, what's really going on with Karius? But we know he's talented. We know the skill set is actually there for him. But that's going to be, to me, it's that right tackle job. I mean, if Tommy Kinsler's got left tackle locked up, right tackle to me is the biggest question. Is it really going to be Terez? Will Karius make a jump in fall camp? Or, is it going to be a thing throughout the year where you're kind of putting him in as a rotation piece? It's just going to be very interesting. Someone earlier asked about the biggest question marks, I think, position group wise. Like, what are you the most worried about, or something along those lines? I can't remember specifically. Mine has been offensive line.
It always is every year.
It is. It really is every single year, but it has been offensive line, because Bryson coming back, Pat Kudus, Townsend, that's awesome. But the tackles have obviously been the big question marks. What's going to happen with the tackle position? And as Ben said at Meet the Rebels, he was straight up told, we got a ways to go at the tackle position. When a coach is very frank with you like that, it's like, well, that's what they're telling you. You know what I mean? So what's up, Elijah Teague? So
we should discuss real quick. Away from football, do we want to get a ride to the square around 1:00?
It sounds like that might be.
We have to go see Double Decker, see the concert.
We do. And Benny's gonna, for those that are coming in, Ben Garrett will be live from the Riverland Roofing tent at Double Decker on the square. So when me and Cody log off, Ben's gonna take over. But what were we just talking about? Offensive line. It's always a concern. It's my biggest concern for offense this year. Until you get those tackle spots figured out and the coaches have enough confidence in that, it is a worry. Luckily, and I'm not using this as an excuse necessarily, but you do have a guy like Trinidad who can see Elijah, who can obviously buy time and do some things that covers up some of those issues and mask some of those issues. But we talked about all those running backs you got back there and the depth in that room. And if your offensive line can't open up holes, then it means nothing. So that's the biggest question mark to me on offense is going to be the line. I hope they figure it out. Kern, let's see what East Feliciano. Kern needs to be an interior lineman. I think he'll be fine. I tend to agree with you. Obviously, the coaches know more than you and me, and they're going to figure out a way to put him on the field if he's good enough.
It's one of those things where we have a bigger need at tackle.
We do.
Yeah. Offensive line, I feel pretty good about interior. We returned 3 starters. Yeah. So you feel a lot better there.
Yeah. Thank you, Ole Miss fan 19198824. Appreciate you. Love. I'm doing great today. Does that mean I'm not doing great other days? That's the real question. All right, let's look at defense. Starting with the line, loaded. I mean, and we'll separate edge and defensive end from kind of the interior line positions, but Will Eccles coming back is huge. I'm expecting him to have a monster season. Jam Brown is there backing him up right now. Michael Burrow, as Ben said earlier, the biggest thing for him is he's just got to lose some weight, but he's going to factor in and hopefully give you some strong playing time there. Jaheim Otis, last chance, as we've mentioned. If he's ever going to be anything, it's got to be this year. A guy with insane talent, hasn't worked out in his previous stops. If Jaheim Otis gets going this year, dude, that interior, that defensive line is going to be insane. With the amount of depth there, it's going to be insane.
When it comes to defensive tackle, I think we're stacked, and I think Eccles is maybe our best defensive player, I think he was last year potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Just could not be more talented and, could not be a better locker room guy too, is what I hear. Just, same thing was really rallying the troops during the Lane Kiffin situation last year. But really on him to have another big year. And like Ben mentioned, he showed some pass rush. He stopped the run, showed some pass rush. He's big there. Talking about Michael Burrow coming in, he's going to fit that nose tackle position. Otis, same thing. So those guys who did to be big for stopping the run there. And like you said with Maddox, another good depth piece. We're looking pretty good all over the defensive tackles. Oh, yeah. Jam Brown as well. Another good backup there.
Yeah.
Good depth piece.
And listen, Andrew Maddox, is a depth piece, but I've also been told this could be a breakout season for him. I know they've been high on him and they're kind of expecting that growth to continue with him. And they're clearly excited about him because I was told this could be Andrew Maddox's breakout year, which we would obviously love to see that. Pete's done an incredible job of just bolstering that defensive line and really getting it going. Looking at the ends, kind of the edge position, obviously Cam Franklin there at defensive end. Jordan Renaud, when he's healthy, is going to be able to back up there and get on the field as a rotation piece. So you got some stuff there. That's the biggest thing, right, on the defensive line itself is replacing the production of Prince Will and making sure you have enough there. And they got a lot there, man, between Renaud coming in, of course, at edge, Blake Purchase, Jonathan Maldonado coming in, and of course, Suntarine Perkins. Finally, he is still a linebacker. Like he's a true linebacker, but he's so versatile. You could put him at edge, you could put him in coverage, you could put him at outside linebacker, wherever you need him. Suntarine can do that. You really hope this year with all the depth, Maldonado, Purchase, and everything else we just talked about, he can just be free to go rush the passer, which is what he's really, really good at.
I mean, with him, I think this year we're going to be able to use his full versatility. Last year, we had to run him in coverage sometimes because we did not really have a good linebacker spot. I feel great about our linebackers this year. But the difference is he's going to be able to still be at that, that potentially rush linebacker spot, but he'll be able to drop back. You're going to be able to disguise your coverages, disguise your blitzes completely. And that's such a big thing. We couldn't, like he was talking about, we couldn't drop Prince Will back. He's not a guy, he occasionally did, but he's not a guy you can just trust out there in coverage. Right. Perkins is above average. He's a good coverage linebacker. The thing is, he was a guy that's had over 10 sacks as a rush linebacker. So you got to be able to play him everywhere. But that's good for him at the next level too, So thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. But love what we're seeing from him. He's just, once again, he's a guy who could be our best defensive player.
Yeah, no doubt. Cody knows ball knows Cody. Come on, guys. No doubt about it. Really excited about Suntarine. And guys, you know me. If those of you who listen to me regularly, either on Game Runs Deep or here on Talking Champions, I love Jonathan Maldonado. I love the size. I love what he could potentially become. I think he's gotten some national attention, actually. I think I forgot somebody on ESPN did kind of like a breakout player list and put Maldonado on there, which I was kind of surprised. I'm like, I haven't heard a lot of people really singing his praises, but I think he could be special. But Purchase also, like Purchase brings that production in already from Oregon. And when he left, that's how you can really tell how good a player was at his last school and how much it meant to them. When they're sad that they're leaving, that's when you go, okay, we're getting a good one here, clearly. It's not always the case. Sometimes a guy will leave and they'll go whatever and then ends up, popping off somewhere else. But, Sage Ryan's a great example, not to pile on him necessarily, but when he came to Ole Miss, was that last season, LSU fans were like, thank God, get him out of here, and that doesn't give you the greatest vote of confidence when you're coming to a new school. Purchase was one of those guys where Oregon people were like, dang, we're really sad to lose him. Like he was going to have an even bigger role on Dan Lanning's defense this year. So they could 100% be that. Carmelo Reed and Landon Barnes. I've heard a lot about Landon Barnes. Very excited to see him develop 100%. Thank you, son lover. So defensive end and edge bodies there. Going to need to see, guys prove it, but I feel good in the type of production you brought in into that room.
And to add to that real quick, I mean, it is, maybe the most important position on the defense is your edge rushers. So we need to have some people break out there. Hopefully Perkins, like you said, can spend some more time there. And it's one of those things, like, we almost glossed over Franklin because that group is so stacked.
Yeah.
Franklin is so good.
Yeah,
I mean, against the run, he also had, about 5 sacks last year. He's a special player that's going to just keep getting better. So when you have a guy that can play inside, outside, he can play kind of that 3-4 in spot, but also can even play outside. He can do it all. So he's a guy that could be huge for us.
No doubt. Looking at linebacker, incredible upgrades there. I mean, Thomas, Forelli, like, it's just insane that we upgraded that much at linebacker. Obviously, when you lost Daugherty, you're like, hey, this is a really experienced guy on this defense. He's your green dot guy. You never want to lose that. But what you brought in to replace him, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like, hey, good luck. Best of luck to you, TJ. Like, we're good. What can you say about Keaton Thomas, man? Physical guy, great size, good IQ, and then same with Forelli, a guy who's caused a lot of controversy, obviously. But you think it's going to be worth it. Anything that will come from that, you hope it's worth it with Forelli. He's shown that in his previous stop.
Also, I just love bad things happening to Dabo Swinney because I hate him. This is the guy who said he'd retire if the players ever got paid, despite the fact that he was getting paid over $10 million a year. Yeah. And he still hasn't retired. Still waiting on that from him. But no, Forelli, special guy. He's so athletic. There's a reason he was, I think, was he the freshman of the year for the
Cal?
Yeah. I mean, he was such a special linebacker there. The big thing that Daugherty was bringing, the guy we lost there, TJ Daugherty, was that he was so good as far as calling out coverages, just the mental side of the game.
Yeah.
That was his biggest thing, and that's why he was, such an impactful player.
Yeah.
We got 2 guys who were comfortable as the green dot guy, calling out that kind of stuff.
Right.
Because like you were talking about with Keaton Thomas, also really good there, So you have to feel good you have both of those guys back. And, I got to say, Forelli just has more overall talent from an athleticism standpoint. This is a guy who's a better tackler than Daugherty was. So while we still have to, adjust to having new guys calling out the defensive coverages, we're better tackling. We're so much improved on linebacker. That might be the biggest improvement we have for any of the position groups. And, you kind of mentioned Taj Butler. They're saying he's going to be a rotation piece. He's a really good addition from Georgia Tech as well. So you have to love that one. So linebacker, I'm feeling way better than last year. We had some solid players, but we had a huge upgrade there, maybe the biggest upgrade on the entire team. That was definitely a spot where Pete said, I want to fix our linebackers. I want to step up this defense.
No doubt about it. Yeah. No, incredible. Taj Butler is guy coming in from Georgia Tech. Great rotational piece. Hearing a lot of good things about him. And then, guys like Hobson and Collins, like, they've been mentioned. Hey, they're going to be.
Collins has been with the program for a long time, knows the defense.
So they'll be in the mix, obviously. So biggest upgrade this year, I think, linebacker. You could look at the secondary, and obviously with the addition of Crawford and Joseph and those guys and Jonell, you could say that too. But I think the linebackers are going to be incredible. And I'm very excited about the linebacker spot. And just hopefully dudes that can tackle. Last year you saw so many times you were there to make the play and you couldn't wrap up and you couldn't bring dudes down, and you'd see Mississippi State and Camario Taylor. Just remember him just popping off. You were there to meet him, and then he would just break the tackle and go off for like a 20-yard run. So in Miami, just think of all the games last year where you were there to make the play and for some reason you can wrap up. Now you got some strong linebackers that can actually do that. And so that's an incredible sign. Let's go to cornerback next. Jay Crawford, man, what an addition. I cannot wait to see him play in an Ole Miss uniform.
This was, one of the things that we struggled with on defense last year was our secondary. And it's another thing that the coaching staff was really big on trying to upgrade this group. Crawford's a huge one.
Yeah.
And he's one of those guys that, seems to be, he'll be a starter right away. And, we were talking about, cornerback a little bit earlier on. And we were talking about which cornerback were we talking about from the pass there?
Jalen Braxton?
No. From the previous year that Lane had some issues with.
Oh, Otis, not Otis. Sorry. Oh my gosh, why am I losing it from
Amos?
Bama. Trey Amos. Thank you.
NFL corner.
Yeah.
Amos was so special for this team. He cut off one side of the field,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, the hope is Crawford. I'm not saying he's going to be Amos because Amos, people do not realize how special he was for our team.
Yeah.
But if he can be a guy that even is just making it easier on everybody else. Maybe you don't have to have a bunch of safeties over the top on him. You can leave him on an island sometime. Yeah. That changes the defense completely. Just an absolutely huge addition there.
No doubt about it. No, Crawford's going to be phenomenal. Jalen Braxton banged up, but when he's healthy, he's going to, I think, be special. Kite's your other corner there.
And let me say the staff is high on Braxton and Kite.
Yeah.
They are very high on those guys.
Yeah. No, expecting big things out of them. Sharif Denson is going to be your nickel guy. Expecting big things from him. And then Cedric Beavers, another guy with a great spring, a lot of speed there. And then as far as we talked about Dorian Barney earlier when Ben was here, they're very high on him. I don't know what that's going to look like as far as him getting on the field. Ben loves Clardy as well, obviously, but it's going to be the corners. For me, it's last year I had issues with the secondary. From the get-go, I was not comfortable with Ole Miss's secondary. And throughout the course of the season, They held it together for the most part, but there were a lot of questions, and I think they were exposed. And they got better toward the end of the season. This year, I think with the addition of Crawford and the experience you have now, I think you really did help bolster that group, and hopefully that means something. Jonel Aguero, let's talk safeties. You got Jonel Aguero, free safety. Jonel was a guy at Georgia that I covered, and great in short, like routes and stuff, and incredible hitter, like really, really hard hitter. And you want that kind of attitude on your defense. Like I look back at guys like Cody Pruitt's a great example.
That defense,
right?
I mean, that first game against Boise
State, where they were just Trey Elston, Cody Pruitt, those dudes were like, they were here to knock your helmet off. Like they weren't just there to play. They were there to knock your helmet off. Jonel has that kind of ability. He brings that kind of attitude on defense. And let's be real, Cody Pruitt, awesome, like college, safety, played a great part on some fun teams, but he was never going to be that guy that went off to the next level and became like a long-time NFL starter. He never really showed that kind of upside, but that attitude he brought, you were scared if you're a receiver going over the middle with Cody Pruitt coming at you. And Jonel can be that kind of guy. I mean, he's a real hard hitter. The question for Jonel is the pass coverage overall. That was kind of a concern at Georgia. When he left UGA, and committed to Ole Miss, obviously articles started getting published. People started texting me and, oh man, this guy, future NFL draft pick, blah, 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 blah. Man, we got a special one here. And I started texting my Georgia friends going, hey, I watched every single game the last 3 years Jonel's played. I think he's fine. I think he's good. He found himself on the field, but he got beat a lot in pass coverage. And I texted him, I said, did something change with Jonel? Like, what do you guys think? And all the Georgia people had nothing but good things to say about Jonel as a person, as a teammate, everything, effort, all that. But it was like, yeah, man, the pass coverage stuff, especially deep pass, I mean, it hasn't been his strong suit. So you're putting that guy at free safety. All I can take away from that is Pete clearly has a lot of faith in the guy. And him and Kirby, similar defenses, right, coming from the Saban tree. So they're just planning on plugging and placing him at free safety and saying, all right, Jonel, do your thing. And I hope it works out. But having some previous context with Jonel Aguero, I kind of go, oh, I thought he'd be more of like a, hybrid kind of strong safety linebacker type role, but no, they're putting him at free, and maybe that's the answer.
I mean, the coaching staff has been high on him this offseason. So, I trust your judgment when it comes to watching him. You watched a lot more Georgia than I did, but it's something he could just be improving out there. So hopefully we're going to see that. And, one of our commenters there saying he might be better at free safety than corner. He did kind of play some of that nickel role, as a strong safety and nickel. A lot of times you run a lot of the same assignments in today's day and age,
And Will, you're right. It's very interchangeable. Like we talk about these specific, like when you start talking about like edge and linebacker, it's so like it just all flows into one these days, right? And oftentimes safety, linebacker, like it's so interchangeable in these defenses. But for the sake of organization, we're breaking them down based on position groups. But absolutely right. But yeah, so hopefully you did get a good player in Jonel Aguero. Let me just say that. I know Ben always jokes and says I don't like the guy. That's not true at all. But we're excited to see how that works out. I love the Edwin Joseph pickup.
I'm high on him.
I thought that was a huge pickup in the portal. He's been hurt, but he's going to kind of be in that like Gushigan type spot supposedly. So really excited to see him. Ben mentioned LaDarian Clardy earlier. A lot of upside, and
Coaching staff is very high on Clardy. They
very
really
high.
like his potential.
And Nick Cole's a guy that I was told, hey, he can play all over. Like, he was brought up. So
I mean, you hear a name like that, you just know this kid's going to be special at the nickel spot. That's just all it is.
So, I mean, just an obvious upgrade on so many levels, so many different position groups on defense this year. And it makes me smile because I know Pete finally got to mold this defense the way he wanted to. He kind of got that with the 2024 team, right? With Uman Mielen and Jared Ivey and all those guys being there, but and Walter Nolan and all those guys. But this defense at all three levels feels like Pete finally got the keys to build the defense he's wanted the entire time he's been at Ole Miss. And that excites me because I know what kind of, mind he is football wise, right? And you're giving that guy all the tools that he specifically wanted. They're going to be a massive, massive improvement all over that defense for sure next year.
The thing is, the offense, we did obviously lose some special receivers. So, there's a thought that, and we lost some good offensive linemen. There's a thought that maybe we could take a step back there. I'm not sure we will, just because you got Trinidad and Lacey coming back, and those guys are so special.
Yeah.
But the big thing is, even our offense takes a small step back, our defense is going to take such a significant step. Our defense struggled last year, and I will say this, I do not put that on Pete. I put that on, we did not have as much money put on the defense as normal.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. So that was tough there. And I think this year we're able to improve it. And I think also, we had some guys who played, who maybe, were losing some battles due to experience on the field, but now they're going to come in and, be depth pieces or potentially starters, and they have that experience. So, whatever growing pains we had last year, that's going to lead to a better defense this year.
No doubt about it. No, it's special. And of course, we can't forget about special teams, man. You got the best kicker in the country. You got the best punter in the country. I'll go to war about that, man. I mean, just absolutely incredible on special teams as well. All three levels of your team, man. It's the first time in a long time that I look at all three levels and I go, very special. Very special. A lot of depth, which at times has been a concern. You may have one guy that stands out, but then behind him, there's not a lot of depth. You got a lot of depth. And then when you go to, we're talking about special teams and how much those guys mean, between, what's his name? Carnero and Bird. It's going to be special.
It's no secret. Carnero having the season he had, I really think there's a case that he's the best kicker in Ole Miss history. I think there's absolutely a case for that the guy being able to hit 50-yarders consistently, he missed like one all year from 50. That's just from 50 plus. That's just insane. But I think it's no secret. People were after him. There was a lot of teams throwing bags at these guys.
Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin included. Notre Dame, another team that was really coming in hard, trying to take Carnero. And we found it, we figured it out. We said these are priorities. We're keeping these guys.
Yeah.
And you saw like that Sugar Bowl game.
Yeah.
Carnero there. If we do not have him hitting those insane field goals, we lose,
Absolutely. Will, that was all Lane for not understanding the D's more. I mean, yes, absolutely. And it's like the 1 year that he let Pete kind of mold the defense more to what he wanted, Lane screwed up by not playing his best running back. You know what I mean? And so, and then last year he comes back and goes, oh, well, we gave you all that money for defense. It didn't really work out. Now I'm going to go get, 80 million receivers and whatever. And his roster building strategy was certainly interesting at Ole Miss. He goes to Ole Miss or goes to LSU, clearly gets more money, kind of does similar stuff. Now it was a lot more even than in years past what he did at Ole Miss, but he did go get a bunch of receivers and quarterbacks and running back, and kind of like he always does at LSU.
There's been, talks that he spends a little too much on some of the skill position guys instead of our defense. Look at a guy like Juice Wells. A lot of people said, hey, he should have, that should have been another defender. We were already good at receiver this last year. A lot of people thought we took too many receivers, should have had more on defense there. And it's something, there's no denying Lane Kiffin's an incredible offensive mind. I'm not going to deny that at all. Yeah. But there was a lot of years during his tenure that the defense really was better than the offense. Yeah. The defense actually was winning us a lot of games. Yeah. And we didn't have, I will say this, I love Jackson Dart. You're seeing him as an NFL quarterback. I think Trinidad is a better college quarterback and
100%,
was immediately.
100%.
So I think that is something that Kiffin's offense was opened up way more because of Trinidad.
Yeah.
And we're seeing, Dart, he was still raw when he left. He's gotten so much better.
The dart that I've seen with the Giants is not the same Jackson Dart I saw at Ole Miss, 100%. And so, these guys will continue to change. We got about 15 to 20 minutes left before Ben comes back on from the Riverland tent on the Oxford Square. Before we go, though, Cody, I mean, we're both big Ole Miss basketball guys. I mean, obviously, baseball is going on right now as well. We briefly touched on it at the beginning when we first started, but haven't really touched on basketball. The other day, Ben and Brad asked me what I thought about what Chris Beard has done in the portal, and I said much to be desired in that regard. What are your general thoughts on just what we've seen from Ole Miss basketball in the portal this offseason? You're really, really plugged into Ole Miss basketball, sometimes probably more than me. I don't want to say sometimes. I think pretty sure you are more than me. Kind of what are you hearing, and your thoughts on the way Chris Beard has gone this offseason with roster building and what they've picked up so far?
So I would say the best sign is that the portal is not done yet, because we lost a lot of players this year. I mean, Klafke, that one's tough. That is a tough loss right there. He was a guy that commanded a lot of money. He's going to Butler. I think he's going to have a great career there. That's really tough. And then, we did go out there and we signed some freshman players who were 5 stars, high 4 stars, top 100 guys. This is the second year we've had a McDonald's All-American transfer after his first season there and not playing a lot. And it's something I understand we're taking big swings on these freshman guys, but we're seeing Klafke and Pinkins come in right away. Pinkins, one of our best players, incredible player there. But maybe we have to kind of change up our idea now. It's in today's college basketball, the question is, can you get a guy to sit on your bench or play sparingly for 2 years, for 1 year, for 2 years, and stay on?
Yeah.
That's just a tough situation there where it didn't really work out. These guys transferred. We spent money on them, and then we did not really have the roster at the other spots.
Yeah, and obviously, we found out James Scott's leaving too. Just a couple days ago.
Massive loss. Yeah, massive loss. And he's somebody who had a better year at Louisville than he did at Ole Miss, but we saw him at the end of the year really pick up. So I think, it was a thing where he was kind of, maybe it was, he was getting used to the system. Beard was getting used to figuring him out there. Beard doesn't use a lot of traditional bigs, so that might be part of it, that they were still kind of figuring that situation out, and it was getting better. Beard likes to run small ball. That's his entire thing, is he wants to run small ball. But I really think if you're going to run small ball, you have to have an offense that can run a lot, and you have to have an offense that can shoot a lot of threes, and we don't do either of those things really well. So I think that's the biggest problem we're facing for this next year. We've added a couple guys in the transfer portal. None of them shoot 30% from 3.
Yeah. I guess the biggest addition was the Okafor kid, right, from Wazoo that they got. And I think the portal is actually closed now, Code. So
I think it's closed to enter, but can they still
they can still move. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, it's just tough.
A solid player. I will say that he's 6'9". He's a good athlete. He's a good shot blocker. He is a, small ball guy who can probably play a lot of 5 for us. The issue is he's never shot a 3 his entire college career.
Yeah.
And when you just, that was one of the things with Dia, was that Dia could stretch the floor. And we don't really have that right now. Maybe we're going to have some guys step up. Maybe we got some guys to add. It's very tough. It's very tough when it comes to that. And then we signed the point guard from Seton Hall.
Yeah.
And he's 5'10", and he shoots under 30% from 3.
No.
Now, I will say this, he's a good passer, and Ole Miss really, really wants to add a true point guard, a pass-first point guard.
Yeah.
We've liked the guys we've had. Conradine coming back is huge.
Yeah.
That is a massive, massive thing for Ole Miss, but we think we can move him to the 2. He's going to be better. He's going to have an entire offseason. He had some visa issues last year. We think he's going to be a lot better this year.
Yeah.
But it is something where we just don't have a lot of 3-point shooting, and I think you need a little bit more in today's college basketball.
Yeah, Mary, that is correct. When I learned this, I thought the same thing. I said, never attempted a 3-pointer. That's insane, but that is correct. You know what's crazy to me, guys, is if for a couple, maybe more than a couple years now, my conversations with Cody, and we got some other friends, we're talking about how it is such a cheat code to just go to Eastern Europe, which we saw with Brad Underwood in Illinois, what they were able to do, right? Just to go over to Europe and get these giant Eastern European dudes to come play college basketball. I don't understand why Ole Miss hasn't used that approach. And you've been a big advocate for this. I'll let you kind of touch on this, but it is legitimately an option to go do this. And I mean, you did it with Cameron, getting him not Eastern Europe, but getting an international guy to come in highly touted that has played a lot of significant basketball, pro level basketball. I don't know why Brad or Chris Beard can't take that Brad Underwood approach and try to do the same thing for Ole Miss. I'm not quite sure. I mean, those dudes are ballers over there.
I'm glad he did start to, expand it and get, like you said, Comedy coming in from France was one of our best players. I think he's going to be much better this year. I think that's just a massive get there. And I think we have to continue adding guys from there. I think you're seeing that all over college basketball though. These guys are coming in from other places. They're a lot of times they're playing minor leagues in these other leagues. So they come in with great basketball IQ because they've been playing some sort of, semi-pro or pro ball for years. Some of these guys are playing, like they're still considered pro over there, but then somehow with all the transfer portal stuff and, NIL, they're still able to come in and play in college. But Comedy, he had, been playing in under 19 tournaments, on the world stage for a while, been really good, actually won a championship there. But then, he was playing in like the second or third league in France, which is still a good league. I definitely think you need to go to Eastern Europe. We're seeing just Serbia, Slovenia. You're seeing a lot of these NBA guys coming from the Balkan area. The powder keg of Europe is the powder keg of basketball right now. You got to get those guys. So I definitely think that's something you should look at. We did add an Australian player who did play another year in America already.
Yeah.
And Roman, I got to mess with how to pronounce this. Sulepa, something like that. Siulepa.
I would think it's Sulepa. Yeah.
He's a former rugby guy. He's going to bring some toughness. He's going to bring the defense. I think as far as recruiting goes, I think Beard is nailing it on defense. We just need some offense to go with it.
Yeah.
And it's just tough giving up a lot of size there. I think you do need size on defense as well. And it's very tough to find a guy who is big enough to give you size there, but also athletic enough to play in Beard's system. Because Beard on defense, he wants you to fly around. Offense, he likes to slow it down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was a tough season, especially with the money you spent on that roster and what it gave, and then the roster's gone. And someone said that it's hard to establish culture and consistency with a revolving door, but that's the challenge. And other coaches are clearly doing it. It's not like all programs are suffering, have taken a step back because of it. There's other programs who have taken advantage of it. You look at what Dusty May did at Michigan, using the portal and, getting Yaxel Lindeborg from UAB and building the rest of that roster. You look at what Brad Underwood was able to do at Illinois. Schools are doing it. So it's not like it's impossible to do so. I still have a lot of faith in Chris Beard as a coach. I mean, his resume cannot be denied. But what we saw this past season is that was very tough to watch. And what we've seen in the portal so far has been very tough to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, they need additions if they're going to compete next year. Just no sugarcoating it. They need some more additions. And yeah, I think offensively, maybe they need to change some things. Maybe they need to run a little bit more. I think with a small ball team, you have to run, you have to shoot threes. I don't know if we have, all the personnel for that, but definitely guys like Comedy and Pinkins, they can run the floor, they can spot up, they're special players out there. So I think you got to add that. And I see one stuff and just on offense, a lot of times it is kind of taking turns isoing the ball, not really moving the ball enough. That's definitely a good point in the comments there.
Yeah.
I would like to say Gator Coon saying
I have to take this call real quick. Can I let you
absolutely
comment? Y'all chat with Cody.
Gator Coon popped up in the
also
chat.
Just got a text. Someone said Cody's doing a phenomenal job. What's his Twitter? So your people love you, man.
Man, I have not been on Twitter in a while. It's Cody S. Thomason. That is the Twitter there. But I would say Gator Coon saying that Sudu allegedly beat my entire family in a March Madness bracket this year. That is true, but there's a lot of contention. His bracket entry, he entered 2 of them. And so people are saying that his 1 shouldn't count. I can't really speak on that. Definitely think, pressing us gave us a ton of problems last year. That is one of the reasons they want to add a real point guard. And Bud Clark from Seton Hall, they think he's that guy. He averaged almost 6 assists per game last year. And I will say he got a lot of steals last year. He's a guy that plays hard on defense. If he was 6'3", this guy would be a lot more highly touted. He's 5'10". He just gives up a lot of size there. The question is, can Beard hide him on defense? Beard does do some really interesting things with zones and traps and movement on defense. So maybe he's comfortable saying, I can hide this guy who's 5'10". That's just always tough for a guy. And when a guy's 5'10", that's just tough if he can't shoot the 3, because you want to have a guy that can at least stretch the floor there. A lot of his buckets come, driving inside, some mid-range, and that's a lot tougher to get off when you're 5'10". So it's tough. It's very tough. Very tough there. You got to hope they still add some people. I will say Comedy coming back, that's huge. Tyler Jordan, he went to Georgia Tech, another one of those freshmen who was highly touted, ended up going. Nico Bundalo, same thing. McDonald's All-American. He's transferring. So maybe you have to adjust the recruiting strategy. You take less freshmen unless you think they can play their first year. Pinkins comes in, he plays his first year. He's effective. He's one of our best players. Klafke, although he has transferred now, unfortunately, he plays his first year and his second year. He's good right away. They stick around a little bit longer. I think in today's day and age, you're going to see a lot of freshmen who say, well, I can go be on the bench at Ole Miss, or I can go to Central Florida like John Bull did, and say I can at least play there. And if I want to transfer to a bigger school, get a bigger NIL package after my second or third year, I can. I think it's something where you're going to see a lot of guys say, I can play right now if I go to a smaller school, and then I'll transfer in. And we're going to see there might be changes to the rules, only allowing one transfer. That might be a thing without sitting out a year. That might be a thing in the future that could completely change this landscape. But it's definitely something to watch out for there. And something, Sudu's gone, so we're just gonna, keep going here. If you got any questions in the chat, throw it out there. I think Stribling is going to be special for San Francisco. We talked about that. John Stribling was the best receiver at Ole Miss last year. He's very athletic. He's got good size, but he's a great route runner. But we've seen San Francisco, be an incredible place for receivers. Deebo Samuel comes in. He's an absolute weapon in that offense, playing running back and receiver, catching out of the backfield, catching out of the slot. And Brandon Ayuk had a very weird season where he did not play this year, coming off an injury. There's all this stuff. They're still trying to trade him. Maybe you're going to have to release him. So it could not be a better time for Stribling to come in. He might play a lot his first year because they're going to need receivers. They really need receivers out there. So it's going to be interesting to see. But I mean, that offense is just set up for a receiver to come in and take the reins. There's a reason he went round 2. A lot of people did think he went higher than expected. I was shocked that he was rated as a 3rd-round prospect. I think he's much better than that. I think Stribling got lost in kind of that talk as far as, the national media, as far as these draft analysts, because Ole Miss had so much depth at wide receiver, potentially, honestly, too much depth. You look at our guys, we were stacked there. We were missing some defense. So I think he's going to have a great year there. And it's like a guy like Harrison Wallace is really good for us. When you have him, Deuce Alexander, Stribling, Caleb Cunningham, all these guys, you don't see any one of these guys really flourish like we have in some other years. Trey Harris, the previous year, it was clear as our best receiver. Right away, everyone knew Trey Harris was going to be an NFL guy. He was special out there. So you knew that. You knew he was going to be that guy. But this year, this past year, we had so many guys, Caden Lee, obviously, too. You had so many guys that it was harder for anyone to break out. But the NFL, they noticed. The Niners, they noticed. Niners have been consistently a great drafting team, great developing team, like we're talking about in the comments there. So you're going to see a special year from him, I think. And a lot of times receivers, their first year is not their biggest year, but I think within 3 or 4 years, he is going to be really special there. And yeah, in the comment, this is spot on right here. They're usually great at talent evaluation. John Lynch is one of the best GMs in the NFL. He's a safety I really liked in the pros, watching him growing up, but he's been outstanding there in the front office. So I think Stribling has got a chance to be special there. Just keeping on the draft, we saw the Giants make some big moves. A lot of people, of course, watching them because of Jackson Dart. They sort the offensive line, getting a guy from Miami right away to play that right tackle spot. You have to love that to protect Jackson Dart. He's not the safest football player. We've seen that. He's a little reckless out there. Hopefully he does continue to improve that. So getting him some help there. And then, Arvil Reese, that's a special defensive player. The Giants do need defense. And they might even be trading some guys to make up a space for him and really get some more pieces there. I think they're doing the rebuild right. I love the hire of Harbaugh there. I think Harbaugh is a great coach there and is going to be hopefully, able to have a great career with Jackson Dart there. You have to love that. Scottaboo, coming back strong at running back. So we'll see how that goes. So got to love that for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think we'll see some more offensive players, and just more Ole Miss players in general make it to the NFL through the draft or free agency. Pounds is a guy I do think will get drafted there. So we're going to see how it goes there. But I do expect some more Rebels to have their names called. And then next year is going to be the big year. Next year is going to be a massive draft class. And I expect Lacey and Trinidad within the first 4 rounds. I think potentially Lacey's first or second round. Trinidad, I mean, there's no telling. We got to see what the quarterback class looks like. But he's somebody who's already improved. And Trinidad, his biggest thing in the NFL is he does not have the biggest arm. And it's something really, he's found a way to throw the ball far anyway, even though he doesn't have the greatest arm strength. He's really good at using his entire body into throws. When he's able to really lock in and pass, just step into his throw, or even running forward, he's able to figure out a way just to be able to throw it farther running forward. He's got a good arm still. It's something, his natural arm strength isn't that big, but so when sometimes when he's scrambling around, you see his passes don't have that much zip on them. When he's able to set and throw, he can really sling it. So I think that is something that'll be big for him in the NFL. Kyler Murray is a very interesting comp. So Kyler Murray, also a small guy. He has not had quite the season or the career you've wanted at Arizona there, but he's definitely still been good there. At times he showed a lot of flashes. He's now, moving on. So we're going to see how he does. I think he went to the Vikings. I have to look at it, but yeah, I mean, we're going to see how he does moving on there. And I hope Trinidad's better than Kyler Murray, to be honest. Kyler Murray has also had questions about how locked in he is at football. So we're going to see how he does there. But yeah, I definitely get that. He does run around a lot and sometimes isn't quite locked in on just, making the easy reads sometimes. Russell Wilson is the goal for a guy like Trinidad, because you see some of those similarities, like some of those, they call them moon balls, those deep arcing passes, going deep on the run. Trinidad will have some of those just like Wilson does. Wilson was a guy who, if he wanted to, he could have just ran the ball, but he would scramble to unlock the pass. And that's what Trinidad does out there. That's what makes Trinidad special. It's what separates him from just a normal running. He's not just a running QB, he's a scrambling QB who can, make moves and really get people open there.
Look, guys, I just want to take a moment and say, can you hear me, Cody?
Yes.
We're going through some stuff right now on the square, but we're here at the Riverland tent. We're here, baby. Elijah Teague from Riverland Roofing is an absolute rock star. All right, we're going to keep this thing going. I've got a little bit of Pete Golding and John David Baker sound coming in a second. Look, I'm using like my Call of Duty headphones. You notice this, Code? Look at this.
Locked in with the Xbox headset. There you go.
A little bit as we try to get things going. Brad Logan said he's going to be here at 1:15. So, and then when Brad gets here, is the internet okay on your end, buddy?
Yeah, we're good. You're getting you loud and clear right now.
Well, that makes me feel good because we're still working through the Starlink. Oh, Elon's, his whole spiel. We're trying to figure that out. But once Brad gets here, we're gonna keep the train rolling. We're gonna have some sound for Pete Golding, John David Baker, hopefully from Walker Jones here as shortly as well. I'm trying to push through, and all Sudu's trying to do is leave. That's all he's trying to do. Tell me I'm wrong.
Hey, I'll see you out there, brother. Thanks for allowing us to do this.
We'll bring some stuff with you because we might need some help to get set up the right way. You know me, I'm always terribly and ill prepared. That's what I'm saying. So, hey, listen, see, I can barely hear already. Listen to those drums. Can you hear them? Can you hear them rocking out back here?
We only hear you, man. Funny enough, but you got a good headset out there.
Good. So my it's working. Good.
Cody,
good.
Hey, shout out to Cody before we head out and hand it over to Ben. Shout out to my boy Cody, man. Just he chose to leave this business. He made a smart decision. He said, I want to go make money. I'm tired of being a journalist and struggling. You know what I mean? Unlike me and Ben, he made a smart decision.
He made the smart decision. He made this. Look how pretty it is up here. Cody is an absolute superstar. I know that he got out of the business. Here's the problem. You're back in now, baby. You're back in now.
Every time
the show rolls on,
they pull me back in.
Hey, want to just thank all you guys for joining us since 11 a.m. here. Happy to
hopefully this chair will turn into not just Brad Logan, but other recruits and stuff. So let me move Elon.
Interrupt my closing spiel, Ben?
I told you I can't hear.
Well, I do have to run now.
I'm talking
thank you, everybody.
All right, friends, everybody. It's been real. Benny G, always appreciate y'all. See you out there. All of y'all, appreciate it, man.
Thank you guys in the chat for keeping this going. We appreciate y'all.
Are you leaving? Oh, and then they're gone. They just leave me. Hey, folks. It's just Talking Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. Gail says she can hear me in Olive Branch. That's good news, Gail. And once this video gets done of John David Baker and Pete Golding from Ole Miss, Meet the Rebels, not Media Day, Meet the Rebels, I will try to get the rest of the setup done because Man, it's a zoo already on the square. If you're not here, I hate that you're missing out. We hope to have you good. Mary says you can hear me. And Noah, I can barely hear myself. A lot more pictures here on the square with folks who say, yeah, this is the guy, quite literally, fine gentleman, says to his wife, hey, before she says hey to me, this is the guy that called Lane Kiffin a hoe. So when I die, I hold my headstone. It won't say, proud husband to Emily, doting father to Riley and Gracie. No, what will it say? He's the hoe, or the guy that called Lane Kiffin a hoe. But we're here. And my thanks to Sudu, my thanks to Cody. I'm glad y'all got to know Cody a little bit. I want him to do more and more stuff here with us, Talk of Champions, and where we're headed, the stuff we got planned. A lot of more fun stuff. Love you too, William. Love you too, buddy. Ole Miss fan 198-824. There he is. It's me. Yes, Mary said Cody needs to come back more often. He absolutely will. We got a lot of big things planned for the podcast, and look forward to sharing that with y'all in the future. God has blessed us tremendously, and we look forward to showing y'all more and more what we got planned. I'm going to see if I got this video queued up. Hold on. Yeah, we do. Here's Pete Golden and John David Baker for Meet the Rebels. I'll be back in a second.
See it here. Holy smokes, look at all these people.
Yeah, what an awesome turnout. So obviously, really excited. From these guys, so it's I think really important to put a name with a face and a name with a jersey number and get to see them eye to eye and get some autographs because we've all been at that age at some point, right? Being that kid and having those dreams and aspirations to play in the SEC. So I think for our kids to be able to give back is really important.
It's kind of crazy. D. Brown was up here earlier and he played for us. He said, man, our defense was not quite like this.
Yeah, I don't think they played the Fiesta Bowl that year either.
Yeah, that's right. What a great run by them. That was a fan. It's kind of a weird time, but you did a super job of holding the thing together. We played our tails off.
No, it was a fun ride, man. It was a really unique group. They were tough, competitive. They were wired the right way, and I think kind of went into obviously here's bowl season, here's portal season, then here's signing day, and kind of gave us some time in the ice storm, which was so bad for so many people. Also gave us a little opportunity to sit back and reflect. And I think every team is independent of their own, and the legacy that team was able to create for themselves and for their future, and also setting an expectation, for this place of that should become the norm. And but it was a really fun ride with a great group of dudes that created lifetime legacy for themselves.
How have you handled spring practice? What structurally, what have you done?
So I think the biggest thing now is when you go into a spring, like for us, we have 50 new guys, right? So we had 21 early enrollees from a high school standpoint, and 29 portal guys. So we wanted to slow it down. I think the model has changed based on the calendar now. So we went in more of an NFL philosophy of 3 phases of OTAs. And so here's a phase 1 of a foundation from an install standpoint, a walkthrough component. And then here's a phase 2 with the helmets and the spiders and trying to adjust to the speed. And then now we're in phase 3 right now, which we're simulating game weeks because we got 50 new players, right, that we're anticipating having to have a role for the fall. So we wanted to mock a game week and bring them through what the meetings look like, what the practices look like, right, with the afternoons, the evenings, and the nights, not only for the players but for the coaches and the routine of game planning and everything else. And then I think it's really important to self-scout yourself. So we're game planning the offense is game planning the defense, and then after these 2 weeks, we're going to share those things of while we were doing what we were doing, which will help us as a staff as well. So, we're in phase 3 right now. We still have 1 more week actually of spring ball, so that'll bleed in through Thursday with finals starting on Friday. So we really wanted to occupy every day while they were here in the spring that we're going to do some version of football every day. Whether that's meeting, walk, strength and conditioning, whatever that is. I think it's really important to develop the football player year-round.
Talk about some of the other pieces on the team. We're going to talk to Keelan in just a moment too. But how are the new portal guys kind of mixing in right now?
Yeah, you got to remind yourself all the time, because we've been in the offense for so long, you think that what we do is normal, and you realize that there's only a certain handful of teams across the country that do it how we do it, teach how we do it. And so for new guys coming in, it's an adjustment, but they've done a great job. I like the pieces that we've got because of their mindsets. They're guys that are eager to learn, they're eager to work, We don't have any guys that are in there for themselves. Feel like we've got a lot of team guys, because that was the major thing that we learned over the years. Like, you can go get all the talents you want, but if you don't have the guys made up with the right stuff and the right wiring, you'll run into some issues, and that's not the case for us at all. I feel like we've got a lot of good pieces that just want to buy in, and they want to do it our way, and they're learning how to do it.
You got here in time to go through the playoff deal, so you experienced that, part of that, and participated in that. It's kind of a weird time period for us, but nonetheless, what a tremendous run. We just heard the highlights of the Georgia game, and that was a Sugar Bowl win. That was incredible.
Yeah, no, it was awesome, just because I was just such a small piece in 21, 22, and 23 trying to build to be a playoff team, and so to be able to come back and, like you said, at first I was an observer and then kind of got involved a little more than I anticipated, but it was just cool to see what we had tried to build to that point and where this place had gotten, the 2 years I was gone. So it was a great experience to be able to come back and experience it with them.
That was John David Baker that you just heard from. You also heard from Pete Golding, Ole Miss head coach. It was a great event. For those of you that missed it, long lines for players. A lot of folks showed up and showed out. It's become a different thing. I remember in the old days when they used to hold Meet the Rebels on the field at Vaught-Hemingway Stadium. You just ran out to the players you wanted to talk to. Now they've got it really organized. It's like waiting in line for rides at Disney World or Universal, man. But it was a really cool thing. And I think Pete Golding's handled himself incredibly well during the entire offseason on into the spring. And certainly today, he's growing more and more comfortable in that role as the face of the program. You heard some great stuff from him there. We'll have more at the Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com. Affiliate on 3. This QR code right above my head is for the Ole Miss Spirit. It's the sign-up page. If you want to sign up, join us today. It costs you $1, and you get your first 5 days free. Then it switches over to an annual. But you can try us out for $1, 5 days. The Ole Miss Spirit, OleMissSpirit.com. Affiliate on 3. I'm Ben Garrett. Riverland Roofing 10 at Double Decker on the Square. Come visit us. Elijah will give you a koozie, something like this right here. Maybe some of these shades. Good thing, because if you can't tell, buddy, it's hot out here. It's warm. I'm thankful to God for the clouds that are rolling over, because old Ginger Shrek is feasting. And I still got the New Albany Main Street Association gala to go to. Got to take my bride of 16 years to adult prom later, and we ain't looking too hot, but we hanging in. And I appreciate all of y'all in the chat, including Mary, who's absolutely right. This QR code, it's $1 for 5 days. Mary's there, and Mary and William are two of our loyal listeners and loyal commenters. I hope to see y'all. If you're not here in town, if you're still back in NOLA, those of you that are on the Square, come by this Riverland tent, 662-644-4297. RiverlandRoofing.com. It's Riverland Roofing for all your roofing needs. Those aren't the only Ole Miss people you're going to get to hear from here on Talk of Champions. It's live Talk of Champions. Brad Logan's going to show up here in about 10 minutes, hopefully. Some recruits showing up as well. But I caught up with Walker Jones, head of the Grove Collective, while I was at Meet the Rebels as well. And Walker had some really interesting things to say about the event itself, but also the roster that he was instrumental in putting together. Here's Walker Jones.
All right. Walker Jones here at Meet the Rebels. I'm Ben Garrett. What do you think of the turnout, Walker?
Great turnout. I mean, a testament to our fans, the interest around this program, being around our players. These are the environments and the opportunities we want our fans to be able to get to know our players in this world of the transfer portal. Rosters change overnight, and to be able to have an opportunity where these fans can put a face with the name is really important to continue the support.
It's really interesting to see, too, how it's grown. I remember Meet the Rebels with Walker Jones and Eli Anding and all my guys. And to see what it is now, it's pretty surreal. And I think a testament to the work that you've done, Keith's done, all these. What does it mean to you to just see how big this has gotten?
Yeah, I think, look, I do think back to when we had Meet the Rebels. I think we were underneath the stadium in the concourse, and it wasn't near what it is now. Now, obviously, it's turned into a fan event, incredible exposure. I always thought it was neat when fans wanted to be around our players, wanted your autograph. That hadn't changed. Our players still love to be around fans and to sign things. So it's kind of taken a life of its own, but that's because of the passion and the love that our fans have with our players.
For you, as the guy who was instrumental leading the way to put it together, what do you think of this roster? And you've probably gotten to see some spring. Just in general, what do you think about the team and what was able to get done to put it together?
Yeah, I love the team. It's been really impressive, initially looking at spring practice and watch them develop. The thing that you always are concerned about, the locker room, the culture, and how are the new guys molding with the old guys. We had great retention, which helps set the standard and the culture in the locker room, and the new guys kind of follow suit with that. So it's been really great to watch it play. I think if I think back to where we were this time last year, I think we are more talented. I think we're bigger, we're physical. We upgraded the defense significantly, and then we were able to patch some holes on offense. So I like our chances. I love our roster, and I love our schedule.
Well, last thing, it's a big weekend, not just for Meet the Rebels, but a bunch of stuff for the Grove Collective, for the fans that might want to get involved with kind of that. What all y'all got this weekend?
Yeah, we had the breakfast with Trinidad and Kiwan, which was great. It was actually oversold, which went great. With those two young men. We'll have a baseball tailgate in 2 weeks for the baseball series. We've got our celebrity softball game coming up again in June. So we're going to have all sorts of stuff going on, with baseball, with basketball portals now officially closed. So the basketball team is rebuilt. And football, we'll be doing some other fan events. So there'll be something. And look, our membership for the Grove Collective is really important. And we just have to be able to continue to support us.
If only there were somebody that was good enough with the camera to keep him in focus. But unfortunately, it was me standing, holding, talking, did the best we could. Good to hear from Walker. And as you can tell, as he walked around Meet the Rebels, one thing that was very clear, this roster is a good one. The depth is impressive. Now, there are some question marks. Sudu and Cody did a tremendous job going through position by position. Where Ole Miss is during and after spring, they still got a week. But one thing that is obvious, regardless of the needs, including they got a ways to go at tackle. That's something that I learned on the field to Meet the Rebels. They got a ways to go at offensive tackle. Carriers Kern's got to come on. Tommy Kinsler got to come on. Enoch Langlois does some good things, but he's still raw. Therese Davis is probably the most consistent. But despite those questions, the depth of options are there. And Walker sees it. I see it for whatever the heck that's worth. And certainly, if you listen to Pete and John David Baker, Ole Miss first-year offensive coordinator, they see it too. This is Talking Champions live on the seated double-decker, just hanging out right down the road. Where are we? Across from Yaya's, you'll see the Riverland Roofing tent. Elijah Teague is begging for you to come shake his hand. So if you walk up to the tent, don't come to me first. I'm wearing the NA pullover, reffing New Albany. We got the Main Street Gala tonight. If you want to meet real Oxford royalty, Elijah Teague, he's going to be on here shortly, folks. So come talk to him. I'd love to see you at the Riverland Roofing tent. This is Talking Champions. I want to play some love to our sponsors who've done so much for us. You've heard from Sudu and Cody and now me a little bit, John David Baker, one Pete Golding, and, of course, Walker. But now let's hear from the folks that put this on for us. This is Talking Champions.
Homes and businesses from the whims of nature. You need more than just quality materials. You require Riverland Roofing. Licensed, insured, and certified, Riverland Roofing offers not only the assurance of excellence, but a tailored approach to your unique structural needs and budget. To learn more about what Riverland Roofing can do for you and the community, call them at 662-644-4297 or visit riverlandroofing.com.
Hey, Rebels, your truck is here. Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Oxford presents the all-new Ram Rebel. It's Ram, the Rebel way. Send an unmistakable signal. Rebel, 24/7. Ram Rebel, from your friend in the car business. Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Oxford.
Come by, let's be friends. I'm Warrior Philip Hearn. Raising my family here in Mississippi, I've tried to teach my kids to help others. I learned that from my parents. And as a Mississippi lawyer, I want to help you too. If you're hurt in a traffic accident, 18-wheeler wreck, or have insurance trouble, call 601-720-5555 888-888-3541. That's my cell. You call, I'll answer. Let's get started. Make your first call to the Hearn Law Firm today.
Our thanks to all of our sponsors here at Talking Champions. I'm Ben Garrett right now riding solo. You've been with Sudu. You've been with Cody. I appreciate Mary going ahead. Good, Blue Wolf. Thank you. New York, here's you been. I'm going to have to y'all going to have to keep updating me. Make sure the internet's working the way it's supposed to. I know my COD headset looks ridiculous. It feels ridiculous. This is what we're working with until Brad gets here. Because one day we're going to figure all the tech out so that we don't come ill-prepared. But unfortunately, that requires Ben to stop riding vibes and actually take a job much seriously. There we go, Mary. That's what I need to know. You're loud and clear. Good. Y'all can't really hear probably the music behind me, but the environment here at Double Decker, it's unlike anything else all year. You have to be here, man. You have to come see it if you haven't seen it for yourself. I'm glad that we at Talking Champions can bring a little bit of it to you. Hopefully going to have some guests here soon. But first, we got to get off the COD headset. So whenever Brad shows up, get him set up with the right mics and stuff so we can go back and forth rather than me sit here like I'm gaming on y'all. But it's been an event-filled day, a festivities-filled day, and a part of that includes baseball. Mary was kind enough to update us. If you didn't see it during that little bit of an interview with Walker, it's 2-0 currently for Ole Miss baseball against number 5 Georgia over at Swayze Field. A lot of you, thousands of you are over there now. I'm sure you'll be back here soon. And when you do get to come by, hopefully you'll bring at least one win with you. Right now, it's not a great start. That's the thing, Deck flied out and back-to-back strikeouts for Tristan Becerra and Judd Udemark, who've accounted for 53%, I think it is, 53% of Ole Miss's home runs this year. Not the start you're looking for. Hunter's a notoriously slow starter. They got 2 on in the first best offense, not only in the SEC, but arguably in the country. The goal is not to sweep this team. It's just to get a series win. This isn't the way you want to start, but at the end of the world isn't either because he usually settles in. Keep it at 2. Gets you at least 1, hopefully 2 this weekend, and you'll be cooking with bacon grease. Carson is here as well. So when you come by the Riverland tent, come see me, but first see Elijah and Carson. They want to shake your hand. Come here. This is Carson. Wave to the people. Wave to the people. Say, hey, wait, here we go. Let's get you up here now. This is Carson. Carson is a Riverland Roofing pro. Hold this. Riverland Roofing for all your roofing needs. Keep it posted. 662-644-4297. RiverlandRoofing.com. He's a superstar. When I get a mic, we're talking. Deal? That's my guy. That's Carson. He's the best. It's been a fun-filled day. And like I mentioned, right now over at Swayze Field, it's 2-0 Georgia. You got to hold them there. You got to get at least 1 of this series. The goal for Ole Miss is get to at least 15 SEC wins to secure regional host. Now, not many teams have done that, gotten to 15 SEC wins and been a regional host. But Florida did it most recently in 2024, and there were some other teams in the early 2000s that we could point to. But Ole Miss's RPI is so strong that that's the leeway they provided themselves. This is a team that after that sweep against Mississippi State is now 1-11 of its last 13 games. You can't get swept. You have to win at least, or maybe get one. If you get one SEC series win and don't get swept the rest of the way, you get to that magical number of 15. 16, you probably feel even better. 17, money. Right now, 2-0 over there at Swayze Field. Thank y'all for joining us here on Talking Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. I'm looking at the chat for questions. Anything y'all want to hear? Pano did make a nice play. I noticed that. He's been huge. There's Brad Logan. Brad's here. We got an audio set up. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to replay my interview with Walker so that we can get some audio set up. This is Talking Champions.
All right. Walker Jones here at Meet the Rebels. I'm Ben Garrett. What do you think of the turnout, Walker?
Great turnout. I mean, a testament to our fans, the interest around this program, being around our players. These are the environments and the opportunities we want our fans to be able to get to know our players in this world of the transfer portal. Rosters change overnight, and to be able to have an opportunity where these fans can put a face with a name is really important to continue the support.
It's really interesting to see, too, how it's grown. I remember Meet the Rebels with Walker Jones and Eli Anding and all my guys. And to see what it is now, it's pretty surreal. And I think a testament to the work that you've done, Keith's done, all these. What does it mean to you to just see how big this has gotten?
Yeah, I think, look, I do think back to when we had Meet the Rebels. I think we were underneath the stadium in the concourse, and it wasn't near what it is now. Now, obviously, it's turned into a fan event, incredible exposure. I always thought it was neat when fans wanted to be around our players, wanted your autograph. That hadn't changed. Our players still love to be around fans and to sign things. So it's kind of taken a life of its own, but that's because of the passion and the love that our fans have with our players.
For you, as the guy who was instrumental leading the way to put it together, what do you think of this roster? And you've probably gotten a season of spring. Just in general, what do you think about the team and what was able to get done to put it together?
Yeah, I love the team. It's been really impressive, initially looking at spring practice and watching them develop. The thing that you always are concerned about, the locker room, the culture, and how are the new guys molding with the old guys. We had great retention, which helps set the standard and the culture in the locker room, and the new guys kind of follow suit with that. So it's been really great to watch it play. I think if I think back to where we were this time last year, I think we are more talented. I think we're bigger, we're physical. We upgraded the defense significantly, and then we were able to patch some holes on offense. So I like our chances. I love our roster, and I love our schedule.
Well, last thing, it's a big weekend, not just for Meet the Rebels, but a bunch of stuff for the Grove Collective, for the fans that might want to get involved with kind of that. What all y'all got this weekend?
Yeah, we had the breakfast with Trinidad and Kiwan, which was great. It was actually oversold, which went great. With those two young men. We'll have a baseball tailgate in 2 weeks for the baseball series. We've got our celebrity softball game coming up again in June. So we're going to have all sorts of stuff going on, with baseball, with basketball portals now officially closed. So the basketball team is rebuilt. And football, we'll be doing some other fan events. So there'll be something. And look, our membership for the Grove Collective is really important. And we just have to be able to continue to support us.
That was Walker Jones. All right, we still good, Chad, on the audio? Are we okay, Brad? Say hello. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Make sure, Barry, you tell us in the chat if we're doing okay with the audio. Now we can talk to each other. How are you, man?
Man, I'm doing good. I mean, double decker is always a lot of fun. And just be able to walk in and have people yell at you and say, hey, man, love the show. It's really cool. Always good to do that. So it's really cool getting to see everybody.
Well, I missed you to Meet the Rebels. I've already talked about it. Sudu and Cody talked about it as well.
By the way, Cody, you're watching. Congratulations, you're part of the He was great.
He really was, man. Like Cody said, or Sudu said that Cody, quote, gotten out of the business. And I was like, well, I hate to inform him. He has been brought back in because he was absolutely great, and it was fun to be at Meet the Rebels. I got some B-roll stuff that I'll put together for something else, but they got the gist of it. So what John David Baker said, the line for long. We expect to get some recruits to come visit us here at the Riverland 10 on the square, but it was really fun, man, because I told Dante Moncrief, I was like, dude, I think I got you on pictures this year. Yeah. And almost every one of them said, now, where's Brad? So it's been really special, man, to see how it's grown, and especially how, I guess, they associate it together now.
Well, one thing I think is interesting today is you'll be able to go back and listen to this on demand, but I encourage you to go back because Cody was really good when it comes to transfer portal, what Chris Beard is trying to do, what he hasn't done, what he's trying to do. I really thought he had some really good insight, so I'm excited to hear about more from Cody about this transfer portal. Also, it's a great conversation, too. Sudu was really good today talking about what Ole Miss needed to do, specifically this spring, finishing up this spring, and then leading into the season next year. The schedule is much more difficult. We'll get into that. But I want to kind of rewind just for a minute. Tell me a little bit about what you saw today, because from everything I saw online, there was a lot of people at Meet the Rebels.
It was a flood of people. My guy, Billy Landis in Riverland Roofing, rolled me over behind, right behind the practice field, where we go in or come out usually and go up those stairs to go to practice. He pulls up right in there. We had to part the seas of people. It was insanity at the Manning Center as far as the number of people that were out there. But more than that, I spent my time when I wasn't talking to people and signing pictures of my encounter. Yeah. Quite literally signed a picture of it, signed a ball, signed a hat. When I wasn't doing that, I was talking to whoever I knew. Coach, I saw Terrence Metcalf, I saw Dante, I saw Brian Brown. I spoke to a lot of these dudes, and the general sentiment is they love the roster. They love the work that was put in. They've got some legitimate questions, one of which is, and something that I took away from when I'm walking around there talking to people, they got a ways to go in tackle. And we knew that. We talked about that. But to hear it from people who have been directing those things on a day-to-day basis, I think it's important to note that it's going to take some time. The good thing is you have Trinidad Shambles. And this is no knock against Diego Pounds. Jaden Williams, both great players. Diego's getting drafted today. But Trinidad Shambles, I was told, quote, covered up for a lot. So it's you hope to see more, but you got Trinidad Shambles. And as long as they can get to the place of Diego Pounds and Jaden Williams, between that quartet that we've been talking about, which is Tommy Kinsler, Kerry Skern, Terrence Davis, and I don't want to leave Connor Howes out of this either. Enoch Lingua, Connor Howes is mixed in. John Wayne Oliver, when he's healthy, will mix in. It's just not there yet. They have legitimate questions, but the depth is obvious, and it's cool to see how this town and how this fan base is responding to this team. And being
I want to say this too. People in the chat have already hit me up earlier this week. You know what position we talked about last year going into the season that we were really worried about? Offensive tackle. And guess what happened? Diego Pounds had a little bit of a rocky start. Remember, he was injured. Jaden Williams also. Remember, Jaden Williams was benched. Jaden Williams and Diego Pounds ended up being two of the best offensive linemen ever come to Ole Miss. So I understand Kerry Skern, there's an injury there. They're working through that. But once again, I think we'll learn a lot in Nashville in a couple of months whenever they being Ole Miss kicks off against Louisville. I think what was fascinating to me is just from what I saw video that you had and some video also that I saw is just how awesome this team is with the fans. Like Kewan Lacey, just watching him interact with fans. And we've seen Trinidad do that. We saw Trinidad do that in Pittsburgh, just kind of interact with fans. But it feels, once again, and I said this on the show yesterday or the day before, but what Ole Miss is doing with the Pro Collective, and by the way, great interview with Walker, and what they're doing and bringing the fans back into the fold. And what I mean by that is NIL is somewhat fracturing fan bases all across the country.
Arkansas just eliminated tennis.
And so not only is Ole Miss not fracturing its fan base, they're embracing their fans, and they're making it easier to get access to these players, as we see here in the middle of the second. Georgia 2 and Ole Miss nothing.
What do you make of that?
Georgia's going to be tough to beat. I mean, I said that all along. We kind of went through the numbers. Georgia number 5 right now in D1 baseball. Ole Miss is 17. But Ole Miss comes in with an RPI of number 8 in the country. That's according to the strength of schedule at number 5. So we know that Ole Miss has got the numbers in their favor, but they've got to get those wins. And you said 15 is kind of the benchmark. I think it needs to be 16 to host an honor. So obviously some work to do. Down 2-0 here in the middle of the second. I don't think we've said enough just how awesome today here in Oxford.
Here's the thing with you and I, with the way this podcast is growing, and I'm telling you, the response to Meet the Rebels was overwhelming. I was not anticipating what we got. As the star of the first 2 hours is here, it's Sudu Upadhyay. Hey, Sudu's here. Sudu's here. I don't even remember what I was talking about. Sudu just took my breath away.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
So we're back to talking about the things you were talking about. You know what the chat's turned into?
What's that?
Everybody loves Cody.
They love Cody, man. He texted me asking for Cody's Twitter. Other people were texting me saying he was doing a great job. Look,
before you get too far into the party, and we need to go over a couple things, so find a chair when you get a chance.
Absolutely. Is there a chair?
Yeah, there's one right up. You'll find Elijah will hook you up. Our guy Elijah. Again, Elijah Teague, everybody's here to address all your Riverland concerns. Riverland Roofing, 662-644-4297. RiverlandRoofing.com. Brad's leaving me. I guess I'm just do the line from. One thing I'm going to do, and that's what I was going to tell him. As the podcast is growing, we got to set up better, don't we? We got to get all of our stuff in, all of our ducks in a row. No more, I will figure it out on Saturday. Because I need
It's hot. It's hot right here at Riverland 10. Hey, so
I love that you just put the Starlink like right there.
And I'm not even using the Starlink.
Okay, so I can move it.
Yeah, just move the Starlink. And here's the thing, help me figure out how to use it correctly next time.
I can do that probably.
Right now we're using like free public Wi-Fi.
I just totally ditched my friends to come sit here with you, man, and do more of this show.
Well, don't do that. Where are your friends?
Who knows? They have a rule. Anytime I stop to talk to someone, they just keep walking.
Well, why don't you tell them to come join us in the Riverland tent and I'll put them on?
They're watching whatever band Cody was talking about earlier.
We still don't know what they're called, the Monsieur Delane.
I forget. Psych Rock. That's on it. Psych Rock from Tupelo.
Yeah, so a couple things I want to go over.
Okay.
I thought, by the way, the conversation with Cody was fantastic.
Yep.
But I want to go back into the offensive line and talk a little bit about right and left tackle.
Yeah.
And here's what I told Ben is everybody's kind of making a big deal. You know, obviously there's an injury to Karis Kern.
Right.
We don't know necessarily the specifics. We know that it's a tough injury. You know what? We were talking about this time last year, what we as a collective group was worried about.
Right.
The offensive line.
Offensive line. No, that's always the big concern. It's been that way for a lot of years. I maybe Houston knows the coach. The last time I didn't worry about the Ole Miss offensive line. You know what I mean?
The last Houston Nut offensive line.
Brad, the very last one. Oh God, I don't even. Brad might have been gone by then. Was he still on there? Okay. Brad was on there. Was Bobby Massey on there?
How did that team only win 2 games?
I don't know. Bobby Massey maybe, and then. Gosh, oh, man, I can't. Yeah, I can't.
The point I was making is we as a collective body was worried about Jay Williams and Diego Pounds. Diego Pounds obviously was injured.
He ended up doing really well. Yeah.
He ended up doing really well. Yeah. And whenever Jay Williams was benched, he won.
Right.
So I think there's a little bit too much meat on it. What I don't think we're making too much of is the loss of Deshaun Stripper.
Oh yeah.
The Rock Morocco, that's his next. Do y'all know who I'm talking about?
Wait, who? Sorry?
All right, the WWE or WWL, is it Dean Morocco? They used to call him The Rock. That's apparently Deshaun Stribley's uncle.
The Rock is his uncle?
Not Dwayne Johnson.
Same family, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Anyway.
Sorry, the music is just blaring out.
Our folks over there need to dig through that to find that out.
Yeah.
Point I'm trying to make.
Sudu's a fake wrestling mark.
I'm actually not a mark at all. I happen to work there for a year. But anyways, Brad, continue. Don't let Ben interrupt the point you were making.
I do truly believe that the wide receiver room is the one that I pay most attention to when they play Louisville and Nashville.
Yeah.
If we see Gill,
yep.
If we see Caleb Odom, if we see all these players step up, Caleb Cunningham, that's okay.
Yeah.
But if we don't, and there is a huge disparity between Gill and Stripling or Alexander and Stripling, that's what I think the issue is.
Yeah. No, I do tend to agree. So one of the things I talked about with Cody just earlier is you have a lot of these names that you're hoping are going to become something and have shown, obviously, that they could become something based on their previous stops. But you really don't know. Like, the only production you're really returning is Deuce Alexander. And after that, you're kind of having to trust all these other guys. And I don't know if it's concerning, but it is interesting that Daryl Gill hasn't necessarily separated himself from a guy like Horatio Fields. I don't necessarily like it, but on the flip side, maybe that says more about Horatio Fields as well. You know, like, this is a guy who wasn't healthy a year ago and didn't really do anything, so you didn't really know what you were getting. And the fact that he's already coming to spring practice healthy and able to challenge Gill, a guy who, when Ole Miss signed him, you thought, oh, they're going to put him on the opposite side from Alexander, and now it's like, no, that's not a guarantee. I kind of like that. I think that shows you how deep that room is, and there's competition. And I told Cody, I said, I'm not worried about Daryl Gill at all. I think once you get in the actual game and you throw the ball in his area, he's going to come down with it more times than not.
One thing that I really like what you said with Cody is that you specifically talked about Walker Howard. He may not play it off the field wrong, but I truly believe he's going to be a leader in the locker room.
Yeah, dude, I think that's huge. All the stops he's made, he's been a part of a lot of different coaching staffs. Let's be honest, he's been through a lot of adversity in many different ways. I think he's mature at this point. He's back to a place that he always wanted to stay at, I think, based on some things that I know. And he's coming in knowing that, hey, I'm not going to start here. I'm more so coming here to help be a a high IQ dude. We've all talked about him potentially becoming a coach, which is where it seems to be going. And he's getting to do it now with a guy in JDB that I know he respects, a guy Pete Golding he respects and he's familiar with. And I love that for him.
Yeah, I was fairly impressed with the interview that Ben had with, or I should say, it was JDB talking to David Kellum earlier today.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just feel like being around at 21, 22-ish, I think that's going to bode well. Understanding the system, kind of the way that Keith Carter elected to stay with Pete Golding as head coach. It feels like there's a familiarity there that's going to help on the field.
100%. And we started off the early hour show talking about Pete and how we think he's done since he's taken over, and just his attitude and the way he just operates and speaks to media and all these things. And dude, he's just, look, we've said it time and time again on Talk of Champions and Game Run Sequel, whatever. He's just a ball guy. He's a ball guy. And he's not going to just BS you. Like, he gives it to you straight. Even though, like, the playfulness with the media, like, you look at him, he's not lame in that sense. We're not really expecting him to do too much in those settings. But he does it in a cool way. He does it in a way that your boy would mess with you. You know what I mean? Like, it's not over the top. It's not dramatic. It's not sassy. It's just Pete. It's Pete being Pete, man. That's what I love about him. And I think that is it's a bigger picture thing of who he is and how he runs everything and why they were so comfortable bringing him in.
When you look at the defense, I know we talked about Jay Crawford and Antonio Kites were blue in the face. Is there anybody that needed to take a big step this spring, and how do you feel about the defense?
Oh, man. There's so much new there. I'm trying to think of, like, taking a big
and not having any type of spring game to see and having very limited. It's just so much speculation.
I'll bring it up again. I have many times, but I guess like I'm really interested to see how Jonah Aguero fits into the free safety spot. You know, we joked about that briefly the other day, but like I am excited to see what that looks like. I mean, is he really going to be this presence over the top that's ball hawking? We know he's a hard hitter. We know he can play, but in deep pass coverage, what that looks like. Really excited to see him. I'm trying to think of a guy that I really wanted to take that next step. I guess like maybe Maddox a little bit. Like I kind of like, hey, I want him to, become somebody. Who else on defense? I guess
I got a question for you.
Okay.
There's so much speculation.
Yep.
Who are you most excited about seeing the first defensive drive when Ole Miss plays?
I think Maldonado. Yeah. Maldonado's been my guy since we signed Maldonado, and I just love his size, and I think of what he could be in that Golding defense with all the help around him too. It's not like you're not gonna just say you're the guy. There's plenty of guys, in that room, and excited for him, excited for Burgess. Jaheim Otis is a guy that I mentioned earlier. I really want to see finally take that next step and become somebody. If they unlock Otis to what he's supposed to be, dude, that interior of that defensive line is going to wreak havoc. And I think you have enough on the edges to really get pressure. It's gonna get nasty for opposing offenses, but you need those guys to come through.
We heard from Pete Golding almost the first or second media availability when he was asked about Jaheim Otis, and he said he had a very direct conversation with Jaheim Otis about saying, essentially, this is your last shot.
Yeah.
Do the best you can.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's his last shot. It's the case for a lot of guys that have come in, right? That are going to be only 1 year guys that don't miss before they move on. Jonte Cook being one of those guys as well, right? And he's already flashed in the spring. But for a lot of these guys, like, come here and prove it. Come here and prove that you deserve to go to the next level and play in the NFL. And Jaheim is certainly one of those guys.
Cody Thompson and Sudu drove you all the way from 11 to 1. Brad Logan here along with Ben Garrett. Sudu's with me now. This is the Talk of Champions live edition here at the Double Decker.
Where's he going?
He's politicking.
He just saw me and went, all right, I can take the rest of the afternoon.
He's politicking. We were out here obviously in the Double Decker. It's 2-0, I believe. It's what the score is now at the baseball game. We're here on Music Row, right on the main strip. Go by and say hello. We'd love to say hello. A big crowd, obviously, of the Meet the Rebels today. And I think what I like about Kobe is his knowledge of basketball.
Oh, yeah.
And I really enjoy his content in regards to what Free Spirit has.
Absolutely.
He's got a lot to do.
He does. He really does. Yeah, Cody's always like, out of all my friends, when we grew up in Oxford, we're all big basketball guys, obviously. I feel like the Ole Miss fan base is always split between your two sports. It's football, baseball, or it's football, basketball for a lot of people. And more baseball than not. But Cody, he was always one of those guys when we were growing up that was always plugged in. And you won't believe the amount of, thoughts and opinions he has on a weekly basis about what's going on with Ole Miss basketball. I asked him to join us this morning. I said, hey, we're going to talk a little hoops. I know you're going to have some stuff people are going to enjoy. So, yeah, great friend. Really excited y'all got to meet him, and hopefully we can get him to be a part of Talking Champions some more.
So what are you thinking in regards to now the spring is over? Well, it's got maybe a couple more practices, but essentially the Hazy Barn. From now until the Rebels get ready to kick off in Nashville, what is the objective for Pete Golding? Is he leaning more on recruiting? Is it doing more weight training? What are you thinking in regards to what Ole Miss needs to do?
I think it's just about getting some of those guys that are banged up healthy, and continue to build on what they did in the spring. My big thing is sometimes you hear about guys flashing in the spring, and when fall ball rolls around, they may regress a little bit sometimes, right? And so it's whatever it is that they can do to keep that progress where it was in the spring and build on that. And there's a big question of Carrius Kern right now. What's going to happen to Carrius Kern? Is he going to be worth the money you spent to go get him and all the hoopla that was surrounding that entire time? And to hear that, one, he's banged up, and two, there might be some effort concerns with him. That's a little concerning to me. And is fall camp going to be enough for Carrius Kern to say, lock in and make enough of an impact to either become a starter or work his way into that? That's a big question for me. I really would be disappointed if Carrius Kern didn't play much this year. That would be a huge disappointment.
Here's a question I want to ask you. Hey, let's go back to William's question. I love Pete's transparency after what we've had. It's so refreshing, and it really does impress. You'll be a player to coach with this football IQ. Obviously, Ronaldo, Maldonado. What about Pete's transparency do you like in the press conference?
It's a breath of fresh air because he's one of the dudes. Like, there's no other way I can put it. He's just one of the guys, and he operates in that way. We've seen a lot of coaches that have come through Ole Miss that we've had to kind of tiptoe around or kind of, what is he actually trying to say? Or maybe they personally text you after a press conference. That has not happened. That could happen. I mean, once guys are in a place for a long time, they tend to take more liberties. But he comes off as the type of guy who's like, I'm here to coach ball. I'm not here to hide anything from anybody. Even the way he handled the whole Farrelly thing. There's a lot of people that want more answers regarding that and want more questions asked. But I love the way Pete handled that. So, I do have to go. I love you guys.
Sudu's leaving. Say bye to Sudu. I know why you're leaving. A lot of pretty girls walk by this tent. This man is on the hunt.
It's not for me, Benny.
They will soon enough, young buck. Scoot in here. It's hot out here, Brad. What I was saying earlier, at some point, because of how big the pod's getting, we got to have a tent set up. We got to have 8 different power sources. We have to have the camera. We have to have the full-on thing. People expect it now.
By the way,
got to get a Talking Champions banner.
I spoke with Robin Tannehill a little bit ago, the mayor.
Oh, where's Robin?
Also talked to him.
You didn't put her on this.
We're going to get her back. Ray Tannehill also by here. You know Ray.
Yeah.
And anyway, appreciate all that she does, the entire city, and the board of all the men and women. And this is a really great event.
It really is. And it's my second year in a row. Here's the hard truth. The first time I ever went to Double Decker was last year. I always avoided it because I was like, it's just I don't like huge crowds. I'll be shocking here because I'm the loudest mouth in the South, like Jimmy Hart. But ever since then, every year I'm coming back. Next year we'll be right here in Turtle Lane too. Come find us right now. Come talk to Brad. If you're at Meet the Rebels and ask me about Brad, look who's there. It's Brad.
Brad, I'll tell something real quick. I had an opportunity to pay tribute to my late father this morning. So that's why Bean did such a great job at the Meet the Rebels Day. We got a ton of content. We'll talk about Walker in a minute. But James loved Ole Miss. He loved Oxford, and we had an opportunity to celebrate his life this morning. So appreciate everybody that came out. So I want to kind of go back to Walker Jones. It's really cool to see the blending of the university, the fan base, and the players, and seeing everything that Walker and his team are doing. I want to talk about that conversation you had with him. You could see the joy on his face.
I mean, I wanted to ask him that one question. I wanted to ask him about some basketball stuff too, but I was like, this is a good day.
Yeah.
We're good. But like I thought it was a very pressing thing. Like you're the main guy putting this roster together. Do you think it's a good roster? Do you see a roster that can contend? And he does. There are legitimate questions, but I heard someone who I think the world of say something that in other years would make you go, "Oh golly, man, that is some homerism." It's the best collection of collective talent that Ole Miss has ever put on the field. Does that translate? I don't know. What happened? What happened where? I was wondering why you're so exasperated. I was like, what happened?
If you look at the men's basketball roster last year, it was one of the best on paper. What happened? Was it this evaluation?
It's a number of those things. Well, I can tell you why basketball isn't getting anybody right now. He ain't getting any more money than he got last year. And that money last year was about middle of the road SEC, and you still thought you put together. I mean, everybody you talked to a man. It didn't matter if it was Chris Spear, whoever you value, like me, when you like John Rothstein, Jeff Goodman, heck, Joe Lenardi. Who do you respect? Every one of them said the same thing. Oh, this team has got the potential to be a second weekend in the NCAA tournament team. So it wasn't just a bunch of blowing smoke by some local dudes. Everybody was saying that. So what went wrong? Well, it tells me one, misevaluations, obviously. Scouting and development issues, underperformance, and you saw the bad side of the transfer portal. Sometimes it don't matter if culture is your calling card. It's hard to throw mercenaries all together and get them to care like you care. So I think it's a mix of everything. The problem is like now you're asking him to fix it, and I don't begrudge the people that are asking, because did you see those numbers Chase put out?
It's weird. You absolutely read my mind. All right, now,
do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so timeout. All right, first of all, Chase Parr, our good friend, put out these numbers.
I'm a fan.
And look at them now. Tell the numbers that the different programs have spent. And so I'm going to look at this and see those are on the screen. One thing we will say, Arkansas has completed this tennis program. So at this point, with him spending more tennis and looking at where Ole Miss is right now, let's see.
Remove that and put it back on the stage. There's the numbers. Let's see if we can actually see the numbers.
I don't know. You can ask him.
There we go. Those are the ones. These are from Chase. Chase Parr. Look at that basketball, dude. Women's basketball is worse, but at least they're going to the tournament.
You know, I think you and I knew what these numbers would be, and I'm not speaking for Chase. I'm going to guess he probably knew too. Oh, yeah. But I'm going to say the general fan doesn't understand, number one, how much football made. Number two, how well baseball and just how much other programs spend. Yeah. I mean, the support that Chase put out, which is very good, by the way. That's it.
So you wonder, and like those numbers, honestly, for Ole Miss men's basketball, only losing $1 million. That's pretty good, you know. But that's coming off a Sweet 16 performance. That's off of. I mean, you matched the single season greatest accomplishment in your program's history, and you responded to that with what you thought was a competitive roster to a man. Anybody that's job is to put together a good roster. Said this is a good roster. Wes Flanagan, who's out in Georgia Tech, this is a good roster. Bob Conowall, who's out in South Carolina, this is a good roster. So it's any number of things, but the concerning thing for me is less about what happened and about what is right now. And what is right now is underwhelming in the basketball portal. And what's scary is that he's not getting more money. It's about the same as last year. I don't know if they're factoring in NIL here. Probably not. This is just operating budget stuff. But if they paid about $8 to $10 million last year. They're paying about $8 to $10 million this year. $8 to $10 million. Dude, Kentucky's struggling to put together a roster. They're willing to pay $30, $40 million. It's a crazy world out there.
Let me say this, and I'm really genuinely encouraged at the comment. So, you look at rifle, women's basketball, softball, women's tennis, men's tennis. When you look at those, what if they were in place for those student athletes to receive an education, they're here not to generate revenue, but to provide an education for these student athletes and an opportunity to play athletics, not necessarily to generate revenue.
Of course, that's exactly what it used to be. That's the shitty part. That's, of course, what the intent was. But now this is big business. That's all this is. And right now, business is booming. But what's the drive? Football.
A little bit of men's basketball and football.
But it's football. Football drives everything. And, I mean, you're operating at a $7 million loss for women's basketball. And that program is one of the better programs.
You a question that I don't know if you know the answer to, because I don't. What are other programs operating at the SEC?
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't.
And I have no idea where my Riverland glasses have gone.
In the grand scheme of things, I don't know.
On the top of my head. Yeah, I don't know. But I was told there would be no math, and I see a $7 million net loss. It's not sustainable, but there's nothing coming to change it. And one thing that Ole Miss has done better than its peers, even being a smaller market than everybody else, is it understands how critical, mission critical, not just being good, but being great at football is. What's unfortunate and scary is how untenable it is. One, the fundraising, but two, if it's all on football, then football's not winning 10, 11, 12 games. But I think Ole Miss is at a place, especially with the people that are paying the money making decisions, that they understand that it is all football. Rising tide lifts all boats. No, one tide lifts all the boats. So as long, and that tide is coming in full bore. It's the business is booming. Ole Miss football is booming.
But here's something too, man.
So my point is like the minute football goes bad, all those nice altruistic thoughts that you just had,
right?
Game's over.
And this is not, this has been going on for a long time. I mean, football's always been the major generator at Ole Miss. Now, to this extent, maybe not, but it's always been a generator of money. And it's always funded all the other sports for the most part, with the exception of baseball. Mike's always been above board in baseball. I don't know the statistics.
Unfortunately.
Well, I disagree on that. But I think he's done a really good job of maybe not making a ton of money, but staying on the right side. There's always the rest of the sport. So I'm generally interested to see what happens moving forward. Not just at Ole Miss, but all throughout the SEC, all of these other programs. So I'll be fascinated to see. Big crowd here today at the Double Decker. He's been Garrett. I'm Brad Logan. We are the Talking Champions.
I'm about to get Parker Gracie to talk to you.
We're very grateful that Sudu joined us just a little bit ago, along with Cody Thompson. They've done a really good job.
Are you ready to talk to Elijah Teague from Riverland Roofing?
Yeah, let's go.
He's the better interviewer. He always understands the assignment. So I'm going to go get Elijah to come sit down and talk to you, and then I'll be right back.
Talk a little bit about Riverland Roofing, one of our main sponsors here. On the Talking Champions Cemetery, Ole Miss is Bradley Georgia 2-0. And just like we've seen throughout under his team's career, he figures it out. And like they may have settled down from settling down as the game is now.
I was told it's time for me to show up.
Man, it's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Tell me a little bit about what's going on with Riverland Roofing right now.
Yes, Riverland, we're deals with the roof, we're doing it. Gutters, repairs, replacing it. Got a lot going on. A lot going on with Ole Miss, help with NIL. Yeah, sponsored. Approach anything we can, help the Rebels, everything we do. That's big for us. So, yeah.
Talked with Billy the other day, and he said, give me a few minutes up on the roof and hit this. Yeah. You guys are kind of all over the place. Tell me where all this go now.
So we're going anywhere in Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi. I think that's it, those 5. So, man, we might go further for commercial stuff, but, man, we're all over the place.
All of this happens out of the North Lamar facility, right? That's kind of the name.
North Lamar, Clarksdale, that's it.
So tell me, if someone's watching and they're thinking about getting their roof kind of redone, or maybe they have an office complex, apartment complex, what do they need to do?
Get someone licensed, get someone insured, get someone local, make sure it's someone you can trust. They're going to be there after the work is done. A lot of people, everyone handles especially, they'll go in and be like, hey, you might have rail damage, let's go see. But they're going to be gone. They're going to tell what you want to hear. Get someone local, get someone licensed, maybe come look at it. And just, trust the experts. They might tell you that you need a roof, that you don't. Tell me the mic's too far away. I don't know what I'm doing. It's my first time doing this. So, man, like I said, get someone you can trust, get someone that's going to stick around. Insurance. Got to be insured. That's always a must. If they're not insured, when something happens, you're going to be the one left on the hook. A lot of people don't tell you that, but make sure they got their insurance. Yeah, that's really important. Yeah.
662-644-4297 or online at riverlandroofing.com. Tell us about the 10 here today. It's a lot of folks here.
Yeah, man.
You got a lot of freebies out here.
Yeah, I got koozies. We got a bunch of those still left, some dog frisbees. Had a lot of stuff this morning, but man, it's crazy. We're right down here by the stage, so I'm sure you can probably hear. So
yeah,
man, it's been crazy all day. It's a great time. We love being out here. We love being a part of this. We sponsored the big sponsor tent down there. Being in Oxford, it's huge for us. That's really who we are. We're Oxford's local roofers. That's what we say. That's kind of everything we do. Just giving back to the community, giving back to the people around us, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, you got to do one favor for me. You have to do my best and keep Billy straight. Can you do that?
Woo, that's a tough challenge. I'll do my best though. Do what I can.
Awesome. Thanks for dropping by.
I appreciate it. Yep.
Riverland Roofer, Ethan.
Elijah.
Oh
man, we're doing so well.
And I had to screw it up with the
cut it off. Yeah.
He did it. Great job. As we're here at Double Decker, a ton of folks watching online.
How'd he do?
He did wonderful.
Attaboy.
Very impressed.
Attaboy.
And I did want to say, too, is that
bases loaded for Georgia with no outs.
Yeah. What's really neat, too, is having the opportunity to see so many folks that, with who now?
There you go. DK. So Elijah went to high school with DK. Could you beat him in a race? Elijah said that he could beat DK in a race right now. The next thing, we will be at the Ole Miss track and field facility, brought to you by Riverland Roofing. Elijah Teague versus DK Metcalf.
I want to clarify, I can't beat Terrence Metcalf in a race, let alone DK, so I'm out on that.
Oh, you heard it here first. Elijah Teague says DK Metcalf, he's going to make you eat his dust. The Riverland track and field event. We're going to pack the stadium out. Might have to get old Karsten running too. If Karsten don't bring me something ice cold in a cup in a minute, I'm going to be pissed off.
I think we might pull that on.
Yeah. Oh, you need
I need a little.
Brad needs a little water. Elijah, could you hook Brad up with some water? See, that's kind. He didn't have to do that, but he's kind.
I can put it in my Riverland Roofing Huggy.
That koozie for you, 662-644-4297. Riverland Roofing. Can you tell it's mine with all that dirt in it? It's not good dirt. It's not like I went out and, tilled the land. You know what I mean? It's just you're sweaty and messy.
A lot happening here in Oxford as we're in between bands here.
And yes, yes, Mary, I did say Parker Caracci. Let me know, is our internet still holding up? Audio still holding up? I need to know those things. But yes, Parker now works for Riverland Roofing. So I'm getting Parker to come by.
I'm gonna let you talk to Parker because I'm find us a drink.
Yeah, but I don't know where Parker is right here now. We'll wait for that. Are you dying? There he is. Parker's Tom. Parker Caracci Tom. Perfect for it too. Here, Parker Caracci, everybody. Ole Miss, all SEC, all American closer. This man, all right. Hey Parker, look at it. Look who it is. It's 4-0 right now, dude. They're eating us up. What do you think? What do you think of that one? 4-0 right now.
Just give it some time. Let the bats get hot. Get some runners on base, move them around. Looks like. Give me a second.
Yeah. Top of the fourth, 4-0. Middle, second and third with nobody out. They're getting 100, man.
They are. But I mean, it's Georgia. They hit us in the mouth. We just got to come back and do the same to them. Looks like we have 2 hits. Is that right?
I can pull it up better for you. So there you go. How about this? Look at home stats.
Yeah. Just. Give it some time, give it.
Well, that's the difference between Georgia. Oh, there's another one. Thank you, friend. Some water for your friend here. It's a frosty topped water.
Parker Caracci, as I said, he's one of the greatest Ole Miss pitchers of all time. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, Ben?
I'm good. Thank you for joining me. I told you that I'd make your debut when we play darts in your office at Riverland Roofing, 662-644-4297, riverlandroofing.com. This is now your debut. Here's my first question, though. How bad would you beat me in darts?
You know, I've played darts probably
six or seven times.
Before I bought the dartboard, I played darts 3 times, I think. Since I got the dartboard, I've played, I think 12 games.
Wow.
And I'm 2-10. I've won 2.
That surprises me. I mean, well, you didn't have pinpoint accuracy. You threw the ball really freaking hard. And
that doesn't help you in darts.
It doesn't, yeah.
It's not.
That does.
The guy that I was playing against happens to be a very good dart player and has played a lot of darts in his lifetime. So, you know.
You got 2 on him then.
I won the first one, and I was like, oh, you know, this stuff's going to be easy.
Yeah.
And then
I got
didn't
this.
win another one for 7 or 8 games, and it was just, you know,
he says, you're like, we're not going to stop playing until I get my second win. That's where you're at.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
that's
then
so
I
funny.
realized, you know, maybe I'm not cut out for darts. Maybe I should retire until I play a lesser opponent.
Well, it's 5-0 Georgia over Ole Miss right now over at Swayze Field. I've been talking about this team in particular. This game notwithstanding, look, man, they've won 12 of their last 13. What they've done after that sweep against Mississippi State is nothing short of remarkable. But for you, like the magic number, no one talks about that. Are they thinking about that at all? Is it process? Like, y'all, you know about the hosting chase and all that kind of stuff. What's it like to be a part of that? And like, do y'all pay attention to any of that stuff that's happening?
40 games is usually the magic. You try to get to 40 wins in a season. That's
what
typically what we're doing. Now that was, how long has it been?
How long
7
has it
or 8
been?
years?
That's
That was
crazy.
7 or 8 years ago, but you know.
Feel that?
I do. I had a guy tell me the other day, said, hey, I used to grow up watching you pitch. And I was at a bar in Oxford, Funkers.
Painful.
And I started thinking, I was like, man, if he said he grew up watching you pitch and he's inside of Funkies right now, that means that he's 21. So how old am I if he's old enough to be in the bar and telling me that he grew up watching you pitch? And it just, you know.
It hits your butt.
Yeah, it did. And I said, hey, don't tell me that. Just say, you know, hey, I enjoy watching you pitch. Don't make me feel old.
All love. I appreciate the fandom, you know. But what's your to this day when people go, all right, Parker, like, because dude, you close some serious games. Like mine for you, I've told you this before. Like I was behind home plate when you finished out the SEC tournament. Like I was. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I was right behind the home plate when you finished off the SEC tournament. I'll never forget that. For you, what is your favorite like memory still? What do people most associate? Because Mary said you closed the first game she took her girls to. Here on the screen, Mary says Parker closed the first game I took my girls to. That's pretty awesome. You see what I'm saying? So like for you, what do you remember?
I want to say probably the LSU game at home when Thomas Dillard hit the 3-run home run to give us the lead.
Shout out to Dillard, man. That's my dude. I love
talking to him.
Oh, Dillard's here.
Yeah, he should be coming back.
One of my favorite Ole Miss leadoff hitters ever. I loved him leading off. It's like leading off with a bulldog, dude. Ambush fastball. You know, started out 1-0. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Mike did something he typically doesn't do. He's like, yeah, but I'm not knocking Mike. He's more traditionalist, you know, throwing TD. Like, and you've seen him do that this year too. I mean, you've seen Judd leading off, Tristan hitting second. What do you think about this team and what they've been able to do ever since statement? Because it's been really cool to see. I know you're still well connected with the program and you love that program. That's your program, man. So to see that turnaround, like, what does it say about Five and also that group itself? Because they're a talented group, man. It just seemed like they're waiting to click, even though they're struggling a little bit today.
Yeah, they really have turned it around, and I didn't have really any doubts. I mean, it's a good enough team to where it was going to click. You know, they started off good, and then had a not so great stretch. But it's one of those things where in baseball, if you go cold, you go cold. And you can turn it around after one weekend. And that's what they did after Mississippi State. You know, they just kind of turned it around and have been on the up ever since. Like you said, you know, 5-0 right now, but all it takes is one inning. You know, we get some runners on base, move some stuff around, and what is it? What inning is it?
Top of the fourth is 6-0. Still not out of the fourth, man.
I mean, there's time. There's time.
And you got another one this afternoon.
Yeah, you know.
Think about Georgia. They've always been able to slug. Like, they've been hitting the shit out of the ball for a while. But, like, their pitching this year is matching that, dude. Like, they're really pitching it this year, dude.
I haven't watched a lot of Georgia.
Yeah, they're good. But, like, Ole Miss, man, I've been impressed with how the pitching today. Hunter's having a tough one. But, like, Ole Miss has gotten pitching contribute, like, one of the best starting rotations as far as on a weekend-to-weekend basis. In the modern era, certainly, I'd love to see what like Walker Hooks has done for you when you took over as the closer. What was that like? Because like, what is Walker going through? Like, he's taking over that job. You know what I mean? So when you finally get that job, what's that adrenaline like? I mean, what is it to emerge and become that piece? And kind of what pressure does it feel like when you're running out for the ninth? You know what I mean? What's that like to run out knowing they're relying on you? Or for Parker's case, he was doing multi-inning saves. Like, he'd come in at like the 7th, bro. What's that like, though, being that guy and emerging?
It's good to know that's how your coaches view you as a person that can come in that sort of situation and, you know, be the one to depend on for those high stress innings, high stress situations, I should say. Whether that is coming in the 7th, 8th, or 9th, you know, traditionally it's further come to the 9th, but if it's a one-run game in the 7th against an SEC opponent and you have a chance to go win the series on Saturday, then yeah, throw him in the 7th, let him see what he does, you know, just see what happens and go from there. If you win, you win. It's just one of those things where it's a good feeling knowing that they can.
Yeah,
it's kind of what motivates.
Did you prefer to come in when it was like 1-0? Like, it was like, all right, Parker, go win a game. Did you prefer that? Because like, I know you a little bit, dude. I mean, you seem like a guy like, hell yeah, take it. You know what I mean? Was that what it was like for you?
I enjoyed it, yeah. When it 1-0 or 1 whatever, you know, 1-0 game, it's the most fun because it's such a small area. But the 2-3 run games, they're all fun. They're all fun, especially in the ninth inning.
What's the hardest you ever threw?
99 one time.
Damn. What could you throw now? I give you 20 warm-up tosses.
20 off the mound?
Off the mound. Whatever you need to just throw it as hard as you can. If you had to put, all right, whatever's in your savings right now, I guarantee you I can throw this fast, this hard. This is what is it?
Well, I mean,
I think you can hit 92.
I mean, if you're throwing the life savings on it, 80. I'm just gonna say 80.
Yeah, because you'll hit 80.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
if I said, all right, I'll match whatever if you can hit 94. No. I'll match if you can hit 91. I think you can get 91, dude.
I would take that.
I think if I let you build up to it.
Yeah. How many off the mound? Like, all right, so I'll get the warm up 20 throws.
Yep.
However long I need with those 20. How many pitches do I get?
Whatever you need.
So 20 plus.
Whatever you need to get, whatever that process needs to be for you.
In one day.
Yeah. We're gonna that you've got to throw as hard as you can and hit a certain amount by 6 p.m. So you can go all day, warm up that thing, rev her up.
On the safe side, I'm gonna say 88.
88's still salty though, dude. Can I gas you up and say, no doubt you'd hit 91? No doubt. Knowing the competitor that you are.
I would do about that.
And you'd get pissed if Hunter Elliott just exited his top of the fourth still. Oh boy, it's 8-0 now, Parker.
Hey, we have another game today. We're gonna get ready for that.
Flush it.
I'm not saying that it can't be done. It is the 4th inning. There is. And college baseball, there's a lot of. Their pitcher could have a bad
inning. There's ebbs and flows.
We score 3. Yeah. Come out the next inning, score 2.
Momentum the next day, starting pitcher too. Like Cade's coming up this afternoon. Yeah. Taylor Rabe on Sunday. Yeah. You flush that one.
Not yet. It's the
No, yeah, not yet. Of course, right. What
we are known to make crazy comebacks.
That's true. I feel like you're like getting mad at me for daring to say, if we can flush it if we need to.
I'm just not counting them out yet.
Damn right.
Damn right,
Parker Crazy, All-American Ole Miss baseball closer.
now.
Yeah. Here's the thing, man. Like, ever since Florida, when Judd hit that homer, it's just been different. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm not going to ever write them off, even if they have to flush this one. What is Mike like, though? Like, that's one thing that I've always been admired about the guy. Is like in tough times, tough stretches, this dude seems to remain the same. What is he like? And how does he, like, as a motivator and also as a guy that's like, look, man, yeah, you're going to go through an 0-4 stretch, but y'all know y'all can come out of it. Like, what's he like in that way?
He doesn't falter. It doesn't matter what the score is. It's the same. Exactly. If we get up a good bit, if we're at the close game or we're losing or whatever, he keeps the same kind of energy the whole time. So, like I said, it's college baseball. We've seen some crazy things happen in college baseball.
You know what's crazy is in 3 years, y'all will be celebrating the 2019 team at Swayze Field for 10 years. How's that feel, buddy? 3 years from now, you'll be out there, like, and then in another 10 years, you'll be like the 2016. Lance and all of them were out there, which was awesome. My boy Drew, who was a manager on that team, he had him, my little nephew Dawson, hanging out there. This is one of the best dudes, man, that I've gotten to know in this business. I think the world of him, and as long as I draw a breath, I'll be telling stories about Parker Crazy and that dynamic arm and the number he wore that was so unique in honor of a friend, 65. You're the best, my dude. He now works for Riverland Roofing. We're here at the Riverland 10 at Double Decker, 662-644-4297, riverlandroofing.com. Before I let you go, let me ask you one simple question. Regardless of what happens today, which it ain't great, it's 8-0 in the top of the fourth over there at Swayze. Is Ole Miss going to host? Because I think they're still going to host it. I don't care about this game. Shit happens. I think this team is proven. It's a host team. If you can get one this week, you just don't get swept the rest of the way. I think it's a host team. You think we're hosting this time June-ish?
I think we have a very good chance.
Sorry about that. We dropped out Terrence Metcalf, who you see right here. He walked up behind us, and it just went. It was like when Thanos came out of the portal thing. Say, look, I told you, teammate, he's right here. That's one of the greatest Ole Miss Rebels of all time. That dude looks like he can still play. It's insane. Parker, do you think Ole Miss will be hosting this time June?
I think that we have a very good chance if we can continue to do what we've been doing and just proving that we deserve to host, and I think we'll host.
That sounds like something.
Ben, I think we will.
Parker Crazy, everybody. Ole Miss All-American closer says he can still throw 97, and I believe him.
Never said that.
I did.
That did not happen.
I'm putting all of my life savings, which is like $150, on the fact that this man can still throw 91. 100%. Mary can't believe that that's you. She thinks the world of you. Mary is gonna, she needs an autograph. She said that's Mary right there. She's one of our most loyal. She needs an autograph. She's a
Ben can set that up for you. Get the address, all that stuff, and we'll happily send it to you.
Yeah, we'll get Morgan to sign one of these Riverland hats.
I don't get to do that very often.
Yeah, she would love to. See you, buddy. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate
Thank you.
That's Parker Crazy, one of the greatest Ole Miss baseball rebels of all time. This is Talk of Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. We're here at Double Decker, right in front of Yaya's, I think it is.
If you'll see the Riverland tent, 662-644-4297, riverlandroofing.com. Elijah Teague's here to welcome you with open arms. He said he's gonna give you a hug, a pat on the back, and a nice cold beer. I didn't say it, he did. But I mean, believe what you want to. Forgive us for falling out for a second there. Are we doing okay now? How are we hanging in, folks? Let us know something because we want y'all to have a good time. About 200 people have to drop out when we froze for like 2 hours. One of these days, we're going to do this, and it's going to be perfect. Right now, we're just making it through. And right now, I want y'all to hear, Steve, you're the man. Good to see you. That's Terrence Metcalf, folks. One of the greatest Ole Miss Rebels of all time. His son DK is all around.
Homes and businesses from the whims of nature.
Let's listen to some commercials from Riverland Roofing and others. We're so thankful for everybody. Mary says we're sounding okay. Brad is back. We'll come back and talk about some things here in just a second. This is Talking Champions.
Protecting homes and businesses from the whims of nature, you need more than just quality materials. You require Riverland Roofing. Licensed, insured, and certified, Riverland Roofing offers not only the assurance of excellence, but a tailored approach to your unique structural needs and budget. To learn more about what Riverland Roofing can do for you and the community, call them at 662-644-4297 or visit riverlandroofing.com.
Hey, Rebels, your truck is here. Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Oxford presents the all-new Ram Rebel. It's Ram, the Rebel way. Send an unmistakable signal. Rebel 24/7. Ram Rebel from your friend in the car business. Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Oxford.
Come by, let's be friends.
I'm Warrior Philip Hearn. Raising my family here in Mississippi, I've tried to teach my kids to help others. I learned that from my parents. And as a Mississippi lawyer, I want to help you too. If you're hurt in a traffic accident, 18-wheeler wreck, or have insurance trouble, call 601-720-3541. That's my cell. You call, I'll answer. Let's get started. Make your first call to the Hearn Law Firm today.
Our thanks to the Hearn Law Firm. Our thanks to Riverland Roofing, of course. Our thanks to Game Day Haircuts. And I don't want to leave out C-Spire, who has meant so much to us. Let's hear from them too.
Start my weekend.
Own your day on the Network for Connected Living. There's more to see. C-Spire. Customer inspired.
Look at Brad.
Hey, I love from Mississippi now.
Oh, he's rocking out the Stone Temple Pilots like they're playing.
So good.
Hey, I like these Riverland glasses. I lost my sunglasses again, this time at the beach.
That's only the 17th time you've lost your sunglasses.
I also lost my second rubber wedding ring. So I'm back to the OG. I don't know. Came off.
On purpose?
Of course not. I love my wife. I'm taking her tonight to the New Albany Gala. How we doing audio-wise? How we doing internet-wise? Are we hanging in?
Absolutely beautiful day today. Man, Parker Qureshi was fantastic. I had a chance to visit with
what did Terrence say?
I can't really get into it because Pete Golden will revoke me from the practice facility, but I'll tell you about it when we're off air.
Apparently Landon Barnes just walked by. We're going to get him. We need to get Landon Barnes. That's my dude, and he is a baller. This is Thomas Dillard. Hey, Thomas Dillard, come here. Come here. You talk to Thomas Dillard.
No,
okay. Thomas Dillard's showing up, bro. One of the greatest Ole Miss baseball players of all time. Give him a mic.
Give me a mic.
Get it. Sit down right here. Look at TD's here. TD.
My guy, Ben Garrett.
How are you, man?
Man, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Right now, Ole Miss baseball, it's 8-0 over there at Swayze.
Losing or winning?
We're losing. So, hey, like I told Parker's like, Ben, you don't flush it yet. I'm like, yeah, but we got Katie coming up on.
We'll get another game after.
I'm saying. This team's been balling, man. What do you think? Have you been keeping up?
I have.
Been keeping up a lot. Really impressed. But SEC's tough. But any win you can get is good.
Yeah. You know what I just told Parker? Your name came up. He said, I just saw Thomas. I was like, oh, shoot, you need to come over here. And I told him straight up, you know who's one of my favorite leadoff hitters of all time? Ole Miss leadoff hitters of all time? Thomas Dillard. Did you like leading off?
I hit third and fourth a lot.
Yeah.
Leadoff was my favorite thing.
Dude, you were awesome.
I told Coach B, I was like, look, I steal a lot of bases. I walk. I hit home runs. Let me try it. He would never let me try it. We went through a big skid.
I remember this.
Finally, I walked up, and he would put the lineup in before, like, DP, and I saw it, and I was like, heck yeah. I'm ready to go. And we started killing it.
Sucker, you bat your best hitter first. I'm a new age guy. All right?
Yeah.
Like, Ronald Acuna batting first always made sense to me.
That's why Aaron Judge hit second. I don't want to say I was our best hitter by any means, but I would give you a good at bat.
All right, let's think of that lineup, okay? List them out.
So
Can you still remember?
Yeah.
All right, bet.
Catcher was
I need the 1 through 9.
In order?
I want in order with you leading off.
Let me go
Okay,
position. Cooper Johnson, Cole Zabowski, Jacob Adams, Anthony Servideo mix, Gray Kessinger, Tyler Keenan, me in left, Rhino Lincoln center.
Filthy.
Right was we did switch out right a little
Yes.
bit.
Here, let me go ahead and tell you. There's not a single hitter in that group, but Greg Kessinger's my guy now. If I'm batting somebody leadoff, I don't think I would have put Thomas Dillard first.
I do have my first game hitting leadoff. Garrett Crochet, who people might know. I went 4 for 5 with the home run off and Coach B kept it that the rest of the year.
All right, that's the thing. If you can get to a place where 5's like, okay, like you know that you won. You know what I mean? Because he's I love the guy. Stubborn as shit.
5 doesn't switch up much, but I had a game and he shrugged his shoulders and he said, "Okay."
I'm saying, all right, you're what do you still to this day when people go, "Oh my God, Thomas Dillard"? What do you? And they say, I always remember this. What do you most get crux of?
Always the LSU home run.
Yeah,
nobody ever remembers anything else.
Which is crazy.
Which is a fun fact. I went 1 for 12 that series with 6 strikeouts. I think it was 6.
It's crazy the passage of time, folks. How the passage of time works.
Well, people always remember the cool stuff. Not necessarily what happened.
Yeah. All right, what do you tell people? Like, oh, yeah, y'all remember that, but this is what I
every single time they're like, man, that home run versus LSU. Yeah. Like, you didn't remember the other stuff before that.
But, like, for you, what like, that one still, like, your favorite one? Or what do you remember? What's your, dude, I killed that.
My favorite Blue Delta
jeans, our friend Nick and them. Hey, what's up, my guys?
My favorite.
You get the hat on, too. Look at it. That's a professional, bro.
My favorite Ole Miss memory, we were playing Long Beach State. I was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. And their closer came in. I knew he was throwing me a first pitch fastball. And I went 1 for 5 with the home run, 115 miles an hour off the bat. And I may have said a few choice words around the base to him.
And it wasn't personal. It's not his fault. Like he was where your frustration had to go.
Correct. I told him very calmly that a lot of stuff, but I know each at bat's a new one, so I moved on.
See, that's my thing. Like, I don't know how y'all do that. When I play MLB The Show, dude, if I go 0 for 10, I'm panicking. Like, I'm hitting the reset button. I don't know how people say process sorting. Like, 8-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Like, if I were in that dugout, I'd be thinking, shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, what's it like to be a part of that? Like, have that mentality? Because 5's big on that, man. It's just like flush that.
Flush it. And honestly, I could probably speak to it. We're probably going to lose this game. But next game's a new game. It's a new day. It's the same day, but it's a new day. Win the next game.
Do we like doubleheaders as baseball players?
We hate doubleheaders as baseball players. I think the fans hate them. We hate them. It's not good. That's why we lost Tennessee Tech. Shout out to the fans.
What? Dang, that bloody. Why did you bring up Bloody Monday?
That's why we lost. We had a doubleheader.
To this day, the person I feel worse for, I feel bad for all of y'all because that was a shitty day. Man, Ron Rollison found out he was getting drafted that day. First round. I think my man just got caught up by somebody with the Braves for a second. Like, he's in the
Cubs right now.
He just got caught up by the Cubs. Well, I saw him in New Orleans. He was still with the Braves. Like, I'm so excited to see you as a Bravo. Yeah. And then he's a Cubby. And
Ryan got drafted. Ryan was one of my best friends. We lived together. Ryan got drafted the night we lost everything, got kicked out of the tournament. So we still had to go to his draft party, which sucked.
Subdued, to say the least.
I'm pretty sure I have tears in the picture that we took together that I was congratulating him.
See, that's where I want to be like, NCAA, be decent, you know? Yeah. What are you doing, you guardians of the game? Like, help us out here. Also, getting Tennessee Tech as a 2 seed was nonsense.
Yeah,
you can say it now. Who cares? It's statute of limitations run out.
They, I don't want to say anything negative, but I would like to question how legitimate their bats were.
You heard it here from Thomas Dill. Let me ask you this. If y'all have played no doubleheader.
Every day. We win every day.
Every time.
Every time. We just lost the game, they beat us, but we win the next day.
Yeah.
But losing, we lost 12, I think it was 12-4. Losing 12-4 and then having to play a game right after. Tough.
Who's always your friendliest media person that you always love the most?
Ben Garrett.
Let's go.
No question asked.
New Albany right here.
New Albany?
Yeah, New Albany.
Is it the Trojans?
Well, no, we're the Bulldogs. That's the unfortunate part. Like, this is the only one I can work because the rest are maroon. Gracie, my oldest, she's 13. We're old, brother. My oldest is 13. That's how I understand Lane Kiffin, because he's got the emotional capacity of my 13-year-old. All right? That's why we still text to this day, even though, all that shit went down. You reached out to him during all that. He was like, "Man, you good? Yeah, we straight." But like, she's already playing varsity as a 7th grade soccer player.
My first varsity baseball game was 6th grade.
Hell yeah, dude!
Mississippi private schools was there too.
All right, let me ask you this: what was your second best sport?
Football.
I knew it.
You know,
you played like running back.
I got offered for Ole Miss football.
Why did you go?
Have you ever seen my stomach?
No, what happened?
I tore my small intestine. I have a scar that goes from my small intestine, or my sternum, all the way past my arm.
So football, it's like, I'm good.
Yeah. Once I committed to Ole Miss, I was like,
let me ask you this: what was better, though, like scoring a touchdown or like hitting a friggin' tater?
I would rather ran someone over and scored a touchdown.
I knew it, dude. You were like, dude, you looked for contact, didn't you? You sought it out.
I don't know if you remember. It was my freshman or sophomore year. A Tennessee player was in the line, and I absolutely ran him over.
I tweeted that out. It was like one of my first viral tweets.
It's one of my bookmark tweets still.
It was I said, get off the track.
Track from Thomas Show's coming.
Because, dude, and like, here's the thing. You didn't even think twice. You're like, dude, I'm going through you.
I ran directly straight. I didn't slow down. I don't have to slow down.
Breaking news here on Talking Champions, live from the square with Thomas Dillard. Ole Miss has cut it in half. 8-4. Let's see the scoring. Austin Foley got a grand salami.
The Rebels aren't done.
They aren't done.
Bottom of the fourth.
Where's Parker?
He went to get beer.
Oh, good. Hey, tell him to bring me one. That is insane. That is insane. How did you do that?
Football. I tore my small intestine.
But like how?
I was playing linebacker. I jumped up to catch a ball.
Ball. Yeah, he hit a grand salami. There it is. It's like Brad's getting fired up. TD just showed you. He just like, all right. So you were going up to get like an interception?
Yeah. My safety came over the top, hit me. So your stomach and your small intestine could have ripped it out.
See, I thought the worst thing I ever got, I was a shitty offensive lineman. And like, I faced this dude who's like a French D1 player from Corner named Jonathan Celestine. Stepped on my big toe. I was like, dude, I'm going to cut you the whole game. Good luck trying to stop it. He figured it out. Stepped on my back, but then messed up my big toe, buddy. I've lived with it from this day. And like, I thought I had it bad. You had it messed up. Sternum split up. End of the fourth, 8-4. But hey, they're back in it.
That was why I was always, I was fat. I was a running back. I was fat.
Dude, I could have totally predicted every position he played. You'll like my buddy Witt. He was our fullback and corner, best corner. You're fast and you can hit the shit out of people.
Running back and as a
Linebacker, yes. You were probably sideline to sideline. You're a wrecking ball.
Give me the ball. Let's go.
All right, did you ever put up a 200-yard rushing game or something crazy? What's the most touchdowns you scored in a game?
I think I put up more 200-yard rushing games than I didn't put up.
That's talking that shit. I love it.
6 was my biggest.
What was your number in high school?
I was number 6.
So always 4'6".
I was number 7 in high school.
So what you? How come you didn't get 7?
Jason Barber. When I transferred to Oxford, Jason Barber had number 7.
Why did you get 7 at Ole Miss?
Nick Cortez.
And you still play with the Marlins.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, man. Thomas Dillard, one of the greatest Ole Miss Rebels. I said it to Terrence Metcalf. I'll say it to you. As long as Ben Garrett draws breath, I will be telling Thomas Dillard stories. You're the man. I love this cat. Thomas Dillard, Ole Miss baseball's back in it, folks. All right. I know that's what we're talking about. I'll finally hit it. You're Parker Gracie, one of the greatest Ole Miss closers of all time, is now saying, oh, David said the sound is terrible. Is it back, folks? I can switch it up if I need to. Couldn't see you too, buddy. I can switch it up if I need to. But Parker Gracie is now looking me in the face and saying, I told you it wasn't over. It's not over, Brad. It's never over. No, the sound's going to be rough right now because the band behind us. So, Austin Ball. Austin Foley, as I'm interviewing Thomas Dillard here on Talk with
Thomas Dillard knows the thing to do about home runs.
Thomas Dillard is awesome. As I told Parker, there is no better leadoff hitter in the modern era for Ole Miss baseball than one Thomas Dillard. I think the world of that cat. And I'm so thankful he stopped by. I'm so thankful Terrence Metcalf stopped by. I'm so thankful that Parker sat down with us. It's been, I didn't know what to expect when we sat down on the square. I'm glad you showed up. But buddy, from now on, we got to know anytime there's a big Ole Miss event, big Oxford event, we're going to be there. Hey, by the everything else is going to come secondary because it's been amazing. Walker Howard. Talked to Walker Howard a little bit ago. I'm telling you, he's a rebel, true and true. He loves it here. Thinking about living in Oxford. Where is he? He was walking by. He walked by. I visited with him for a little while. Said he may be able to come back. But I'm telling you, loves that quarterback room. Walker Howard is going to be a coach in that locker room. I'm done. He is a player's coach, and he is someone that's going to be huge advocate for Ole Miss. For those that may have missed it, let's hear from Pete Golding and John David Baker from Meet the Rebels, and we're going to see if we get this audio worked out. This is Talk of Champions.
You're seeing here. Holy smokes, look at all these people coming.
Yeah, what an awesome turnout. So obviously, really excited for our players, and they were really looking forward to this day to give back to the people that gave them so much. And after a really good year and the support that they had all year from these guys, so it's I think really important to put a name with a face and a name with a jersey number and get to see them eye to eye and get some autographs because we've all been at that age at some point, right? Being that kid and having those dreams and aspirations to play in the SEC. So I think for our kids, we're going to give back some of those.
You know, it's kind of crazy. D. Brown was up here earlier, and he played for us. He said, man, our D. Brown was not quite like this.
Yeah, I don't think they played the Fiesta Bowl that year either.
Yeah, that's right. What a great run by that group. That was it's kind of a weird time, but you did a super job of holding the thing together. We played our tails off.
No, it was a fun ride, man. It was a really unique group. They were tough, competitive. They were wired the right way, and I think kind of went into obviously here's bowl season, here's portal season, then here's signing day, and kind of gave us some time in the ice storm, which was so bad for so many people. Also gave us a little opportunity to sit back and reflect. And I think every team is independent of their own, and the legacy that team was able to create for themselves and for their future, and also setting an expectation, for this place of that should become the norm. And but it was a really fun ride with a great group of dudes that created lifetime legacy for themselves.
How do you handle spring practice? What structurally, what have you done?
So I think the biggest thing now is when you go into a spring, like for us, we have 50 new guys, right? So we had 21 early enrollees from a high school standpoint, had 29 portal guys. So we wanted to slow it down. I think the model has changed based on the calendar now. So we went in more of an NFL philosophy of 3 phases of OTAs. And so here's a phase 1 of a foundation operation from an install standpoint, a walkthrough component, and then here's a phase 2 with the helmets and the spiders. We're trying to adjust to the speed, and then now we're in phase 3 right now, which we're simulating game weeks because we got 50 new players, right, that we're anticipating having to have a role for the fall. So we went to mock a game week and bring them through what the meetings look like, what the practices look like, right, with the afternoons, the evenings, and the nights, not only for the players but for the coaches and the routine of game planning and everything else. And then I think it's really important to self-scout yourself. So we're game planning the offense is game planning the defense, and then after these 2 weeks, we're going to share those things of while we were doing what we were doing, which will help us as a staff as well. So, we're in phase 3 right now. We still have 1 more week actually of spring ball, so that'll bleed in through Thursday with finals starting on Friday. So we really wanted to occupy every day while they were here in the spring that we're going to do some version of football every day. Whether that's meeting, walk, strength and conditioning, whatever that is. I think it's really important to develop the football player year round.
We'll talk about some of the other pieces on the team when we talk to Q1 in just a moment too, but how are the new portal guys kind of mixing in right now?
Yeah, you got to remind yourself all the time, because we've been in the offense for so long, you think that what we do is normal, and you realize that there's only a certain handful of teams across the country that do it how we do it, teach how we do it. And so for new guys coming in, it's an adjustment, but they've done a great job. I like the pieces that we've got because of their mindsets. They're guys that are eager to learn, they're eager to work. We don't have any guys that are in there for themselves. I feel like we've got a lot of team guys, because that was the major thing that we learned over the years. Like, you can go get all the talents you want, but if you don't have the guys made up with the right stuff and the right wiring, you'll run into some issues, and that's not the case for us at all. I feel like we've got a lot of good pieces that just want to buy in, and they want to do it our way, and they're learning how to do it.
You got here in time to go through the playoff deal, so you experienced that, part of that, and participated in that. It's kind of a weird time period for us, but nonetheless, what a tremendous run. We just heard the highlights of the Georgia game, and that was a Sugar Bowl win. That was incredible.
Yeah, no, it was awesome, just because I was just such a small piece in 21, 22, and 23 trying to build to be a playoff team, and so to be able to come back and, like you said, at first I was an observer and then kind of got involved a little more than I anticipated, but it was just cool to see what we had tried to build to that point and where this place had gotten, the 2 years that I was gone. So it was a great experience to be able to come back and experience it with them.
That was Ole Miss offensive coordinator John David Baker. I've got the microphone backwards. That was Ole Miss offensive coordinator John David Baker. Before him, Pete Golding. We've learned that the audio is off only when the music is playing because it distorts it. But we also know exactly how we're going to be set up from now on. I figured it out. Riverland has been so gracious to us to be here at the 10. What Talk of Champions is about to be, this is just a taste, man. We're workshopping stuff. Let them know what we've got coming. We're extraordinarily excited about.
Without getting into too many specifics, what we've got coming over the next couple of months is going to be awesome. By the time SEC Media Day rolls around in Tampa, obviously we'll have full coverage of Talk of Champions. We'll have so much more to bring you right here on Talk of Champions. Not only just from an athletic standpoint, double-decker, Oxford events, Ole Miss events, we want to be the engineers for you and continue to be excited about what's to come.
Final thoughts as we wrap this up here at the Riverland Roofing 10. Please, if you're a double-decker, come by and see us. Come by and see Riverland Roofing. Get you a koozie. Give me one of the pink ones. Give me one of the pink ones. Pink ones. Give me a pink one. Get you one of these koozies. It don't matter if they're pink or blue. They have these. They have, sunglasses. I don't know if I'll be sunglasses. Cards to get. You can enter a raffle. Riverland's been great to us, man. We're so thankful to them. We're so thankful to Game Day Haircuts. I got to go to Built Different Fitness, by the way. We got to hook up. What's my guy's name?
We're going to do a remote there very soon. We're working out on the 6. We've got remotes coming from there. We've got remotes coming from Connie Stitton. We've got remotes coming for College Corner Store. So we've got a lot of remotes coming. A lot of stuff's going to be happening during the summertime. And once again, can't thank all of you enough. It's, Talk of Champions just kind of started in the southeast corner of the end zone. At least Ben and I are concerned. And it's just kind of blown up from there. And so we're really excited about everything we're doing. We're looking for Roofing with Sudu and everything that he's doing. And then tell us about our other guy.
Wait, Cody?
Cody.
Dude, Cody's he's trapped now.
Cody's back in.
Here's the thing. I said it back when I was talking to Sudu and Cody at the Riverland Studios right off the Oxford Square, north of Market, visiting today. Cody
when he speaks, man, knowing who he is and the people he knows, listen to him. So what he had to say about Chris Beard in the portal, what he had to say about the relationship Lane had with Deshaun Strickland, you name it. When Cody's talking, man, I promise you that man knows what he's talking about. And it was such a great thing to have him on with us, to have him share his expertise. I'm a massive fan of Cody's, as I am Sudu, as I am you. And what we've shown you today, while we've had our moments of technological difficulties, this is just a taste of what's to come, man. We're so excited about the future. Riverland's such a big part of it.
And also, I want to say, too, as you see on the screen, Alan Samuels, Chrysler Dodge, Jeep and Ram of Oxford. Online at AlanSamuelsOxford.com. Call them today, 662-234-8000. They are your go-to spot for a brand new vehicle. They have been incredible partners for us here at the Crawford Champions. We're so excited about our partnership with Brian, with Mason, and everybody at Alan Samuels, Chrysler Dodge, Jeep and Ram. You heard about them a little bit ago. We're going to re-air all of our advertisers here in a moment. That Dodge Ram can be yours today. They're incredible partners, and we cannot thank them enough. They've been great to work with.
All right, your biggest takeaways from the day that has been so far. It's not even close to done. We're wrapping up here within the next 15 minutes on the Oxford Square at the Riverland tent across from Yaya's. Y'all should come check him out. Carson will shake your hand and tell you how much he loves you if you come by the Riverland tent. You just got to say, "Where's Carson? I need a hug," and he'll give you one. Because he still hasn't refilled my cup. He said he would. And he had 8-4 in the middle of the fifth. Final thoughts to wrap up here. What do you think about Double Decker, Meet the Rebels, everything we've learned today? So far, it's not done.
You want to know the winners today? All of these people. It's absolutely beautiful out here. It's an honor to be out here today and to be able to broadcast here from Double Decker. It's a wonderful spot here in Oxford. I talked with the mayor a little bit ago, Robin Tannehill, and she was all smiles. And she said, "We're just so grateful to God. The weather's been great." And, yesterday the weather wasn't fantastic, but I had no idea that the sun would open up today. So it's Swayze people. The Rebels are trailing. They've hit the Grand Slam. Congratulations, Austin Crawley, 8-4.
God, he needed that, dude.
He did. But everybody here at the Double Decker that is watching us and has come by and say hello, everybody back home, love the city of Oxford, love this today. You are the winner today. That's my biggest takeaway.
My biggest takeaway is the business of Ole Miss is booming.
No doubt.
That football team is ready to contend again. I was really impressed with the entire operation this morning. Extraordinarily impressed with how the players and coaches really mixed and mingled with the fans. You can tell they care. It matters to them.
Hit that interview with Walker again, please.
One more time. I think like 4 or 3 or 4.
One more time. I think it's important for folks that just jumped on. And this is a great interview that Ben had with Walker Jones.
Thanks, man.
I'm going to hear this again, and Walker was great.
All right. Walker Jones here at Meet the Rebels. I'm Ben Garrett. What do you think of the turnout, Walker?
Great turnout. I mean, a testament to our fans, the interest around this program, being around our players. These are the environments and the opportunities we want our fans to be able to get to know our players in this world of the transfer portal. Rosters change overnight, and to be able to have an opportunity where these fans can put a face with a name is really important to continue the support.
It's really interesting to see, too, how it's grown. I remember Meet the Rebels with Walker Jones and Eli Anding and all my guys. And to see what it is now, it's pretty surreal. And I think a testament to the work that you've done, Keith's done, all these. What does it mean to you to just see how big this has gotten?
Yeah, I think, look, I do think back to when we had Meet the Rebels. I think we were underneath the stadium in the concourse, and it wasn't near what it is now. Now, obviously, it's turned into a fan event, incredible exposure. I always thought it was neat when fans wanted to be around our players, wanted your autograph. That hadn't changed. Our players still love to be around fans and to sign things. So it's kind of taken a life of its own, but that's because of the passion and the love that our fans have with our players.
For you, as the guy who was instrumental leading the way to put it together, what do you think of this roster? And you've probably gotten to see some spring. Just in general, what do you think about the team and what was able to get done to put it together?
Yeah, I love the team. It's been really impressive, initially looking at spring practice and watch them develop. The thing that you always are concerned about, the locker room, the culture, and how are the new guys molding with the old guys. We had great retention, which helps set the standard and the culture in the locker room, and the new guys kind of follow suit with that. So it's been really great to watch it play. I think if I think back to where we were this time last year, I think we are more talented. I think we're bigger, we're physical. We upgraded the defense significantly, and then we were able to patch some holes on offense. So I like our chances. I love our roster, and I love our schedule.
Well, last thing, it's a big weekend, not just for Meet the Rebels, but a bunch of stuff for the Grove Collective, for the fans that might want to get involved with kind of that. What all y'all got this weekend?
Yeah, we had the breakfast with Trinidad and Kiwan, which was great. It was actually oversold, which went great. With those two young men. We'll have a baseball tailgate in 2 weeks for the baseball series. We've got our celebrity softball game coming up again in June. So we're going to have all sorts of stuff going on, with baseball, with basketball portals now officially closed. So the basketball team is rebuilt. And football, we'll be doing some other fan events. So there'll be something. And look, our membership for the Grove Collective is really important. And we just have to be able to continue to support us.
That was Walker Jones for the last time on this edition of Talk Champions. What a great day. Ole Miss baseball, it's the bottom of the fifth. It's 8-4. They're back in it. So, Meet the Rebels is come and gone. Impressed with the operation. Biggest football takeaways. The depth is obvious. Concern at offensive tackle. Stuff we've been talking about, but to hear it confirmed by people you respect is it just adds more weight to it. And as far as double-decker, it delivered again. The second year in a row I've gone, my first and second time now, I'll never miss it again. And I'm proud of myself because my cup has been refilled. Also, I love my wife, and I can't wait to take her to the Main Street Association tonight. It's going to be a ball. If you see me there, say what's up. Brad, I know you've been going through some stuff today. Love you, man. I know your dad. You did him proud in memorializing him. So it's for all of y'all, my God, Mark Cross going through, my grandmama. Yeah, straight up.
That's what we're doing.
There
I mean, I know a lot of you can't be here today. That's why we're doing what we're doing. So
it's straight fright level, for God's sake.
So you guys can experience just a little bit of what Oxford has to offer here today at the Double Decker Festival. Next year we may go all day. Who knows?
At this point, I'd be fine if we had 10.
Yeah.
But this beaming on my red head ain't helping. The sun beaming.
But it's been a lot of fun. And we want to thank Billy and Riverland Roofing. Also, a special thank you to all of our sponsors. We'll hear from them in just a little bit. But Riverland Roofing, Ethan, did I say it right?
Elijah.
I called him
Elijah Carson. He doesn't want to be Eli. He's just Elijah. Also working for Riverland, Parker Gracie. Also working for Riverland.
So special thank you to Thomas Stiller who stopped by.
Terrence Metcalf who stopped by.
I want to talk to Terrence out of respect for the media relations.
Not yet. Not yet.
So
not yet.
Also, thank you for our talent presenting sponsors, Alan Samuels, Frank Dodge, Jeep and Ram, and all of those guys and girls that help us do what we do here at the Talk of Champions.
All right, you ready to do something as we get out?
Yeah.
All right, Brad, you're the best interviewer I know. I've been to Meet the Rebels. I've been to Double Decker. I've been following baseball. I've interviewed Ole Miss people, coaches, players from baseball to football all day today. You have 5 questions as we wrap this up to hit up to make sure that we covered everything. Hit me with them.
Question number 1, what was your biggest takeaway from an administrative standpoint, from an NIL standpoint, from a Grove Collective standpoint, your biggest takeaway from Meet the Rebels?
Like I said, business is booming. It was great to see guys like Emmanuel Faulkner, guys like, pick your recruit, Dorian Marney, and the people that were so responsible in making sure that they got across the finish line as freshmen. So when you ask me, and what I mean by that is Lane Kiffin swooped in at the last minute and tried to double the offer to everybody out there. Carmelo Reed, Landon Barnes, who walked by the tent, and I meant to talk to him. Pick your guy. And yet, Ole Miss and what it takes to stay competitive, everyone is bought in and pulling the same rope. Pete Golding recognizes it. The fans recognize it. The players recognize it. We can talk about other sports and real issues, but as far as NIL and administratively what they're doing, and we got a lot more to come as far as talking to Matt McLaughlin and other guys over there. things that they're doing creatively to keep the line moving, if you will, in that space. Can't say enough about it. It's one of the most impressive that you'll come around. I worry about the long-term future of some other sports here because of the cost of doing business. But in the football space and the cost of doing business, nothing is slowing down this train.
On a scale from 1 to 10, how vibrant is the Ole Miss athletic department? Monetarily, engagement, all of the above, 1 to 10.
8.5. There's some things that are at a disadvantage because it's a smaller market, because Ole Miss isn't the same as others. But in terms of per capita give a shit, you ain't going to beat Ole Miss, buddy. And that's why Ole Miss is going to be here this year, not only competing for a championship, but next year as a roster that won't feature Trinidad Chambliss and Kewan Lacey anymore. What they've got on campus, you'll get to know some names that will carry the banner even further because this thing ain't going to stop.
Chris Beard and his staff are going to figure it out over the coming months and develop into a pretty good basketball program next season.
Am I buying or selling that? Right now, I'm concerned about that basketball program. I'm concerned about the money paying out and also some aggressiveness in terms of philosophy that I would like to see Chris Beard answer. I think it would do him well to speak on or off the record and kind of let Ole Miss fans in a little bit more. I know he believes in culture. I know he believes in having everybody pulling the same road. I think right now it's a little disjointed, and you're seeing that play out in the portal. I don't have a ton of confidence that this team's going to be much better next year. I just don't see it yet. I think Pat Pinkins is if he takes another step to that lead guard kind of Sean Padula type role, man, yeah, this team could be good again with the pieces that concern me. And that's one that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, man. I'm ready to see how they finish.
Question 4.
All right.
All of the former players that Pete has brought back to be coaches on this team has made a quote-unquote huge difference in this team during the spring.
I buy that. Terrence Metcalf, man, he's going to be a real asset to the offensive line room. I'm going to leave it at that. Not just from an NIL and recruiting standpoint, but as far as being an technician in there with John Garrison, I think he could be a huge, huge asset. So I think it matters. I think don't get it twisted. Let's just speak frankly. Ole Miss still has to deal with some nonsense in recruiting, specifically about his past. And it matters when guys like Terrence Metcalf, Michael Spurlock, Lanier Goethe, Brian Brown say, I don't need to come back, and I did come back. It shows that this place isn't a stepping stone. It isn't secondary to anyone else. Yes, it ain't the same market, but per capita give a shit, Ole Miss stands alone. And I think having those guys back is going to play a tangible difference. It already is. They picked up commitment. I don't know if it's official yet. I got to go home and do some work before I go to this gala tonight. But Daryl Madison committed to Michigan, or was. He's flipping Ole Miss. And I think those guys are playing a big role in that. Dante Moncrief leading the recruiting office. He's been a quick learner. It matters, man. And it's not just about being, good old boy Mississippi from Ole Miss. No. It's accomplishment in their respective fields coming back to volunteer. You see what I'm saying? Like these guys, like Dante Moncrief is one of the greatest players that ever played to come here. He doesn't need to be here. He gives a crap about this place. So per capita, give a shit. Never forget Marcus Woodson, Trey Frogfogel brought him up. That's another great example. I don't want to let it get shortchanged him. I mean, the people that are here, it matters. It is having a tangible impact on recruiting.
Question 5, the over-under on a lot of different services. I think all three has the over-under right now at 8.5.
Over. It has to be over. It has to be. I don't want to have the conversation if it's under. It has to be. I don't think there's a chance in hell this team goes under. And if they do, really awful questions are going to have to get asked. I just don't see that. Now, how over? 9-3 would be a damn good season.
With the schedule, I agree.
But does that get you in the playoff?
I don't know. I think it depends on what 3 that is.
And this team,
9 that is.
And this team is playoff or bust. So I'm going over. It needs to be the right 9 if it's 9. But as tough as the schedule is, if it was any other, that's the thing. We got to get past this logo bullshit. And what I mean by that is, if Georgia was on the side of Trinidad Chambliss and Kewan Lacey and Cam Franklin and William Beck was his helmet, I don't think anybody in the country would be ranking them outside of the top 8, let alone the top, maybe top 5. If Oklahoma had this roster, and Oklahoma's got one title to its credit, one maybe. Ole Miss has got more titles, I think. They've been more successful in recent years in terms of win percentage, but not really. Like, Ole Miss has passed Oklahoma in results, dude. Tell me I'm wrong. But if Oklahoma, they get different difference. If the OU was on the side of the helmet, you can't tell me that Ole Miss, that Oklahoma wouldn't be ranked, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation over under 8 wins. When you return from a 13-win team, it's starting quarterback, running back, best defensive player. What are we talking about?
2 minutes left. I've got a bonus question.
2-minute drill.
If there's any way to quantify this, I get it. September 19th, how big of a game is that for the all-encompassing world of Ole Miss athletics?
Gotta win it. Gotta win it. Gotta win it. Hey, there's Keyshawn Taylor, I think. Hold on. I think Keyshawn Taylor, who recently committed to Ole Miss. You stay right here. Talk to the folks. Stay right here.
So what we're looking at is Ben's going to look for a prospect, and I'm going to try to get him on. If you look at September 19th, that's the bonus question I have for Ben. What, if anything, how can you quantify how big that game's going to be for Ole Miss? When you look at where Ole Miss has got on the schedule, and I don't know if I don't see the old school schedule that Ben has here, but if you look at the schedule of what Ole Miss has to do on the road again at Oklahoma, home against LSU, of course, home against Auburn, but the tough games, that's going to be, you look at games when you're on the road against Texas, that's going to be a difficult game. When you're at home or on the road, whatever. Yeah, here we go.
Here, you hold that one, King. Sit right here with me. So a special end of show interview with recent Ole Miss commit, Keyshawn Taylor. King, how we doing, man?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Good. Is this your first time? I'm assuming it is at Double Decker?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Man, I love it. There's a lot of people out here.
Were you expecting it to be this nuts?
No, I wasn't.
See, and now you got to get over to Swayze Field in a second to see some baseball and how crazy that gets, too. There's a lot going on. Did you get to experience Meet the Rebels and stuff like that? Did you see any of that?
We were in a lot of meetings this morning, so I didn't really get the experience, but I seen some videos. It seemed pretty packed.
It was pretty nuts. And what were those meetings like for you? I want to get into the commitment first. Committing to Ole Miss. Why was Ole Miss the right school for you right now?
I heard it saying early in my recruitment of choosing people and not places. And I felt like that was Ole Miss. There's a lot of great people here. Most of the staff actually played at Ole Miss or been at Ole Miss before and then came back. So that speaks volumes to me. So that's what made me choose my decision. A lot of great people.
You know, I've heard from a lot of people in and around Ole Miss how excited they are about you and what you could do potentially as a prospect. For you to get to this point and in your football journey, it's got to be rewarding for you. How cool is it to just get to this place now, to taking steps? Because it's a lot of work you put into this that other people don't see, to now be like, yeah, man, I've gotten to a place where I got a home, if I'm, you know what I mean?
It's very cool, especially knowing that how much work I put in to be in this position. It's a very relieving feeling that I'm doing what I've been wanting to do my whole life. So,
what's it like going on like a visit, like those meetings and stuff like that? When you're up there at Ole Miss, for example, are they talking to you about scheme fit, how they want to play? What's it just like to go through that process and to go to those meetings and stuff like that? For those who don't know,
it's very cool. Get to see how I would fit in the scheme, seeing stuff from a different view. Because I'm used to high school and stuff, so seeing it from Coach Kitchen or Coach Joyner, Coach Golden's point of view, it's like wow, So it'll take time for me to get to adjust and learn the playbook and stuff like that. But I know come January, I'll be ready. Sure.
Yeah, that's an early enrollee. When he says January, he's talking about early enrollee. And I love that, man, because I see a lot of freshmen right there right now. Landon Barnes is balling and all that kind of stuff. When they talk about utilization for you, what are they talking about positionally? What they like about you moving around and stuff like that? What do they like about your game, and how do they plan to use you?
They told me they like that I'm long. I can play. I'm versatile. I can play that 5, 6, 9 technique. Being able to drop in coverage and rush the passer, being very versatile. Just being a great guy to get after the passer, being a good guy in a locker room, be a great leader, be a great person.
what's the recruitment look like from here on out? Last question. Like, are you going to take more visits? Like, what does it look like from here? What are your plans for now?
I don't plan on taking any more visits except for my whole feet. I think it's June 12th, maybe here. I'm not sure an exact date, but that's probably my last visit for a while.
Keyshawn Taylor, a surprise visitor here for Talking Champions. Like 1,200 people on a random Saturday here. What you got to say? Thank you, Key, for doing this, man. Appreciate it. Congratulations on the event. And I look forward to talking to you down the line. Thank you, man. You're the best. Killing it. He's already a pro. He's already better at this than I am. That's insane. That was Keyshawn Taylor, like Trey Freifogel said. That's what I love. We got to talk to more. Wes Neighbors is here. Jake Schoonover's here. Hey, man. How we doing? What's up, bro? All right, hold on a second. This is Daryl, right? Hey, Darrell Madison. Darrell, you grabbed that one. Darrell, man, good to see you. Ben Garrett here. This is Talking Champions. Darrell Madison, who Ole Miss has on campus for a visit. Man, what do you like? What's the visit been like, man?
It's been going good. I'm working with people. It's going good for you.
What's it like, man? I'm sure this is your first time seeing double decker. Kind of wild, man.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of people out here.
Yeah, like for you, man, what's your recruitment like right now? I know like you got a lot of schools after you've been committed to Michigan. Where's things right now for you? Here, hold that one right up.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to see my hand. See what I'm going on. Still take my mix of it. Just see it. All the options. That's all.
What do you like about Ole Miss, man?
The culture, the people, it's different.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. What did you like about Michigan, man, when you committed?
What I like, it was really about the same thing. It was like a wow effect.
Yeah. What Ole Miss, as far as what they're recruiting you to, what position do they like you at?
It actually got me all over the place right now. Yeah. I can go from safety to corner to nickel. I can play anything.
Yeah. What's it like going in those meetings on your official visit? I mean, on your visits and stuff like that. I know they've had you watching film and stuff. Yeah. Like when they talk about how they could use you, man, or the scheme. Do you like the fit? Like, what's so good about the fit for you?
It fits me as a player. You see, I can be versatile in this game, for sure.
When do you want to make a final decision on your recruitment? When are you going to come to? I mean, are you still considering things? Like, what's the process like for you the rest of the spring and on into the summer, something like that, visits and all that?
I think I should know about you.
Yeah. Are you going to be an early enrollee?
For sure.
See, Darrell knows what it's like. You got to get on campus. Darrell, thank you for coming on. That's Darrell Madison. That dude right there in the 4-star prospect. We got to get you bumped up on 3, though.
Yeah. No, I'm on 4-star on 3 also.
See, I'm looking at this. I'm like, dude, Darrell, this is money. You're 4-star on the industry. We need to get that into the hundreds.
Yeah.
All right, all 3. Listen, all 3's watching right now. That small website. Tell them why you should be ranked higher. Give them the pitch. Say, Darrell Madison need to be a what star? 5-star. Tell them.
Darrell Madison need to be a 5-star.
That's all I need to hear. So put it up there. Like, this is good. I mean, we like that, but like, it could be better.
Definitely.
That's what we want. Darrell, thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. That's awesome. Darrell Madison, folks. He stopped by here talking to you about 1,200 people just watching on a Saturday. Hanging out. Darrell, thank you, brother. This has been Talking Champions. I'm Ben Garrett. You've heard from so many people today. What a fun day it's been. Keyshawn Taylor, Darrell Madison, who he says he's still going through the process. I can go ahead and tell you, he flipped.
What's his story? This is all so organic.
He's currently committed to Michigan. He's from Illinois. Keyshawn's also from Illinois. Like, Ole Miss has got a foothold in that kind of Midwest because of guys like Jake Schoonover and other coaches who've done great work. So, yeah, man, keep a lookout for whatever Darrell pops, man. Good kid to talk to, too.
What about the first guy you talked
to? Keyshawn Taylor, 4-star edge that committed to Ole Miss a week or 2 ago.
Is that the one out of Georgia?
Illinois. Another one out of Illinois. So you start to see a little bit of a connector there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it was really cool to talk to them. It's been really cool to hang out with y'all today. We're going to wrap up. We've been going for 4 hours. Well, thanks to Sudu and Cody. Got more people to talk to. Y'all come by the Riverland test, 662-644-4297, riverlandroofing.com. I'm about talked up, Brad. Thank you for showing up.
Man, yeah. Hey, let's run those commercials. We want to thank all of our sponsors again.
Course, yes.
We'll talk about Allen Chain with Stripes or Dodge Jeep and Ram, Riverland Roofing.
Of nature, you need more than just quality materials. You require Riverland Roofing. Licensed, insured, and certified, Riverland Roofing offers not only the assurance of excellence, but a tailored approach to your unique structural needs and budget. To learn more about what Riverland Roofing can do for you and the community, call them at 662-644-4297 or visit riverlandroofing.com.
Hey, Rebels, your truck is here. Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Oxford presents the all-new Ram Rebel. It's Ram, the Rebel way. Send an unmistakable signal. Rebel 24/7. Ram Rebel from your friend in the car business. Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Oxford.
Come by, let's be friends.
I'm Warrior Philip Hearn. Raising my family here in Mississippi, I've tried to teach my kids to help others. I learned that from my parents. And as a Mississippi lawyer, I want to help you too. If you're hurt in a traffic accident, 18-wheeler wreck, or have insurance trouble, call 601-720-3541. That's my cell. You call, I'll answer. Let's get started. Make your first call to the Hearn Law Firm today.
Oh, man, thankful to all of our sponsors today. Thanks to Ben Garrett, thanks to Sudu, and thanks to everybody that joined us here today. It was very organic, and it's always fun to get to visit with all of you that stop by to say hello, that come and shake our hands and let us know how much you enjoy us here at the Talk of Champions. We're here at the Riverland Roofing tent, riverlandroofing.com, a proud sponsor here on the Talk of Champions. Secondly, I want to thank Allen Samuels Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. They are our title presenting sponsor. They're your go-to spot for that brand new vehicle, located just past Kroger on the left, right here in Oxford. Wall-to-wall coverage of the baseball game on the Ole Miss Spirit. Jake Thompson is at Swayze. I'm headed over to Swayze as soon as we finish up here for post-game, and we'll have full coverage for the Talk of Champions and at the Ole Miss Spirit. That's omspirit.com, an affiliate of On 3. For Ben Garrett, I'm Brad Logan, and for Sudu, so long, everybody, from here in Oxford at the Double Decker Festival.